the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning and welcome. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's Wednesday. That means it's our last day of double duty for the week. Thank goodness. I don't know how April feels, but I got to go to the gym more during the week.
I agree.
I feel like a pile of dog shit today.
Thank God. I feel like shit, too. I don't feel good.
Does it make you feel better when someone else feels like dog shit, too?
It does.
Do you feel supported?
There is truth in misery loves company.
Yeah. What are you talking about? By the way, I will say this about that whole world, that whole universe. He is the most honest guy in it. He's
angry.
He hates. He's mad. And he's not doing it for a gimmick. He is a genuinely unhappy guy.
That's true.
And there is a realness in that I think should be respected, which is why his channel isn't on lockdown for 7 days. So there is there is truth to the saying misery loves company. And now that it's summertime and that we've got more running around to do, more time with the kids because they're not in school, there's just not as much time to go to that damn gym. And the thing is, when you go 4 days a week and then you cut it down to 1 or 2, your body feels it when you go.
And for me, it does not matter how many different outdoor physical activities I do. Going to the gym is a different animal.
It really is.
Things hurt differently.
You're purposely trying to work yourself to exhaustion.
Whereas I didn't wake up good today.
Whereas you're doing other things. You're doing other things. You're doing other tasks. You're not trying to wear yourself out. At the gym, you're like, all right, I'm going to go full bore and try to destroy myself so that it will rebuild. That's what working out is. Working out is ripping muscles, tearing up your body so that it rebuilds stronger. That's what weightlifting is. That's what running is. That's what all that shit is. Muscles tearing and ripping and shredding so that your body builds them up and goes, oh, these are going to need to be bigger next time. And then you summertime comes and you sit on the couch a little more, or you just don't have as much time to go do that particular thing anymore. And then your body goes, oh, good. We can let these lax a little bit. We can let these muscles lie down a little. Then you go work them and your body goes, what the fuck, dude? I was having a nice time. I was relaxing.
I'm going to be putting this shit on.
What?
Here, this Hemponic stuff from Johnny. I'm going to be using this muscle frost a lot today.
That's drug addiction right there.
It is. I also noticed I completely forgot to grab you water today, so just let me know.
Oh, looks like I'm dry as a bone. Do I have a little bit of condensation beer from last night? Can we drink that at 6 a.m?
Should I get it now or later?
That's fine.
I'm
good for now. I have some things to talk about, and you need to hear them.
Okay.
Most chief among them is the Empress of Ireland, which sunk.
What?
The Empress of Ireland sunk in the St. Lawrence River.
Why?
In 1914.
Right. I was going to say that's not new.
No, the Empress of Ireland. So I found this YouTube channel that is just, it's ship sinkings. It's shipwrecks, but in real time. So they've got like the Titanic's real sinking in real time, and it gives you like notes as to what was happening while this animation is playing. Then I watched this morning while I was getting the show ready, I was watching the Empress of Ireland sink in real time. It's actually a fascinating story. It was a ship on the St. Lawrence River.
Okay.
And freezing cold, lethal, deadly cold water. And
hypothermic.
It was 1914. There was a big fog bank that rolled in. And so the captain of the Empress of Ireland stopped the ship and said, we'll continue when the fog bank rolls through. And there was a steamer ship that they saw on the horizon, and they assumed that the steamer ship, as the fog bank would rolled in, would stop too.
Right.
Wait for the fog to clear. They even tried to, sound the horns and the sirens, and I just imagine they go like this. It's like a trucker horn. This is how I meant.
Both arms, huh?
Yeah, they would just go going crazy. And they tried to warn this steamer. Well, the steamer kept chugging along and took its front and just plowed right into the side of the Empress of Ireland, punched a huge hole in it, bunch of people dead right away. Just the water comes rushing in. The steamer, the Storstad, tried to stay in the ship to plug the hole.
Wow.
Tried to keep the steamer tried to stay in, but the current of the river just took it down. Took it down the river. So the asshole that runs into the Empress of Ireland, their ship is fine. The Empress of Ireland is fucked. It's going down in 14 minutes. But it rolls over on its side, so of like the 16 lifeboats on board, which was enough for everybody, 10 went into the water. River took the rest, and the Empress of Ireland went down in 14 minutes.
So why is there no movie made of that one?
Yeah, that
sounds interesting.
It was a river ship. Who gives a fuck?
You know what I mean, though? Instead of like recreating all movies that have been done already, we could just pick... You could just go through a history book and pick new things.
This is the channel. They can go through the channel Ocean Liner Designs. And the channel Ocean Liner Designs, it's amazing what some channels have. 306,000 subs.
Wow.
Which makes sense because you're watching ships sink, and that's kind of interesting. Yeah, how did they navigate the Titanic? Amazing sinking ships captured on film. Empress of Ireland, the sinking of the RMS Empress of Ireland. They got on that one about a month ago. History's unluckiest ships.
That Empress of Ireland looks pretty big.
Yeah, and it was on a river. 14 minutes the fucker sank.
That's a big-ass river.
That's a big-ass river. Well, anyway, that's what I was doing before the show because I'm super, super cool, and I find awesome shit to watch. But, between that, old boxing matches... wrestling shoot interviews, and war documentaries. My dance card is full.
I know.
When it
no
comes
room
to YouTube.
for me.
Yeah, no, I meant YouTube dance card is full. My personal dance card is just fine. Thank you very much. I spend all fucking day with this chick.
It's gross.
All day. And I am yet to get a medal or a trophy. Well, I didn't get this trophy, but it's super dad. This was bought for me by a stranger in a Target. What happened was they saw April and I together, and they thought I was her father. And so they bought me this wonderful Super Dad trophy, which I thought was very nice. Welcome to the show, whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or Rumble. It is great to have you. Thank you to Coltrane for $2 before we even started. He says, let's kick this shit off right today. Let's go. And Ethan with $6.50 over on PayPal. This morning before the show started. Thanks, guys. 3:30, not quite a full one today, but pretty close to a full one. 3:30 away. There's all the links if you'd like to contribute to your favorite listener-supported show. What a rally you guys had at the end of last night's show.
Oh,
thank you very much. Everybody throwing, $5-10 in like we always say.
Thank you.
And just clocking that thing out. Thanks,
quickly.
Guys. I wanted to talk a little bit about one of the platforms we're on, and that's Rumble. A lot of spurgery on Twitter this morning when I was looking through the trending topics. A lot of spurgery when it comes to Rumble. A lot of people mad because a Nick Fuentes video was taken down. The one we were talking about where he's talking about Jews and shit like that.
Sure.
And, everyone's going, oh, yeah, so much for Rumble. Free speech, my ass. And it's like, it's exactly what I was talking about 2 days ago. It's the exact same thing I was talking about where I said, these dumb fuckers got to push it, and they got to wreck it for everybody else.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that when it comes to private corporations, all we're asking for free speech is that you don't censor people for saying shit that's fine. You know, we're not saying
Yeah.
like, hey, you know what? This platform owes it to the rest of us to let us say whatever we want about Jews or white people or black people, whatever.
Evil stuff.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's not their job. All we're asking for is that the shit YouTube does to people, Rumble doesn't do to people. No throttling like they do to our channel.
Right.
No restricting like they do to our channel. No strikes for bullshit like YouTube has done to our channel. It was a place where you could have more freedom to do a show if you were on Rumble.
You can accidentally say the N-word over there and they won't ban you.
Right. Accidentally. I'm listening to ROTC yesterday and they're just throwing it out there for funsies.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, God, you've got free speech on Rumble. I'll tell you this, and this may make some people upset. If I were a platform of any kind, I don't want anything to do with that fucking closeted gay Nick Fuentes. And not even because he's closeted gay. That would be totally fine.
I like my gays out in the open.
I like him. We like him out in the open where we can catch him just like that. No, but this Nick Fuentes, I wouldn't want to be associated with him at all. First of all, he's a little tool. He's a little dickbag. He's an edgy boy. He never says anything of merit. He never says anything that's like, you know, going to move the ball forward. He's a nerdy political shock jock type of guy. So in my opinion, Nick Fuentes, nothing lost there. But then I see people like, oh, yeah, it's because Rumble isn't pro-free speech. It's like, look, they're about as free speech as a publicly traded company can be. Let's all be grown-ups about this. If you're a publicly traded company, of course you're not a full 100% free speech place. You can't be. You have shareholders. You have advertisers. You have to perform a particular way. But the whole point of going away from YouTube and going to Rumble for people was I can talk openly about the news. I can have a bias and I won't be. I mean, YouTube bans people simply for having a bias one way versus another.
An opinion.
That's not okay. But like saying that Rumble is not a better platform than you. Oh, it's just like YouTube. Just because they're like, I don't want to be associated with this fucking lunatic Nick Fuentes. That all of a sudden makes them the bad guy. Well, then, go create a website that all day, all you guys do is bag on Jews, bag on this, bag on that, yell and scream into the void about how you're going to save the country when you're not doing shit. Go ahead and create it, which I thought Nick Fuentes did create that with Cozy.
I've never heard of Cozy.
That's fair. No, most people haven't.
Right.
But he created his own thing. Go do that. I, for one, think Rumble is fantastic, the shit you can get away with there. I think, if anything, it shows what a fucking lunatic you have to be to get a video. And by the way, they didn't kick Nick Fuentes off of Rumble. They took down one video where he was doing a Nuremberg-type rally and talking about Jews. Yeah.
I'd say that'll get you in trouble.
Find me a platform where they're going to allow you to do that. Please. And then go to it and enjoy it and have a good time. But they didn't, everyone's acting like, they put Nick Fuentes up on a cross and got rid of him. No, they took a video down. That's all. They just went, whoa, dude, you can be here. Just, take the edge off a little bit on shit like this. That was all. So I was reading about that this morning, and I just thought, God, the internet is just full of people who, all of them on the rag, male or female.
Yep.
All of them having
and they never
appeared.
get off it.
Their emotions go from here to here in no time. They just go, oh, Rumble's great, Rumble's awesome. Fuck them, they're not real free speech. I guess the only thing I can say to people who constantly bitch about that, like they're not absolutely perfect on free speech, is, and I'll say this again, grow up. Like, grow up. You know how the world works. Stop acting surprised when publicly traded companies who have advertisers go, all right, we support free speech. You can have what opinion you want, but this right here is going to fuck us in the ass badly.
Yeah, but you're also telling people on the internet to grow up.
That's true. That's a futile gesture, I suppose. Dirty Knickers says, it's amazing. I don't even get the notice and can't find the live show except going on your channel. Yeah, we've said this before about YouTube, and this is why we came back to restreaming on Rumble and Facebook and Twitter. You can have a bigger audience that way, which we do. And number two, YouTube they don't want us. I mean, just they've been taking subs away from us. Some of them have been people going, oh, you don't want to cover Stuttering John. I'm leaving. Please do. But then the other one is YouTube just choking us off. YouTube not sending us to other people. Basically, sending us out to the community we have, and that's it. Look, between YouTube and Rumble alone, we've got over 12,000 people subscribed to our channels. That's about the size show we are. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I mean, every platform we go to, we seem to hit a ceiling. And then that platform kind of catches on to us, and we start to make noise in that platform. And that platform, whether it's Twitch or YouTube, goes, fuck these guys, throttle them down. I mean, that's the way it was
Nothing
for Twitch. That's the way it is for YouTube. That's just the way it happens. You do a real show, and that's sometimes the shit you got to worry about. It's the way she goes. It's not new to us. But if you are watching, do hit subscribe. I think it's important. I think it's good. And try to fight back a little bit against that horse shit. You'll never win, but throw a little subscribe and a little like our way. Thank you. John Sotera says, I'm waking up every morning at 4 a.m. to work out now just to find the time for it. Hey, man, that's
what I should start doing. It's not as hot at 4 a.m.
I don't know. 4 a.m. that doesn't leave much for anything else if you're getting up at 4 a.m. That's dedication, my friend. Kraken Slappin says, building myself a home gym right now. Yeah, I got to find a boxing ring. Put it in the backyard like Jerry Cooney's dad.
We don't have room for it, unfortunately.
No.
A home gym would be sweet, though.
Muted Growl says, hi, everybody. Good to see a guy named Muted Growl.
Howdy.
Awake Jimmy says, Aaron sent you a new intro to your email. Have fun. Okay, well, I will check that out later. I did get the fourth one that you sent me.
I thought we had one already.
We've got 4 from Jimmy, and I rotate them through. Roots Calhoun says, you both sound like you just rolled out of bed and started broadcasting. Very professional. Well, what do you think we do at 6 in the morning?
I got news for you. That's what most people do.
Yeah.
People on the radio and whatnot, you think they're just getting up 3 hours early and like, oh, I'm so bright and chippy.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
ready to go.
Get up in the morning, you drag your ass down here about a half hour before you go live, and you try to wake up as best you can.
Man, anyone on the radio who actually sounds that way at 6 a.m., by the way, they're faking it. As soon as commercial breaks come on.
Or ample amounts of cocaine.
Yeah, nobody has that.
Michael B says, Aaron was pretending to be the Empress of Ireland with Goodbye Horses playing in the background. Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, a big hole blown in you?
He's trying to say I was tucking my cock back and dancing in the mirror. Freaky Deaky says, I get to see 2 shipwrecks when we went to Marquette, Michigan. Pretty cool.
That would be kind of cool.
That would be kind of, it is like watching something frozen in time, which is kind of sweet. Hobo Chili Recipe says, do you know what also happened? The world was at war, you silly goose. More pressing matters than a tugboat sinking. Hey, the United States was not at war. Thank you very much. Hulkamasha Baby says, Empress of Ireland, Queen of the Potato People. Yes.
That's kind of a cool name, though. I like it.
John Sotera says, I follow that channel, too. It's a fun rabbit hole. It is. If you have an hour and a half, they show you the whole sinking of the Titanic, what it would have looked like.
That can't be accurate, though, because it took 2 hours and 14 minutes.
It's a 2-hour video. Oh, yeah.
Well, you just said an hour.
Did I say an hour?
Yeah.
Then I lied. No, they have a whole video. Then it's probably 2 hours long. But it is. It's a whole video of what the sinking of the Titanic would have looked like.
Okay.
Fucking brought over here, watches the movie, and she's like, actually, it was 2 hours and 14 minutes, so that doesn't make any sense.
I didn't find that in the movie. I looked it up. I don't think they mention in the movie how long it took.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Well, it's a good channel. You guys should check it out. It's great. John Sotera, Michael B says you have to get away from your lady like 20 hours a day. It helps to keep it spicy. So you have to get up in the middle of the night, go sleep somewhere else, and then come back so you can get those 20 hours in.
He's saying actually the only time we should spend together is probably on the show.
Roots Calhoun says you don't have enough life experience to look like a dad. You look like a big little leaguer. I mean, in a weird way, that's a compliment.
Aaron heard that and he's like, at least I don't look old.
Yeah, that sounds like a compliment.
I told Aaron that if he ever gets that like perfectly round, pregnant looking belly that some men get, like I'm out. That's a hard out for me.
Can't get the
you got to
belly.
stay fit.
Roots Calhoun says Aaron reminisces every time he drives by the baseball diamond and hears that playing with tears in his eyes. don't know how far along I am in the chat at the moment. Philip Sears says the problem is if Nick said the same thing about whites, nobody bans the exact same speech. Nick is a gay tool.
But he said that because he knows that, too.
Yeah.
He was just pushing buttons.
Michael B says this is all silly soap operas for incels. It is. It is. I just don't want to see it. But the problem is these retards end up affecting like the rest of the platform. I was talking about this a couple days ago. I'm like, places like Rumble are awesome until somebody goes, you know what I should do? I should really push it and test it. Why? You have a good thing. You're a grown-up. We're not 9 years old where we know where the line is. You're not stupid. You know where they're going to bend you over and fuck you because they have to. Mm. So don't be a child. Don't be an infant about this. They're doing well. They're giving people a platform to express themselves freely. In 2 days, we'll be, it'll be the Rumble only show, the Rumble exclusive Friday show. It'll be Rumble Friday on this show. I don't need to see people going, oh, man, let's see how far I can push it. Wow, great idea, dipshit.
They're all going to start looking at us closer the more somebody does that.
Right.
So, yay.
So, yeah.
Because they're advertisers or they're sponsors or whoever the hell, like of the entire platform.
Yeah.
The stockholders, whatever.
Shareholders, yeah.
Shareholders. They're all going to start getting a little, hey, what's going on over there? Let's have some rules.
Hey, you want to fucking... Yeah, the more noise you make, the more the people who don't really care about, like, the free speech part of it, they're just investing because they think they can make a buck.
You have to try to keep the sound of your party in-house a little bit.
Right. You don't want those people to hear things about Rumble and go, oh, I think I invest in them. Hey, guys, could you fucking keep it down? I don't like hearing this shit. You want to make sure that those people don't hear anything about your platform. Just keep her steady as she goes. That's it. YouTube allowed you to have a dancing minstrel puppet. They're pretty heavily pro-free speech. Yeah, and they banned us for a week because something our chat said or something we said about a harmless story. And they banned us for a week for playing a Project Veritas video.
I would say they're pretty anti-free speech.
They're anti-free speech. Oh, and our first warning strike was medical because we were talking about COVID and shit. So yeah, no, they're not free speech. Ooh, they let me put something that actually there's no problem with. This is just an antique doll. It's not like a bad, terrible
it's a toy
thing.
We bought.
It's a toy. It's, wow, they let me do that. They absolutely should. There's nothing wrong with that.
But if you play with him on the camera here and then talk about medical shit, we're in big trouble.
Right, yeah. Don't have the dancing minstrel puppet talk about COVID. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble.
Yep.
Hobo Chili with $4.99 says, good morning. I think the show is terrible, and I hope YouTube suspends you forever. Now saying that, I hope you both have a wonderful day. Toodles. Thank you, Hobo Chili.
Thanks.
Good to have you, buddy. Oh, man. No, IAC, that is not correct. Let's combine them up. Where are we at? We are at over 500, almost 600 people watching the show at the moment. Hey, don't lie to the people. Who was that? What's your name? Don't lie. Where's the liar? IAC, don't lie to the people. Be honest. If you're gonna come after me. At least do it in a way where I can't hit you back. Come on, man. You got to do it better. Again, I got to coach my trolls a little. The Mood says they whine about Barbie being white. So what you say about Shaka? Who's whining about Barbie being white?
Who whined about Barbie being a hot, beautiful white woman?
Wow, now you've upset her. April has reverted.
Are you kidding me?
April has reverted back to childhood over this Barbie movie.
No, it's not about that. I hate all the movie shit now where they can't just follow the storyline of that toy since forever and ever. Amen. It's got to be everything is racist now because you followed the white Barbie doll and put a beautiful white woman in her place for the movie. Yeah. Are you kidding me? And by the way, there are black Barbies in that movie. A lot of them.
Oh, well, now I'm definitely not going.
From what I've heard, there's a lot of diversity in there, and it's shocking and surprising. And I am going to the movie, so I'll find out.
Packerbacker says, I signed up for alerts on both Rumble and YouTube, and Rumble is the only alert I get. I'm telling you, we are doing this thing swimming upstream, which is impressive to say the least, if you're being honest about it.
I got the alert today.
Atomic Citizen says, I'm still waiting for the banned word list in chat. Is that childish and retarded? What banned word list in chat? I don't have any.
Know.
Does Rumble or YouTube have them? I don't know,
I think
buddy.
that's what they mean is they're waiting for that.
Oh, okay. Tin the Toolman Taylor says, to be fair, some of the most famous people in the world made it by seeing how far they can push the boundary. I don't know about that. I don't know. Not the way that idiot does. Yeah, push the boundary in terms of like, George Carlin performing stand-up, yes.
Sure. You got to have a little tact.
Not some Twinkie kid going on a live stream and going, Joe's.
There's plenty of people out there that tried to push the limits and completely tanked. So.
Yeah. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, radio is free speech, but you can't swear on the radio. It makes sense you can't say certain things. Radio has kind of become the old best free speech platform because at least with radio, it's just like cursing and sexual content. You can't say certain things.
It's so
It'll
strange.
Trigger an FCC warning. But radio has more people using it, so you can get in more trouble because you're at the whim of the people listening at the time. Like you can take the biggest little YouTube podcast that you watch that has like 1,200 people listening at a time, and you're like, holy shit, that's a lot. A top 5 radio station in St. Cloud has more people listening at that time than even that streaming thing does. Like it's not. Radio has far more people listening to it, and so there's far more people to piss off. And the people who listen to radio tend to write more letters and get more active, whereas people on streams and YouTube just try to do like gay ops shit to people's channels.
Well, it's quicker and easier.
Yeah, I'm
going to report this guy.
Yeah, it's a little.
I don't like him.
It's a little different. Yeah, my monk. I don't know. I thought my monk was a fan of ours. You're very upset about us. About us having bigger numbers, YouTube and Rumble combined, than we did before. Sorry, buddy. Pushing 600 already at 625. Thank you guys very, very much. All right, we are 225 away. SC Motorsports letting me know that actually 1,200 people is not a lot of people.
Wow, 750,000 is a lot.
All right, 325 away. Thank you guys very much. Roots Calhoun says they literally have a Down syndrome Barbie family. I'm going to buy all of them and display them like Funko Pop dolls.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're even going outside of the movie. If you look outside of the movie, you can get every single kind of Barbie you could ask for. There's heavier ones, there's Jewish ones, there's black ones, trans ones, I'm sure. I don't know about the trans one.
I've got the people in the chat riled up today. Sorry guys. I didn't know that I didn't know some of you were in the business of wanting to deny us reality, but I'm sorry that hits you so hard. My bad. Let's go to this. You sent me this morning. Joe Biden apparently started malfunctioning in front of the Israeli president. Now, I don't get Israel's government. I guess you have the prime minister and you have a president.
And the prime rib roast.
And a prime, they would no beef ribs maybe, but certainly not pork.
Okay.
So you got Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the prime minister, and he's, I guess, ill. He's not doing well. He got taken to the hospital. And then they have the president. His name is Isaac Herzog. And he went to the White House and he talked to Joe Biden. And apparently, Joe Biden malfunctioned live in front of the Israeli president.
It's what he does best.
You don't malfunction in front of your boss, Joe. What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, once you put this up on the screen, too, just look at the difference in, like, physicality of these two. Like...
Yeah.
Biden just looks kind of washed away. He's blending in with the wallpaper.
Right.
This other guy, at least he cares to color his hair, so he looks a little younger.
Joe Biden just looks like an old man. Like if you put him in a tri-corner hat, he'd look like a colonial, And this guy's just like modern Jewish businessman.
Yeah.
But let's watch Joe Biden malfunction, like I am, in front of the Israeli president. Are they going to make a what?
We convened the largest gathering of Arabs and Israelis in a decade at Gev Forum, and we resolved the maritime boundary dispute between Israel and Lebanon, which people thought could never happen. We opened up an airspace for Israel and over Saudi Arabia and Oman after I had a little visit there, and we brought Israelis and Palestinians together at a political level, and they.
This motherfucker's looking out into the sea of people like, is anybody going to come get him?
Right.
Like, am I being punked as the real president?
Can I get something else?
Coming pretty soon? Like, what's... He really is just reading off of a piece of paper like an old mayor of a small town reads a declaration.
And he's doing that thing, too, where he doesn't put any, like, inflection on any word, so it's just very monotone, and we're going to get through this speech before I fall asleep.
We solved the maritime problem of the Saudis and the Israelis and the Jews and the Arabs, and then that was what we did. So then after that, the boat came, and then oh, man.
And Aqua and his old Shram. And as I...
What was that last part? Iguodala Amashram?
I like how you and I both lean in like we're going to hear him back.
I know. It's coming through here, guys. Does Joe Biden speak in tongues randomly when he's talking to foreign heads of state?
I think he must.
We helped you with the Saudis.
Maybe he just wants to continue to look like a submissive to other like foreign leaders.
Yeah, he's got a good thing going. He doesn't want to fuck it up. I gotta go back a little bit.
Affirmed and Aqua and his old Shram.
Yes, what?
And Aqua and his old Shram.
I got a color wham full of shrom.
Something full of shrom. Yeah, somebody.
Is that a pasta? What is full of shrom?
Maybe that's his word for cocaine, and he was talking about the cubby holes. Cubby holes are full of shrom. Hunter's Coke.
And as I affirmed to Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, America's commitment to Israel is firm.
Wow, there's a shocker. That's surprising. I was not expecting that.
He couldn't even get out clearly America, though.
America's commitment to Israel is firm. Wow, there is a shocking turn of events.
We need subtitles for him.
From the Biden administration. Next thing you know, they're going to say, we're committed to Ukraine until this thing is over. I mean, I wasn't expecting
no,
that.
Aaron. They did that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
And it is ironclad. And we're committed as well to ensure that Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon.
All right, cool. Thanks, buddy.
So how much of that little speech there did you get?
I don't know.
How much went through?
I also feel like somebody, when that Israeli president looked over and he looks up and he looks out at the sea of people, there's some guy in the back who's looking at him going, it's okay. We'll send you a transcript of all this afterwards.
Right. It's like a big sign he's got. It's okay.
It's okay. Well, fine.
Just nod and smile.
Roots Calhoun says, I think he's challenging this Israeli to a fight out back. Well, I mean, it looks like he definitely needs a nap first.
Yeah, shouldn't you be at least a little coherent to talk to foreign leaders? I get all your other speeches towards the American people is all worthless, but...
Coltrane says, it Margot Robbie. She's a fucking dime and a great choice for Barbie. Remember when they were going to have, they were going to have Amy Schumer be Barbie?
Were they going to, or did we just joke about that?
No, I think they were going to do an Amy Schumer Barbie movie, and then they settled on the hot chick instead.
The hot chick and the hot dude. God, I haven't seen him in so long. I'm almost nervous.
So they're going to have Ryan Gosling play the gay dude?
Ken?
Yeah. The gay dude. I mean, come on.
They're Barbie dolls.
Ken doesn't even have a dick.
Yeah, he is flat in front, but I don't think Ryan is.
He's got dickless.
I don't know.
He got a dickless Ken.
We'll see if I can make out a mound or not.
Yeah, I don't. You're supposed to. I wonder if he cut his dick off to actually, prepare for the role.
I hope not.
It would just be
that would take something away from it for me.
Look, either you're an actor or you're a wannabe. And we're going to see his level of commitment. Hey, if he was playing Ken, you know who would cut his dick off?
Who?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Okay. If that's how...
I am a pink man.
If that's how it has to go, then she would have to kind of like cut off her nipples too, because Barbies have like the boob shape, but no nipple.
Right. An odd tit.
And their underpants are like weirdly part of their body, so you can't see anything under them. So she's going to have to get some work done too.
I drink your milkshake, Barbie.
I don't know what the story is of the movie or anything. I'm excited for something.
They're just going to be Barbie shit.
Right. I'm just very excited for a movie that is probably really easy to digest and just nothing but fun.
I hope you go to it And I hope you come out of that movie and you're horrified and you go, it was nothing but them trying to help their trans gay black friend.
If that happened, I would be horrified. I'd be so upset, honestly.
Oh, that's Amy Schumer on dropping out of Barbie movie. Yeah, here we go. This is Amy Schumer talking about the Barbie
This
movie.
is a special night because Amy is about to make Clubhouse history. Amy will be the first person to join the Plead the Fifth 5-Timers Club. Amy, it is time for you.
Is there anybody? I mean, I guess the answer is yes, but like, is there anybody less deserving of the opportunities they get than Andy Cohen? I mean, I
I
understand why he got them, but he's literally just a flamboyant gay dude. That's his only skill.
Well, he keeps his hair nice, I guess.
Okay, I just said he's a flamboyant gay dude.
Sure.
That's redundant. Like that's
His suits are nice. Oh, flamboyant gay dude.
yeah, flamboyant. Again, everything you're trying to say about him, I already covered under the auspices of gay dude.
Willing to embarrass himself live on TV.
I already said that. And his parents.
Oh.
To plead the fifth.
Yes. Okay. Wow.
Here we go for the fifth
Boy, when
time.
you just lean into that political lefty shit, it really does just turn you ugly, doesn't it?
Is she barefoot?
She is.
For the
I think
fifth
she's
time.
probably
this.
pregnant
Okay.
here, too.
Okay.
Got me in a lot of trouble, I just want to say.
Amy, you don't get in trouble anymore. You're not edgy. You're not. You literally, everything that comes out of your mouth is the most digestible, accepted by the mainstream shit you could possibly say. Guns are bad. I don't like guns. Guns are scary to me. We should get the guns. Oh, she doesn't like when people are killed by guns. She's so brave. If you're fat, that's okay, because being fat means you're cool. Yay.
You know, her appearance right now is upsetting me more than it usually would. She's a total lack of shoes. She's barefoot. She's wearing an oversized sweatshirt as a dress that's falling off her shoulder. Like, this sounds terrible, and I know it will. So the show, Sherry Shepherd came on yesterday, and Aaron likes this chick, right?
I like Sherry
And I kind
Shepherd.
of like her now, too.
Do you?
Yeah.
She's kind of innocent. She's not
She
hurting
is
anybody.
innocent. She does a
Yeah.
great job for some reason. She has this daytime talk show.
I mean, it's a terrible daytime talk show. They're
But-
all shitty, but she's just, you can tell she's that person. She's just kind of a boring.
But okay, she has decent
Kind of
guests, though. Staying with the looks thing, though, she had Lunel on yesterday.
Oh, boy.
And Lunel has this Vegas residency as a black female comedian, as she liked to call it. And she was talking about how there's just no glamour left in anything anymore, and how she came on the show yesterday in full everything Vegas-y, you know,
Yeah.
and just flamboyant almost. And
When Lunel is telling you there's no glamour anymore,
I know.
the glamour bar has gone really low.
exactly. And it really hit me, though. I'm like, she's right. I miss the glamour of like the Rat Pack and like old Vegas and old Hollywood and stuff.
When-
And then you have an Amy Schumer looking homeless here.
When the prostitute from Borat tells you
Right.
that the majesty of Hollywood is gone,
I
perhaps
know.
it's
But
too
isn't
far
she
gone.
right?
I don't give a shit.
This is embarrassing.
I mean, it has been.
May plead the fifth to only one. Now, Amy, in your plead the fifth history, you have answered one Mary Shag Kill question, and you have pled the fifth for one. So here goes.
Can we just
Mary
get to the
Shag
Barbie thing?
Kill. Yeah.
I'm gonna marry James.
Gonna go
when
with
I
the
watched
hate.
at that dinner with him,
Yeah.
you know, like where it was supposed to be like post-marriage, like we're on a date, I was like,
Text you got from another celebrity after
Can
you
we just do the
finished
Barbie thing?
hosting the Oscars, that famous.
oh,
This is
You
a
were
bad
originally
clip.
slated to star in the Barbie
Here.
movie. You
We got 40 seconds of the actual thing the clip is about in a 2.5-minute clip.
dropped out due to creative differences.
they said I was too thin. No.
Can you name a specific reason you don't?
Ha! Get it? She's a pig. Do you get why that's funny? Because she's a big fatso. That's good.
Put her weight aside, she is being pig-like. Barbie would never dress like her.
No, of course not.
Out? And will you be seeing the movie?
I can't wait to see the movie. I think it looks awesome. I think we said it was scheduling conflict.
Okay,
but
that's what we said.
That's what we said. But yeah, it really was just like creative differences. But there's like a new team behind it.
She
and
probably wanted a fat, ugly Barbie, and that would be empowering. And look,
Yes.
girls, Barbie can look like George Foreman in 1995. And they were like, no, she can't look like George Foreman in 1995. She's like,
Right.
come on, if she looks like George Foreman in 1995, then it's easier for me to call myself Barbie. It's like, Amy, do you want to look like George Foreman in 1995? And she's like, yeah, I want to look like George Foreman in 1995. And they're like, all right, well, you can do that, but you just can't do the Barbie movie if you're going to do that.
It looks like it's like very feminist and cool, so I will be seeing that movie.
Oh, good, because you know,
Ew.
when I think of Barbie, I think feminism. Although the one thing that is very feminist about Barbie is the guy doll in it has no cock. So that actually is a very feminist precept.
Well, she has no down there genitals either. Like I said, her underwear are built right into her. Like you can't see.
I think it's for me, the Ken having no dick thing is more
You're fixated because you're
unnerving.
a man.
Yeah, I have a dick. And I would like to not see my dick go away. So Ken having his dick go away, very troubling.
I just miss like even like Toy Story that used to be about your toys and stuff and like just them having a fun little adventure. Like that's what Barbie should be. You know,
Just
like
a
I don't
fun
want there to
little
be
adventure.
I don't want there to be some brave, you know, more important overarching story to go with it. And
Coltrane with $5 says Mark Dayton made more sense 3 seconds before bouncing his head off a podium. It happens.
that is true.
Demon Hunter says, yeah, I read somewhere she dropped out because it wasn't feminist enough. You know, I'm okay with it because it looks feminist and cool. It doesn't need to be feminist. Barbie was about, like, she was the ultimate, like, what do you call it? Gold digger. Like Barbie was always about, I want to be in nice cars and nice houses and nice clothes and money, money, money and material objects. Like
Where'd she get all that money?
She was the material girl, muling heroin. But she was, it was a material world and she was a material girl. It wasn't about feminism. I don't think we've got, none of your business, my abortion Barbie.
Barbie was glamorous. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was just a pretty doll that kids played with that had every single pretty dress you could ever think of.
She was, basically a Valley girl twat.
Yeah.
Is what she was.
I don't know why you have to be so mean about it. It's just a kid's toy.
But she was. I mean, that's what she was. I'm not being mean about it. There's no other way of saying it. That's what she was. She was a Valley girl twat. She was a shallow, materialistic Valley girl twat. That's what Barbie was. And that's what a lot of young girls want to be. So it just kind of worked. I don't think Barbie makes girls into anything. I think Barbie reveals the inner feelings of most young girls, which is, sorry, not a lot of depth.
Okay, what toy did you play with?
Fucking Ninja Turtles and wrestlers, homie.
So you wanted to live in the sewers with a big rat teaching you
Fuck
things?
yeah, I wanted to be a ninja. I want to beat up the Foot Clan. I took my wrestlers, I booked wrestling cards with them. I had a champion. There was a storyline. It was a whole big thing. There's depth there. Depth. Barbie just wanted to take her credit card, buy a bunch of cars, fucking live in her
Not really.
mansion.
Like when you're a kid playing with Barbies, you don't have enough to think about credit cards or anything like that. I don't think they made.
Fuck yeah, they did. Are you out of your mind? They made Barbie credit cards. Hold on. I'm looking this up. Why do I know so much about Barbie? Barbie credit card. Yeah, there's like 8 million of them.
Those are real credit cards.
No, that's a novelty plastic credit card. Barbie credit card holder. Barbie credit card holder, cake worthy. Yeah, like Barbie had credit cards and shit. Look at that. Barbie 1 to 6 miniature credit cards, bus, library, doctor. Yeah, she had like library cards, credit cards.
That's so you mean everyday human things?
Yeah, Barbie.
I mean, little kids don't sit there thinking, "Oh, my Barbie's such a gold digger. I want to be a gold digger."
No, but
they
when
were
you're-
just like little girls sit there and have like families with their Barbies or like life stories with their Barbies. It wasn't about like, "Ooh, I'm gonna find a man and have him pay for everything."
Well, how do you get all that shit?
I made my Barbie have jobs and stuff. I had a veterinary Barbie, and she was a vet.
She was living in that house and driving that car on a veterinarian salary.
Back then, as a kid, yes, that's
as a child had no sense of economics.
I'm being talked over.
Yes.
As a kid, the beauty about being a kid was you could have a Barbie that was a vet, and she could afford a mansion and a huge bus and a plane and all that. Like, it was really
But
cool.
do you
That's the part of being
Do you
a
see
kid.
now
You're
what
supposed
I'm?
to dream.
Do you see what I'm saying now?
Then you become an adult,
Even
and
as-
none of that makes sense.
Even as
and
small
it's-
children, women had no concept of money.
And it's not doable.
And
You're supposed to be that way as a
and
kid.
boys just wanted to live in the sewer with their rat and beat up the Foot Clan.
Boys, at least from where I'm from, had a million tractors that you could never afford today. So tractors and big trucks and, Hot Wheels and big collectible cars and trucks and stuff.
Magic 8 Ball says Aaron was partial to My Little Pony. I was not a My Little Pony guy.
What do they call those people now?
Bronies.
Bronies, yeah.
Bronies. Zen Rhino says Master Splinter was definitely a pedophile who molested those young Ninja Turtle boys. Hey. They were mutated in the ooze when his master, Yoshi, I believe was his name. What was Splinter's master's name? It was Yoshi, wasn't it? Yeah, Hamato Yoshi.
Oh, that's the place of the all-you-can-eat sushi now in town.
They better have paid royalties.
That picture seems really off-putting. Did you see that picture?
It's he's a
Something
giant
wrong with
rat.
that.
What's he supposed to look like? Ken from Barbies? That's why you girls didn't play Ninja Turtles. Oh, the rat's so ugly. That rat trained those 4 turtles to fight like ninjas.
My brother and I only had each other, so every now and then, he'd come over and play with my toys. I mostly played with my Breyer horses and had a farm. And then the Bryers got to go with the Barbie, too, because they were, the right size. But then I'd have to go over with him, and we played tractors and Tonka trucks and all that stuff. Which that means, obviously, I wanted to be a boy.
Black and White says they could have been 18. That's still teenage. No, you're missing the point. Splinter didn't fuck the turtles. First of all, how does a rat fuck a turtle? And by the way...
You have to go in their shell.
No. That is a rhetorical question. It is not to be answered publicly. He did not... Don't sit here and make the excuse of, they were 18, they were legal, it's totally fine. He didn't fuck the Ninja Turtles. The Ninja Turtles didn't fuck. They whacked off a lot. Confirmed.
I never saw that episode.
They were... probably horny fucking teenagers. They had to do something, and they're in ninja training, so they're not fucking. And who's gonna fuck them?
You know what else we played with? Star Wars action figures. We had a huge sandbox my dad made, and you could dig tunnels and shit and make cities in it.
Balls Deep says, "How does a rat fuck turtles? One at a time." No, he's not. He didn't fuck. Guys, we're not going down this road today. I will not allow this this rhetorical dragging of Master Splinter. Okay.
Wow, somebody had a thing for Master Splinter.
He did not fuck those boys. He loved those turtles.
Yeah, but
he would never fuck them. And he was all broken down and shit. He couldn't have fucked them.
Willingly wants to be around 3 18-year-old turtles.
Look, they kind of got put into the situation.
It's like anyone who wants to spend too much time with kids today. It's why?
I'm not going to tolerate this today.
Why?
I like the dishes giving Aaron an identity crisis. It's not an identity crisis. It's just, I know Splinter didn't do that. You guys are being nasty right now. White Rex calling it Secret of the Spooge. No, that's not. It's Secret of the Ooze, and you know that.
Didn't Splinter have a staff or something that he walked with or held all the time? Yeah, right. I'm guessing that was involved.
He didn't sodomize those boys with his staff.
Well, if they're ever constipated, it helps it come out quicker.
That's different. That's a medical procedure.
That's what the guy in SVU said too, but he still got arrested.
He never sexualized those boys. Buddy Travis says wrestling was like Cabbage Patch for girls. I know Aaron had one. Hulk or Macho. One? Fuck that, dude. I had Ultimate Warrior. I had Hulk Hogan. I had Diamond Dallas Page.
You have a whole box of those rubbery wrestling dudes.
No, I still have one of my wrestling buddies. Can you go up in Louis' room and get my DDP wrestling buddy?
I think I know what you mean.
Yeah, go grab me a water and a Coke and a DDP wrestling buddy, and the audience can see my wrestling
Do you
buddy.
want your box of toys too?
No. That would be overkill. Thank you very much for your assistance. I appreciate that. Plankton says, where did the turtles get money for pizza? Look, you got to suspend your disbelief. No, they did not work the corner. The turtles, Splinter did not pimp out the turtles. Obviously, Michelangelo would have made the most money, though. The Mood says, turtles have a cloaca that seems like a narrow gap to get into that canyon. It is remarkably troubling that you know how someone would sodomize a turtle. Somebody check that guy's hard drive. They ran a train on April O'Neil, says Kraken Slappin'. That's not very nice. That was a platonic relationship. All right. Zen Rhino says, yes, Aaron, he did love them a little too much. That's the point. No, Pool Scam Sam, Splinter was not a groomer. This has gotten irresponsible. Ken of the North says, hey, how do you think they got so good at martial arts? If you don't want to be graped, beat me in a fight. No, Splinter did not beat those boys in fights and then molest them. You guys are making this up. This is not part of the lore of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Wildcard with 199 says, Aaron, do you feel in control? Corn Dip says, a good hard fucking was their punishment for every time Splinter found them on their shell, had to flip them back over. Corn Dip, that is remarkably troubling. It's an insight into your psyche and has no bearing on the reality of the storyline of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That is not canon. Not canon. Don Lemonade says, I'll tell you who Splinter could fuck. Oroku Saki, right in the ear. Boom! No, he scratched and bit Oroku Saki on the face, and Oroku Saki took a slice off of Splinter's ear. You're getting a little confused, but that's okay. I really don't like that where this conversation is going. You guys are being wildly defamatory toward the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Papa Dan says the M was originally molested, but they changed it to mutant to save themselves the lawsuit. They were not going to originally call them the Teenage Molested Ninja Turtles. That would have never flown. Splinter bought ninja panties out of a vending machine. Razor Tip says the Turtles had a thing for April. Well, of course they did. They were all horned up teenagers. What are you going to do? Larry Schulte says the Turtles did porn on the side. This is disgusting. This kind of defamatory talk, I shouldn't be even acknowledging on my program. LOS says ROTC covered the Ninja Turtles sex scandal last night. Well, motherfucker. I just can't do anything first, can I? White Rex says pizza grease makes great lube. See, now these, again, wild rumors, disgusting rumors. It's a good day. Almost 800 people are already here watching. And you guys are going to, there's probably a lot of new people checking out the show. We're still in the first hour here. And you guys are trying to make this rumor, this facade that the Ninja Turtles were molested by Splinter. Aaron, I just sent the original Wrestling Buddies commercial to you on Messenger. Well, I will be there in a moment as soon as I catch up with this chat. Why do you think Raphael was so angry? PTSD. No, Nicholas, I cannot believe that. Master Splinter, why are we watching this giant tentacle enter this poor woman? Splinter did not make the Ninja Turtles watch, what do you call it, tentacle porn. That's not something. Oh, look, see, yeah, there's my DDP wrestling buddy. Look at that. Look at that. I got to change the battery in him, though, so he can make his noises. See, when you slam this one, you used to pick him up, you used to body slam him. You got a hook underneath here for the body slam. Boom. And then he'd say something. He'd say like, ow, fuck me in the ass. That hurt.
But you hook right where his penis would be.
Well, you're supposed to kind of...
You're penis hooking.
Grab around here, hook, turn him over, and then...
Oh, so you grab his ass first.
When you have a 6-year-old son, you really get good at body slamming. You can get the head down there, turn him over, don't drop him on his head. It helps you.
Make him cry.
Work on your wrestling moves. Oh, no, he's a tough guy. Put boxing gloves on him the other day. I said, here, son, here's how you throw a straight. Here's how you throw a jab. And he's a southpaw, so it's all fucky. And I'm like, all right, now what you're going to do is you're going to use this. You're going to try and hit me in the head. And, let him throw punches at me. It was a big moment for me.
Wow.
Freaky, he doesn't even remember it happened now. Freaky Deaky says the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies from the 90s are the best movies. Brings me back. Oh, yeah. Not Christopher Maloney. Elias Koteas as Casey Jones. One of the best turns in Ninja Turtles history. Guessing Aaron still has a Michelangelo action figure. No, I passed all my toys down to the boy a while ago, and I think he's got a Donatello.
If
somewhere.
they're still in the house, you still have them.
Yeah, I think.
What do you mean? Like, it's the house's toys. They're here.
They're his now. I passed them on.
You're just trying to, pretend you don't have them.
I'm the one who wanted everyone to see my DDP wrestling buddy.
I don't have any of my Barbies here anymore. I think my parents have them in storage somewhere. But like I have a box with like 40 Breyer horses in it that I love dearly.
John Rio says Bebop and Rocksteady taught the boys about docking. I kind of figured I would rope-a-dope you guys on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle rumors, but you guys have
You were the dope.
You guys have a lot of theories. You've thought about this. This isn't just coming up now. Corn Diff says that's the creepiest sex doll I've ever seen, Aaron. It goes right here and right here.
There's a big hole in his back.
There it is. Yeah, it's just, at least it's big.
Aaron pretends it's for the battery pack. But he's like, here, I'll charge you.
You mean
I'll plug you in.
You mean this one here? Hold on.
Oh.
You mean this was my doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd think that Velcro would hurt. Aaron's not into it unless it hurts.
At least the hole is sizable, you know. Me, big boy. Zen Rhino says Aaron, the Ninja Turtles only ate Comet ping pong pizza, admitted they were molested. This is not. None of this is true. Break off a piece of that back flap. Show us on the doll where Master Splinter touched you. Master Splinter did not molest. I bet you if I Google that, there's not even fan fiction theories on that.
I bet there is.
Splinter molested turtles. I wish anytime a child was about to be molested, ... Oh, that's an unfortunate place to leave that one. The turtles also murder the child in the process? Fuck. Bad parent Splinter. All everyone knew was Splinter was blaming Donatello for the breakage of something. Is your Leo abused by Splinter? Leo is abused in a way where Splinter breaks down boundaries between them to an unhealthy degree, isolates Leo from outside influences. Stop this!
Uh-oh.
Fanfic, Channel 1, Break My Wishbone, Ninja Turtles. What the fuck?
You know, that sounds sexual.
Of course. The internet's a disgusting place where good things go to die. Of course you search
You could
that
probably
and
go
it
to
exists.
Xvids and there's probably like porns of it too.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably could. That doesn't mean I have to.
Did you know they have a whole like video montage of like sexual moments from like Game of Thrones and stuff just for the people who can't get enough? Like there's like AI Khaleesi porn.
John says Corey Feldman knows the truth. That's true. He was Donatello. Corey Feldman might know. Lab, let's see what Rumble's saying. Rumble may be being more responsible with this. Says, so the turtle had Downs, adult body, child brain. Why isn't there a pregnant Barbie? Because Ken came in a different box, says
I think
Jasper.
there is.
Bigot on socialist media says Shredder and Krang were the best characters. Help Solve says Splinter is what the turtles had to do with their personalities to deal with the emotional damage.
That's why he's called Splinter.
They got a good dose of splinter cells, says Tin the Toolman Taylor.
Ew.
Bird Collector says, oh shit, that wrestler is your newer sleeping bag. So gross inside. You don't have to clean the inside of them.
God, that would stink so bad.
You just Velcroed
Is that
in
what
cum.
I smelt last night?
No.
So, was there a weird smell in our house last
It was
night?
an odd scent. I think it might be that damn dog. Dub says
He's
best
clean.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles entertainment as the original black and white comics. Jasper says, don't lie, Aaron. You still dump them all out in the bathtub and play with them.
Oh, wow. So not only do you, for some reason, still give the kids all sorts of toys to play with, although they're 4 and older, you do it too?
Yeah, apparently. I play with my
What's your favorite?
Ninja Turtle. Well,
He actually likes the little Captain Jack Sparrow.
I've
the
always
most.
been more of a Michelangelo guy, but that's all right. 320 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and keep chipping away at that. We're 3 minutes away from the top of the hour, so let's get under 300. That would be helpful. This is a listener-supported show. We got 3 morning shows left to get that goal knocked, the whole week knocked out, and keep Steel Toe properly supported. So YouTube, Rumble, PayPal, Streamlabs, all of those great ways to support our program. And thank you. We got 800 people watching Steel Toe right now. That makes me feel all warm and cozy inside. A new poll shows Donald Trump's lead. This is a very misleading title. This kind of got me.
Okay.
I had to read this one because I went, ooh, interesting. Let's see the numbers. Donald Trump's lead over DeSantis narrows in New Hampshire, according to a new poll. Now, that would make you believe that, holy shit, New Hampshire, one of the more important primaries because it's the first primary in that whole schedule. You got the Iowa caucuses and you got the New Hampshire primary. So that's a really important state to develop momentum and shit like that. Mm-hmm. So you would think, wow, if Donald Trump's lead over DeSantis is narrowing in New Hampshire, that thing's got to be neck and neck. Well,
right.
In kind of further evidence that the media is definitely pulling one way versus the other in this Republican primary and the election in general, they use that for a headline that Trump's lead against DeSantis is narrowing in New Hampshire.
It's a great band.
His lead is still 37% to DeSantis's 23%.
That's still pretty big.
It's still a 14-point lead
right.
over DeSantis. It's a far cry from having to be worried about anything. Trump is 77 years old, by the way. So if you're complaining about Biden being too old to be president, I think you should, at the very least, you should be perhaps a little concerned that we might be electing another nearly 80-year-old man as president.
I've said before, I think, what is the cutoff? 65?
I think it should be, when you qualify for Medicare and Social Security, I don't think you should be allowed to be president.
In a weird way, I'm pleasantly surprised. I thought Trump was into his 80s too.
No.
I guess I'm a little happy to hear he's still 77 and still very sound of mind.
It's not good, though.
But it's
not
good.
I'm glad to hear he's only 77. Like 15 years ago, that was the age where you die.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
I don't think you should be 77 and president, but I don't think anything could get worse than Biden.
Average life expectancy in the U.S. So Donald Trump is right at where you're supposed to die, 77.28 years old. So our president right now is literally past his expiration date.
Yeah.
At 80. We took a nice little nosedive between 2019 and 2020. We went from 78.79 to 77.28.
Why aren't we a little more up to date than this? All we have is 2020. That's 3 years ago.
It takes a couple of years to gather the numbers together. But yes, Joe Biden is past his expiration date.
Rude says, yeah, April, this is why women shouldn't be allowed to vote. I just said he shouldn't be president at that age.
Well, I don't think, that's not the best reason as to why women shouldn't be allowed to vote. I mean, just the correlation.
I was correct in what I said.
Just the correlation between when women got the vote and what our national debt did, I think is a good reason. Or the amount of presidents with beards before women got to vote, and then the amount of presidents with beards after women got to vote. That's an interesting one.
Which is weird because women like beards.
But a high percentage of women vote based on appearance, who they find more attractive.
I've never done that.
And women don't find beards as attractive as clean shaven, statistically, scientifically, the studies they've done.
Must be those farm girls that like the beard.
Yeah, it's just those dirty farm whores that like beards. Because most farm-bred boys are malnourished and they have weak chins, so they need the beards to cover it up.
I would see that as opposite. I feel like you need nourishment to grow that nice beard. And I feel like men that can't grow nice beards, maybe.
Yeah, but then you got the chin thing.
Malnourished.
You got the chin, the weak chin. How does that work?
Who has the weak chin?
People with beards. The whole reason you get a beard is because you got a weak chin that you need to cover up.
I don't know.
I
figured it kept them warm in the winter when they're doing chores.
No. It's definitely the weak chin thing. But if you look, before women got the vote, we had a lot of presidents with beards. I don't think we've had one president with a beard since women got the vote. Presidents since 1920. Let's take a look.
I have to wonder, though, is that just because having a beard and being political became taboo? Like you were supposed to be clean shaven and...
Because the broads wouldn't like it.
Nice looking.
Harding didn't have a beard. Coolidge, Hoover, Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower. Yeah, none of our presidents since women have been allowed to vote have had a beard.
Think about it. Like, even when you have like certain business jobs, they make you shave your face. And even when you have blue collar jobs, sometimes they make you shave your face because you got to wear shit on your face. Like, beards just kind of aren't allowed unless you're on the farm.
Big Ulf, first name. Agate, second name. Says Obama had a huge beard named Michelle. Oh, no.
That's kind of true.
Wait a minute. Was she a beard? I thought that the whole thing they were going with was she's a man.
I still think that's a form of a beard.
Oh, okay.
She
cleaned
cleaned it up.
Yeah, okay. Because they won't admit I got it. Buddy Travis with $10 says, man, the fan fiction with that DDP doll. Man, look, this audience, whether they like me or hate me, they really like to wonder about my genitals. You got to give me that.
Well,
310 away from today's goal, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. 310 away from today's goal. Help Solve says, politically, the beard means you're hiding something. Okay.
does it?
I mean,
well, my whole opinion was, and maybe you're right, maybe it was women and voting because you have to be more attractive. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but I really do think in most jobs now, people, like your bosses, force you to be clean shaven. Otherwise, you don't look professional enough.
Colt C calling Michelle Obama a big old manly beard. That's even more insulting. Roots Calhoun says, I grew a beard because I didn't like shaving. Same reason I stopped cutting my hair. I just imagine Roots Calhoun looks like a scary serial killer at this point. He stopped shaving, stopped cutting his hair. A real Ted Kaczynski look.
I try really hard to not think about what these people look like.
Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I didn't want to break it to you. NF Cap says, sorry, no. Oh, NF Caps is going to stand up for female voters here, which I'm totally against. NF Cap says, no, women didn't create the Fed, didn't create income tax, didn't create credit cards. They sure did use them, though. Am I right? Right.
But you gave them the tools.
Those gals sure do like to women be shopping.
Well, if women would have been put in their place a little more often, maybe they wouldn't have felt comfortable using those.
They did that on the farm a lot. They didn't do that where I grew up. Didn't create credit
Pussy
cards
people.
or mega corporations. Didn't create any of the things that are fucking up the country right now. Weak, low T men. Well, there you go. The women are getting a pass. What he's trying to say is women need to be controlled constantly, and it's these weak men not controlling these broads.
I love a good controlling man on occasion.
Matt Joe says, speech to text can't tell the difference between words that sound the same. That's why you keep putting trigger into places where it doesn't seem to belong. That explains a lot. Zen Rhino says, Ulysses S. Grant had a beard. He won a war. He definitely fucked. I don't know if Ulysses S. Grant fucked. I think he passed out too much to fuck. I think he passed out. Oh, Ulysses S. Grant was a remarkable drunk.
I like a lot of men with beards. That doesn't mean they're a drunk.
No, Ulysses S. Grant was a drunk.
I'm not denying that he was a drunk. I'm saying just because you have a beard.
Has nothing to do with the beard. You're totally missing the point. Ulysses S. Grant was a historical drunk. I mean, the stories of how much he would drink and like command troops and make decisions as president, just completely loaded, are legendary.
I mean, the whole comment at hand was completely about his beard.
Bird Collector says a Ron wouldn't know about, a Ron. Come on, spell it right. Because it looks like a Ron, like a man named Ron.
A Ron
wouldn't know right about facial hair or farming outside in winter. Oh, darn it. I don't know how to do farming. Whatever will I do? It's one of the most things I'm most thankful for. Big Ulf, first name. Agate, last name, says, remember the sitcom about Ulysses S. Grant named The Secret Diary of Desmond Pfeiffer?
What?
Not accurate at all. Grant would give Andre the Giant a run for the money when it comes to drinking. Yeah, for sure. That man could drink his bearded balls off. That's for certain.
Yeah, and back then, if you're a woman, I'm guessing you don't want a drunk because they're probably a little hitty.
One of the main reasons women and progressives teamed up politically. So women got to vote, and one of the first things they did was they sided with communists to bring about prohibition. That was their number one. The communists wanted it because you would have to have an income tax if you didn't have the federal excise tax on liquor. So they wanted an income tax as a means of social justice. And then the women wanted it precisely because most of the country was rural at that time and most people were in the agriculture industry. And these farmers would go to the local watering hole, get shit hammered, and beat the living fuck out of their wives.
Right? So while kind of obnoxious, they tried to get rid of alcohol. I get it.
Right.
I mean, it's probably for your safety.
Right. They were being punched in the head a lot back then.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Probably a lot of CTE and PTSD.
There wasn't a whole lot of shame in being a hitty man back then.
No, you could really just pop her like right in the mouth. If she came into the bar and she goes, "Isn't it time to go home? The kids need to go to bed." You shut up, bitch. And they would all in the bar go, "Whoa, hey, come on, guys."
You put those kids to bed.
Yeah. Oh, man, your wife sure is. Oh, man, Lenny, your wife sure is a mouthy one. It's like, well, she'll learn. Like, back then, if you did that at the bar, the other guys in the 1920s would go, "Hey, man, is your hand all right? You need some ice for
They
that?"
go get him a block of ice from like the next state over.
Because you didn't land on the cheekbone. You landed high on the temple. Like, that can really hurt your fist. I've been there. You need some ice or something? The only ice I have is in my drink. Now pour me another one.
I had a nice backhand across the cheekbone once. It didn't feel nice.
Who backhand? Somebody backhanded you? You were beaten?
No.
You were a hit, Braun?
I was not.
Wow. Just mouthing off all the time, I guess. Jesus. Wood Chippy says, imagine that today, all the bruises trending on Instagram. Yeah, if the women were like, "Oh, I went to the bar to pick him up again, and here's what happened." It's just a big welt under her eye.
What if they just talked like that, though, instead of the insufferable, "Women need to do better and not be with men like this today"?
Yeah.
Like they literally just said, "Oh, I was a little too mouthy last night."
Here, taking a selfie. Tried to get him out of the bar to put the kids to bed. That'll learn me.
That'll learn me. Okay.
Puts it up on, yeah. I'm going to hit you for the gram, bitch. Just pops her right in the bar.
Do it for the gram. No, TikTok saw it first, though.
Yeah. Buddy Travis says, "Why she got a black eye? I only had to tell her once."
Usually only gets black eyes when I have to tell her twice.
Yeah. Yeah, Dead Jester shows bruises on Instagram. "I believe I'm dating a narcissist."
See, now that's fair.
He's just a drunk. That's all.
I think that can be the same thing.
He's just having a good time.
You man apologist.
That guy's just trying to have a good time. It's her fault for going in there trying to take his drink away. Come on. You know he gets hitty. Don Lemonade says, well, I mean, you had to kind of stick with your guy back then. I mean, because the country was all rural, so you had to walk 6 miles to get to the next house.
Yeah, the next closest thing you have is a donkey.
Yeah, people couldn't afford cars back then.
They smell even worse than the man. So.
Yeah, back then, guys just kind of hit you with a club, put you in a burlap sack, brought you back to the family farm, and you got married.
That burlap scratches.
Yeah.
It itches.
Not the only thing that's going to leave marks.
I like a nice romp in the hay, though.
Don Lemonade says, Aaron, step one to becoming a successful farmer is to become a filthy welfare queen. Those bitches, hoe bitches about who, I'm sorry, you spelled it wrong, so I got all fucked up. Aaron, step one to becoming a successful farmer is to become a filthy welfare queen who bitches about other welfare queens. That is part of the farmer's creed, actually. It's in writing at this point. Colt C says, sometimes a woman won't let it go and you have to give her a little schlap. That's all he's saying. I mean, I don't agree with that, but certainly back then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You've never felt like that might have worked better?
Oh, have I ever had the impulse
Ever in your life.
would I really?
Yeah. Oh, that face said everything.
Oh. The amount of restraint I've shown in my past. Oh, boy. I mean, you look at a window and you go, would the fall kill him?
Wow. Are you saying that women have really dodged a bullet being around you?
No, because I've always held back. But sometimes you got to get that evil out of you and you just got to go, could you imagine if maybe just, would it solve any problems?
And then there's some women that when everything seems to be falling apart around them, they punish themselves. That's me.
Right.
I have absolutely always punished myself.
I would say that there are a lot of men out there who an episode of Law & Order SVU is the only thing that stops
keeping them.
Yeah.
Are you that guy?
They're like, fuck, man, those guys are thorough.
I better behave.
I can't just bury her in the backyard. Like, they're going to figure that shit out.
If you ever did try to bury me, can you at least make it a couple feet deep and not just one of those shallow, I didn't care about her graves?
I've never wanted you dead.
Really?
No, I've never wanted you dead. Well, that's alarming that surprises you.
I just figured that you'd like all women dead at some point.
No. I've
Okay,
never.
Well,
yeah.
that's
I've never
hopeful.
wanted to kill you.
That's good news.
Apparently, that feeling is not mutual, judging by your response. She's like, really?
I didn't say anything.
Thought about killing him twice today.
I would never kill you.
Pool scam. Thank you. Pool scam. Sam says,
leave.
put oranges in a pillowcase. It doesn't leave marks.
That's not true.
How do you know? Beaten with a sack of oranges, have you?
I think it's harder to tell what happened with a sack of pillowcase of oranges, but I believe they still leave some large,
Some welts.
welts.
Okay. Well, that's interesting to know
Yeah.
that you know that.
It's a fact.
5-0 and the 320 becoming a member for his 14th month. Thank you very, very much. All right, boys and girls, 310 away from today's goal. Keep her going. Keep knocking that number down, and we'll knock this one out. We'll knock tomorrow's out. We'll knock Rumble Friday out, and we'll be good. All right, guys, that's enough with your theories on how to not leave marks in the chat. It's
Oh my
really
God.
starting to look pretty goddamn suspect.
Somebody said you would only cover me with leaves in the backyard because you don't care about me.
That's a very lazy way to eliminate
Really
someone.
mean.
Big Ulf says, slow down, guys. I'm taking notes. Pool Scam Sam says, don't knock it till you try it. Of course.
It is a pleasant smelling way to be beaten.
Yeah. My monk, if you're not going to put both of the streaming numbers together, please do not put them in the chat, sir. That is, I don't want lies in my chat. We're up around 800 at the moment. So Donald Trump also said yesterday, he made a little more news by saying he fully expects to be arrested a third time by the Department of Justice for the January 6th investigation.
I like what he called him better, our banana republic.
Banana Republic, DOJ. I don't know if that's a not the B thing or if that's a Trump thing.
I hope he said it.
But Donald Trump fully believes that he's going to be arrested again. You know, this is actually a smart move by Trump. He should be saying shit like this because every time he gets arrested or every time they say they're going to bring charges against him or, anytime there's any kind of controversy about Trump going to jail over something, it does two things. One, it highlights the hypocrisy because of all the scandals with the Biden family.
Yes.
And number two, his numbers go up.
Well, I think I'm not alone in assuming that, okay, I can clearly look at what we have in office right now and how shit our country is. And then how adamantly they're trying to remove this person from all things, and put him away. And I'm not with these guys, so I must be with this guy. And this guy must be hiding something good. They're really trying to put the good away.
Yeah, Donald Trump has always kind of just they're crooked, they're corrupt, they're this and that. And he's been saying that for years. But now every time he gets arrested, more and more people start to go, this does kind of seem really witch hunty.
Yep.
And it's a little closer to the election. It did seem to pick up after he said he was running again.
And I probably wouldn't have voted for him again this year because he's so old. And if that's all it comes down to, though, I will gladly vote for him. And I think a lot of people will feel that way.
Yeah, he's certainly doing well on the Republican end again. Yeah. And if their candidate again is Biden and we pick him, then I think we just kind of deserve it. But again,
did we pick him?
Right. That's the other thing is, will we have picked him or will he have been chosen for us?
That's the thing. How many people are going to go out there and be like, dude, I might not have even voted Republican usually, but I did this year. I know he didn't get in there.
Well, think about it. They've shown the willingness to protect Biden by any means necessary. When it comes with this cocaine thing, the Burisma stuff, Ukraine stuff, all of that shit. And then you look at they're literally arresting numerous times and charging him with trumped up felony charges. Joe Biden's biggest competitor, his biggest political opponent, they're trying to throw him in prison.
Yep.
So accusations of corruption don't seem that unlikely or unfair when you're literally trying to have your political opposition thrown in jail.
Yeah, I think, at least I hope, a lot of exhausted people, exhausted of what our country is right now, will vote the other way this year.
Yeah.
Or next year.
We will see. I mean, we won't be around for it because, not on YouTube, because they'll just start kicking everybody off in 2024. But we'll watch. All right. So Donald Trump says, wow, on Sunday night while I was with my family, having just arrived from the Turning Point event in Florida, where I won the straw poll with 85.7%. He's always, Donald Trump never gets to the point because he's got a lot of cocking off to do.
He has no humility.
Before he really jumps into it, he's like, wow, you guys aren't going to believe this. When I got home from the big event where there was a poll and I won 85.7%, they said it was the biggest they've ever had. They said nobody's ever won by that much before. Anyway, the point is,
you would do that too, wouldn't you? Wouldn't a lot of people? If you were kicking ass like that.
He's a little over the top.
He is over the top. The only reason I can understand is because he is shit on by the opposition so hard. I kind of get going too far the other direction.
Horrifying news for our country was given to me by my attorneys. Deranged Jack Smith, the prosecutor with Joe Biden's DOJ, sent a letter, again, it was Sunday night, stating that I am the target of the January 6th grand jury investigation and giving me a very short 4 days to report to the grand jury, which almost always means an arrest and indictment. I mean, the problem here is Donald Trump made a video and it's documented, it's proven. I mean, it's out there. Donald Trump told everyone to go home on January 6th.
He sure did.
He said, hey, guys, it's getting a little out of hand. Get the fuck out of there. What are you doing?
Pelosi sure said some nice things on January 6th, too, didn't she?
Yeah. It's just there on tape.
Yeah.
Trump saying, everybody go home. There's
even the people out in front of the Capitol building were like reading the tweets and everything, like, oh, our leader wants us to go home and all this. And
then all the feds are going, no, fuck that.
No, we need you to stay a little longer.
Bullshit. We need to push further into the Capitol.
Let me show you around.
Let's put a horse head in the Senate. Yeah. And all the Trump people are like, whoa, that sounds a little extreme. And they're like, no, come on. It's all right. I won't get arrested. I'm safe. 60 Minutes will do a puff piece on me. That's what I find funny is that there are still people out there who deny the Roy Hobbs. I forgot his name.
Ray Epps.
Ray Epps. Roy Hobbs owns a pizza shop here in St. Cloud.
Way to dox him.
I really fucked that up. He used to. He doesn't anymore. The pizza shop is closed. Flying Pig Pizza.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, he used to own that one. Well, anyway, Ray Epps. I can't believe that people now like still get still think that this guy wasn't a Fed. Name me another January 6th protester where 60 Minutes ran a puff piece about what a victim he is and how difficult he's had it since January 6th and what a toll it's taken on him and his family.
Yeah, there's no one else.
Nobody has gotten the Ray Epps treatment. Please. Toastmaster says he also made multiple social media posts in other comments that got people all fired up to go to that rally in the first place. I mean, the rally, it was fine. There was nothing wrong with the rally. It was the, going into the Capitol thing.
A rally or a protest in itself is not illegal.
Right.
I don't think he ever said, hey, go storm the Capitol building and, break anything or hurt anyone.
Ray Epps did.
Right.
that was Ray. Guy you need to be looking at is Ray Epps. That's the funny part. Trump's like, they're probably going to arrest me and indict me over January 6th. I'm like, I don't think another person should be arrested and indicted over January 6th until Ray Epps has been arrested and indicted. This is
agree.
A guy.
I mean, you got to look at the actual cause of the problem here.
I mean, consider this. They can't figure out whose cocaine that was in the White House. They've destroyed the cocaine, by the way. We'll talk about that later. That's a funny story. Yeah, so we'll never know. They can't figure out whose cocaine that was.
Did they destroy the tapes too?
But yet on January, remember, there were no tapes in that area.
There are.
Remember, January 6th, they can find a shot of a guy in a crowd, zoom in on his face, determine who it is, go and pick that guy up and arrest him. But when Ray Epps is literally on film for minutes at a time, yelling at people to storm the Capitol, telling people to break down barricades, they will not arrest the man. I'm sorry, but you can't keep lying about that.
They put him on TV and call him a victim.
Right. They put him on TV and said, oh, man, he's gone into hiding. This poor guy. It's just so sad what's happened to him.
It is. It's so sad, though, like how stupid they think we all are.
Yeah. I mean, or do they care? I mean, we can all know, and as long as they don't admit it, they're fine.
But
like we can sit here and go, oh, yeah, that cocaine belonged to Hunter Biden. And they make, oh, yeah, fucking prove it. And they're like, yeah, but you destroyed it. Yeah, I know. So prove it was his
they
cocaine.
also destroyed all evidence of it being his.
Roland of Gilead says if it's anyone's, it's probably Trump Jr.'s. Have you seen the videos? He has to be on cocaine. He could be stupid.
They would never allow Trump Jr. in the White House.
No. The cameras would be on for him.
Yes, they would have absolutely done anything to go out of their way, creating footage that looked like him, putting it there.
All right, guys, let's keep knocking away at that goal. We're at 310. We're a ways away. Let's get that to a more manageable figure. If you want to continue to knock that number down, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. All of that is accepted and encouraged. Thank you very much for keeping this show on the air. Let's continue on. So, this story from Owatonna, Minnesota. I love when we get to do local small town Minnesota stories. I miss doing these.
Yeah.
And it is one thing about the digital age that if I could change anything, it would be, a little more local gossip.
Coming from a small town, I love local shit.
Just these little mayor, city council, county commissioner spats are some of the most interesting pieces of news in the entire country. So last month was Pride Month. It was also Grimace Shake Month, which I didn't know ended in June when I picked the kids up on Monday.
It's his birthday month.
Well, they said, we want a Grimace Shake because they kept seeing Grimace Shakes on YouTube. And they wanted a Grimace Shake. And I stopped at McDonald's. And I was that parent that let the kids tell me what the fuck was up. And I was like, guys, I don't think
they spent $15 on shakes.
I was like, I don't think they have those anymore. And they're like, no, I'm seeing them on YouTube. And I'm like, okay, I'll go. I don't keep up with McDonald's as much as I should, apparently. And we go there, and the look on the kid's face. Now, this was the dumb thing. They said they don't have the Grimace Shakes anymore. So I looked back at the kids and I said, well, do you guys just want regular chocolate shakes? They were so dejected about the Grimace Shakes that they said, no, let's just go home.
What?
I know.
What kid turns down a shake?
They turned down free shakes because they were so upset about the Grimace Shake not being there.
That's insane. Yeah, I could have told you about that Grimace Shake. I wanted to try one, but do you remember you and I were going through the McDonald's drive-thru and I asked them what flavor it was? Like, what flavor is the Grimace Shake? And the guy said he didn't know.
He had no idea.
He's like, oh, I don't know. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll skip it then.
And he did not even bother to try to help. He didn't even try to figure it out.
Ask somebody or look it up or something.
He was just going, never, I don't know. I've never checked it out. It's like, well, would you like to start today? Would today be the big day that Big Boy could check out what flavor the Grimace Shake was?
It was literally their featured item of the month because it was Grimace's birthday month. So let's have a Grimace meal with a Grimace Shake.
Wood Chippy and Laura Pickle are pointing out how stupid we are. It's purple flavor, April.
Right. God. Well, that's kind of why I was wondering, are they going to be weird and have a grape flavored milkshake? Because that's not normal, right?
Is that weird, or is that just appealing to a certain demographic? Maybe they like...
Are you drawing similarities between the appearance of Grimace to others? What are you doing?
Just Lizzo. So there's a small town Minnesota story going on right now. There's a big controversy. Last month being Pride Month in the city of Owatonna, which is... Owatonna, small town near the... it's kind of between the metro and the out-of-state area. It's kind of on the outskirts.
Okay.
Owatonna. Small town, probably, I would say Owatonna's got 10 to 20,000 people in it.
I like the name Owatonna.
Owatonna population. 26,000.
That's pretty big.
All right, in Steele County, Minnesota.
What are we here, 70,000?
About 75,000. in St. Cloud. But during the workday,
200.
interesting note, 200,000 people. And by the way, when you drive around in this fucking town,
They're all in the road.
you feel all of that 250,000 people.
Yeah, and why though? Don't you guys work? Like, I understand, like, you all come here for your jobs, but it seems like you're always in the streets.
You guys are always in the streets,
Like,
running
I don't
around.
know if you ever work, but you should go back.
A city of 75,000 people at night goes to 250,000 during the day. That's remarkable.
Now, and we've got like 4 cities here that are all connected. I wonder what the total population is of the whole St. Cloud area.
125,000.
That's it? Between Sartell, St. Cloud, Waite Park, and Sauk Rapids?
Yeah, about 125. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
actually shocking.
Thank you very much to Rupert with $4.99. He says customer service has absolutely yanked since COVID. It's embarrassing.
Right.
Thank you, buddy. 305
Thank you.
away from today's goal. Chip in if you'd like to. We appreciate it. That number is steadily going down so far this morning. So this Owatonna mayor, they have Pride Month, and wouldn't you know it, this older white man in a small town in Minnesota, not really changing with the times in terms of Pride Month.
You don't say.
Yeah, he's not real big on it. So the mayor of Owatonna finds out that there's going to be a, everybody's welcome, kumbaya, LGBTQ friendly church service one morning in his town.
The sacrilege in that sentence alone.
I mean, it is remarkable. You can definitely tell that small town churches are struggling because you're
Right.
going against the very expressed word of God here.
I think churches are going by the wayside, unfortunately, and they have to be okay with some things that they shouldn't be.
This is one thing I love about religion is that they care more about like the butts in the pews than they do what's in the book.
Right.
Because Christians have been selling the Bible down the river for decades now, all in the name of not pissing off LGBTQ people because they want the numbers. So they're going, oh, no, all that stuff God said about gays and stuff. He was kidding. Like, God was fucking around. It was a joke.
Do you understand that in like small towns that shit doesn't usually fly though? Because I know for a fact, like the church I grew up in, and I love my church, I would still go if I was in town. When we had a pastor that she decided like, hey, we're going to be cool with gay marriages here, we had people leave the church. So that was actually counterproductive to what they were going for.
Rob Manugan goes, hey, guys, the gay stuff in the Bible, it's a goof.
Right.
We were just testing you. That's all. So this Owatonna mayor decided to go old school, and he decided to go into the church and question the church and, just kind of ask him basically, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Well, the rest of the city got wind of it. So 2 things happened. One, the LGBTQ people were super pissed at this mayor. And then the people who are too scared to go against the LGBTQ community and back their mayor because they're worried they're going to be called homophobic, they jump on their side as well. Not because they're on their side, but because they want to score virtue signaling points. So now this mayor is, what phrase, I haven't watched this story yet. What phrase are they going to use? Under fire, in hot water, with Gino Bisconti.
Not that one.
What's some of the other ones they use? Under fire, in hot water,
Under pressure.
under pressure to resign
Yep.
is a big one.
Called for his resignation.
Yeah. Under fire is kind of the big one, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to go with that
Yeah,
one.
I think we'll go with under fire. Let's see what happened here in Owatonna. A good little small town controversy
He
story.
kind of looks like one of my classmates' dads from high school. He looks like somebody.
that you had a crush on.
What?
You have crushes on older men.
Not that old.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
This guy looks a bit
We have
past
some
my
new details tonight about a
range.
mayor's Pride event comments and the calls for his resignation that followed.
Okay, time out. Just the fact that you're doing this on the local news, that you're going, all right, guys, big news. We have an update on the inappropriate comments that guy in that city you've never heard of made. Like, just the fact that that's your news story. Guys, we've done a follow-up story. Oh, really? You've done a follow-up story like on political corruption or the gogovernor's office or anything
yeah.
like that? No. We think the mayor might have said something quasi-offensive to gay people. So
What?
we've checked up on it.
Not allowed.
How about what happened to our $17 billion surplus and the fact that they raised some fees and taxes in Minnesota despite taking $17 billion more of our money than they needed? Did you follow up on that? No, that all checks out pretty shipshape. We were more looking into, the mayor who talked about the gays.
You know what?
In the town of 25,000 people.
You know what's severely disappointing about like local news and shit like that is even when it's like our Fox 9 affiliate and they start bringing up like the appropriate topic. Like yesterday there was one like, people are struggling with grocery prices and stuff. They bring up the appropriate, correct topic that needs to be addressed, but then they'll excuse it away as into something else and like make it a positive. Oh, this is why people are getting side hustles and, doing so great. And
people are getting second jobs to pay their bills. Here's why that's fucking awesome.
I know. It's like, no, you started the right direction.
Yeah. Well, let's find out what the mayor did.
Now, this all started last month at an Owatonna church. That's where we find our corn hogger tonight. Corn
hogger.
Corn hogger? Guys, I thought Minnesota was trying to beat the stereotype that we're all a bunch of weirdo fucking hillbillies.
Look at him.
He looks like a corn hogger.
I need that guy in my life. That's funny. Corn hogger.
You got a guy named Corn Hogger, and wouldn't you know it, son of a bitch, he looks exactly like you'd expect a corn hogger to look.
He hogs corn.
It's not even actually his name. They just gave him that name at lunch break one day because somebody brought like fresh sweet corn, and he just started eating it like a typewriter. And they're like, hey, you're a real corn hogger.
He took some away in his shirt pockets.
Yeah. Actually, it's better than his given name than his birth name.
What was that one?
Dexter is his first name.
Okay. Yeah. What was the last name?
The Rapist. Which is weird, right? Like, that's not a good name. You can't say that on the news. Like, you think Cornhogger is a bad name, but if you have to go, oh, we're going out to the playground to cover this story, here's Dexter the Rapist.
You know how back in the day when they created people's last names based on things they did, like Schumacher was like a shoemaker and stuff?
Germany did that.
Do you think anybody had that last name for
Therapist. Real? No, because Jews don't follow that naming system.
Okay.
Yeah, so they didn't have to worry about it.
Thank you for clearing that up.
You're Dexter the Rapist? Yeah, from the Boise, Idaho the Rapists. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I knew your uncle, Mike the Rapist. He's a good guy. He's a real good guy.
Oh, no. Yeah, there's like an apostrophe between the and,
Yeah.
just for a little definition.
It's pronounced
defining.
It's pronounced therapiste. You ain't tricking me, Dave the Rapist. Yes, next up on the docket, we have the city of Owatonna versus Mark the Rapist. Excuse me, it's pronounced therapiste. Why don't it sound like that when I say it? The Rapist. That is a strange last name to have. You'd think you would have changed that
I
by
really
now.
pray that nobody has that name out there.
Oh, I really hope not.
Church members there say that the mayor asked some bizarre questions leading up to a pride worship service.
Ew.
I love how the questions the mayor asks in 20... This is how you know that our society's fucked. The mayor comes in and goes, hey, you're a Christian church. What's with all the rainbows and gay people here?
What's the deal?
And then they go, oh, man, the mayor asked some really weird questions during pride celebrations.
You're right.
In the city. It's like, no, those aren't weird questions. That's an adequate question to ask in a Christian church.
You almost baited me into asking that by doing the thing you did.
Hey, what's with all the rainbow-colored hair and fruitcakes in the church? You're like, what? Yeah, you got a bunch of sweet boys here in the church. What's the deal? He'd probably use old-timey language for gay people.
At coffee hour between services, they only serve like Fruit Loops and what are those?
Fruit stripe gum.
Fruit
all
stripes.
Kinds of
yeah, fruit bowls.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, good to see you. Yeah, not so good to see you. I got a question. Why do all your parishioners today look a little light in the loafers? I'm just wondering. It's like, oh, the mayor's being weird. It's like, no, that's a good question.
It's pretty standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Associated Church actually hosted that.
Cornhogger. His name is literally Cornhogger. Look at that. That's close enough to Cornhogger as anyone's ever going to get, right?
Right. He probably got so much guff from like all the kids at school once, and like you'd think you would change your screen name at least.
How about a fucking news name? Everybody has a news name. Like, oh, I'm Mike Stapleton. How about, can we get Cornhogger a better name? Like, honestly, I can think of 5 better names for Cornhogger right now. Here we go. Bob the woman beater. There, that's better than cornhogger. Jeff the kid spanker. Better than cornhogger.
Meatloaf McGee.
Drizzle pants McDipshit. Better name than cornhogger.
Just go on as Aunt Jemima.
Yeah. Wet fart Anderson.
Hey,
a better name than
don't
cornhogger.
you soil my name.
A worship service here earlier this month, and then they found themselves at the center of a firestorm because of
see, we didn't go with firestorm.
See, they went a little more sexy than we did.
Oh, we missed it. We thought maybe under fire would be the way to go, but he's not. He's trapped in a firestorm.
God, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, that does not sound like a good story. You can't just ride that one out. I'll tell you that.
There ain't nothing left but fire and brimstone.
a celebration of LGBTQ pride
There's kids.
filled Owatonna's Morehouse Park with tie-dye, rainbows, and cheer on the first weekend of July.
There was a lot of great energy, lots of smiles, laughter, sunshine.
Okay, this is a woman who is just changing with the times so she doesn't get called a name. You cannot tell me that this small town, shoulder-haired woman has always been down with the LGBTQ cause. This is someone who's doing this, and this bugs me about politics in general. To watch all these politicians sucking the dick of the gay community, clearly under duress.
Look at her title.
Owatonna board. I thought she was a city councilwoman.
Oh no, she is a Rainbow.
Oh, then okay,
board
then she's
member.
definitely okay. Then she's not faking it. I didn't know. I thought she was a city council person. No, she's a Owatonna because it's Owatonna, so they put rainbow in front of it. Get it? Because they're gay.
It was a beautiful day.
Owatonna reveled in the success, including the big crowd at the...
For this story, they actually changed his name to Cornhole Hogger.
Do you ever... I liked it. Do you ever...
Different name.
Do you ever look around at the people that show up to these events here and just think, you know what, I'm kind of okay with not being...
Yeah, you don't have to invite me.
Like friends with, that whole crowd.
Yeah, we're cool. You go
because
do you.
it's all a bunch of women that look like this in the middle.
Yeah, you go ahead and do you. I'll be over here and do me. You don't, there's plenty of space.
Why?
Don't worry.
Here's what I don't get. Why is hetero couples back here with their baby in the stroller and shit? Why are you going to that?
They don't want to get called a name. They want to look supportive. A lot of this is
societal pressure.
No, a lot of these pride events are narcissism magnets. Okay. Because you get people who do it because they'll get seen at it and then they're good people and hey, look at me, look how down with the cause I am.
Nah.
Pride parades are a magnet for narcissism.
When we have gay events in town here, and there's apparently a drag brunch downtown and stuff that happens a lot. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if it's
apparently
downtown,
we were working the grill.
Oh, where was I? No, it's I stay out of those things. So I'm like, you know what? That's just not for me. And they should have their thing.
Go ahead.
I'm like, you guys go do your thing. I will go pull weeds in my flowers.
Although me doing this doesn't really show that I'm not going. Yeah, go ahead. Could I loosen my wrists a little while I do that?
like how you do it another 10 times.
The park and a sold-out adults-only drag show that followed. The leaders also reeled
at a church event.
No. These are just the events they had for this thing. This wasn't at the church. The church part is on the way. But notice how they had to say adult-only drag show because they know, the media, I will give the social pushback this. There was enough social pushback on those kids' drag shows that at least now they're trying to hide it. And people have to work to fight against them because they tried to do it openly. Like, hey, drag show for everyone. And the majority of the country went, how about go fuck yourselves? You're not doing drag shows for kids. So now at the very least, they have to put the disclaimer on there that it's an adult-only drag show. Whether or not they're doing that or not, I don't know. But at least they've felt the heat.
Probably not.
And they've had to change the wording of it.
There'll be exceptions. There'll be adults showing up with their little 4-year-olds and be like, well, I just can't find a sitter today, but I'm still willing to go, and fine.
There's a lot of sitters here as long as it's your face. Sorry.
It's from Owatonna Mayor Tom Kuntz, aimed mainly at the opening event, an inclusive worship service at Associated Church. Church leaders confirmed the mayor paid them a visit before the Pride service, and among other comments, questioned whether they'd have stripper poles in the sanctuary.
So he's being a dick.
I don't hate this guy.
Yeah, I don't hate this guy at all. And also, Like, you knew as soon as the mayor showed up, the people at that church were like, oh, shit. I didn't think he'd know about this. Because he's probably like an actual believer.
I think you're wrong. I think they don't have any shame.
And they're like, oh, we're having an inclusionary church service. Well, I'm sorry. Christianity, Islam, all of these religions in and of themselves, their very basis is exclusionary.
Yeah.
They exclude people. If you don't believe this, this, and this, and if you don't do this, this, and this, then you're not welcome here.
Yeah, but then when you come out and say that, like, you know how there's some people that do get a pass because it's against their religion? Christians don't get to do that for some reason. Like, if you say that, you're pretty much evil. Like, if I were to say, well, I don't want to go to that because it's against my religion, I'm a bigot now, or I'm a homophobe.
They sent us a statement about embracing the local LGBTQ community, saying in part, quote,
we need the numbers because the people in the pews is dwindling badly. So we need to put more rainbows up and just pretend that part of the Bible doesn't exist. We need to fill up that offering plate.
You don't see new churches being built anywhere, do you?
Those who seek to say you are anything less than a beloved child of God, perfectly and wonderfully made, do not speak with the authority of God, even though they may claim to do so.
I'm sorry, but like, that's not what God said.
Not at
and
all.
I'm not a Christian guy, but like, I know what the guy said. And
we've shifted from the Bible used to be staunchly against those things to, well, now the Bible says we shouldn't judge our neighbor. That's not our position to judge anyone. We're supposed to love thy neighbors our own, and like, that's true. It does say that.
Right, but the big guy doesn't play by those rules.
You're also leaving out the other part.
Yeah.
So.
End quote. Rainbow Owatona's founder sent a letter to the mayor asking for his resignation, but after a meeting this week, he dialed it back. The group is now asking for diversity and sensitivity training for city employees and an open seat on the local Human Relations Council.
I would love to watch this mayor go to a sensitivity training course. I would love, and film it and everything else. And also notice that the Rainbow Owatonna group, they were so upset and so offended by this mayor that they need him to go to sensitivity training. And, we need a spot on the community relations board. Like, it's amazing how every time these people get offended and they get upset, they always seem to gain power. Isn't that something?
It is interesting how they say they dialed it back from asking for his resignation when, in fact, that was just too easy.
Yeah.
They needed more power.
Hey, can you put us on this influential community board? Oh, okay, so you're very upset, but you're not so upset that you can't use this as an opportunity to gain more power for your group. Okay,
well, that's good.
Fascinating.
And we are looking for, an apology, a formal apology from the mayor for the impact of his comments and his actions.
His question was, will there be stripper poles?
Answer the man. Will there?
Who did he hurt?
And someone takes a stripper pole they bought off Amazon and they go, well, not anymore, sir. Just put it behind their back.
The fake outrage and fake hurt feelings, though, over nothing questions.
Yeah.
He was being a bag of shit. He asked you if there was going to be stripper poles. Big deal. You don't need your apology.
Mr. Mayor, will you apologize for your comments? I think they can suck my dick. Mr. Mayor, that's offensive. And he goes, what? I thought they liked that. God, sorry. You try to put an olive branch out to people and they chop your dick off.
And it does look like an olive branch.
Yes.
Jen Hansen says the mayor's comments just brought to light the need for progress in this Steele County town of 26,000 people.
No, it didn't.
She's hopeful a couple distressing weeks will yield positive movement after another meeting Thursday.
They let her out of the stable and she's got the gall to complain about lack of freedom.
Yeah, you see,
they let her run loose that day. They couldn't get her back unless they held oats out in their hand, flat like this. God.
All I'm seeing in these photos and videos is that a whole bunch of people got to go out and do their gay stuff and have a good time. And they're letting that all come to a halt and pretending they didn't get to go do their stuff because some guy made an off comment.
The mayor made it a comment the equivalent of, really, a gay church service. I mean, a little weird, right? Considering the source. And they're like, what? He's like, nothing. I'll see you guys later. I mean, that's about what he did.
It's all that happened. And correct me if I'm wrong, but am I seeing it wrong? Like, did they not get to do their things?
Well, yeah, and let's think about what kind of guy this mayor probably is, probably remarkably old school. Him asking that question is him behaving. Like, that's him holding back.
Right, he did a good job for him.
Yes.
Thursday.
We want this to be welcoming and all-inclusive. That's our ultimate goal.
You got to take over the park and a church for an entire day. I don't know what could be more welcoming.
It seemed pretty welcoming and inclusive, like you had everybody there.
Yeah.
And I think the mayor is committed to that as well.
Well, then what are you crying about?
I reached out to the mayor via email, by phone, and over at City Hall, but...
Well, he probably thought it was a prank call. That's why he didn't take your call. You're like, yeah, this I'm looking for the mayor. Oh, yeah, who is it? It's Cornhogger. Shut the fuck up. He hung up on him.
Did you just skate over what she said, though? She just said herself that she believes that the mayor is all for what they're doing. So this is it's another non-story.
Yeah, but they need to get on the community board.
Like even
the way to do it.
The head of the Rainbow Owatonna group says that she thinks the mayor is in with what they're doing.
No, but do you get it? Because it's like rainbow for gay, and it's Owatonna, and they put them together. It's clever.
I didn't get it until you just told me.
Thank you.
Never heard back from him. Presumably, we'll hear something from him on Thursday. Live in Owatonna,
Thursday.
Cornhogger, Fox 9.
Cornhogger. I love Cornhogger. He's my new favorite news guy.
I've never heard of him before.
He says it with a straight face every time, too. I'm Cornhogger. You certainly are, buddy. Don't let anybody tell you any different. You are the Cornhogger.
Cornhogger.
Yeah. I got a few thank yous to throw out here. Thank you to Yeti Flyer for becoming a member for a 14th month. He says, the whites on my phone screen right now. Thanks, buddy. Wow. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Trooper becoming a member for his 14th month. Thank you very much. Guys, gifting memberships is great for the channel. And also, not only gifting memberships, but becoming a member is great also. Rumble Rants, YouTube Super Chats, Streamlabs, PayPal. We are 305 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to today's program, please do. Let's knock that number down and get it to a reasonable figure. Knock out our goals today. Do 30 minutes of overtime for you to celebrate Steel Toe, keeping itself, supported, as it were. Hey, $1 from Buddy. Thank you, Buddy. Appreciate that, pal. Appreciate that, Buddy. Neat Drift says, Cornhogger was Aaron's nickname in high school. Thanks, buddy.
Whereas I was just corn-fed.
Yes,
so
exactly.
I used to be a little heavy.
Over 800, pushing 900 people watching Steel Toe this morning. Holy shit. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate you, whether you're on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, or Twitter.
Thank you.
Midland Armory has a video of the Owatonna sensitivity training. And no, John Domingo, I'm not ignoring the Rumble chat. Unless are you guys being disgusting? Oh, I see why he's saying that I'm ignoring the Rumble chat. I can't read most of these while we're on YouTube. God. Holy shit.
I saw a mean-spirited one about
I
Grimace.
saw a very mean-spirited comment about the Owatonna story on there, and that was just me scrolling quickly. Oh, boy. All right, let's see the dub. Jesus. I ain't eating no brown corn. Okay. All right, let's check out this clip from Midland Armory. He says this is the sensitivity training that the Owatonna mayor is going to go into. Sensitivity training. Please don't get us in trouble.
Right.
Chief Riley here?
Yeah, I'm Riley. What can I do for you?
Bob Kemp from HQ. I need you to get your crew together, get them on the engine, and have them report to the Rock immediately. Your house is closed for the rest of the day.
What the hell is going on? What are you talking about?
A grievance has been filed against a member of this house.
This is from Rescue Me. I can't watch a 4-minute Rescue Me clip. I'm gonna get popped for that. that was a remarkably popular show, sir. I believe they've copywritten that material. So
well, shoot.
Definitely go check out Derek from Midland Armory's clip that he has up on Rumble. Of course, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. There's the link in the chat from Zen. Use the promo code SteelToe and get yourself a firearm, tactical gear, knives, optics, whatever you're looking for. Midland Armory has it. That's midlandarmory.com. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. This is my absolute favorite story for today. This is a man I've liked for a long time. And it's not because of his politics, because he's all over the place politically. Like, he's got some things he's kind of based about. He's got a lot of things that he's super lefty about. But one thing he hates is the media. Another thing he hates is like the status quo. He's one of these guys who all of his ideas are way outside the box.
Yeah.
His name's Dr. Cornel West. And I first discovered him watching Real Time with Bill Maher. He'd be a guest all the time. And he calls everybody his brother. Oh, Brother Bill, what you don't understand is that blah, blah, blah. And he's like a really nice guy. He wants people to get along and just talk about politics and come to a compromise and all this shit. But he has some really interesting ideas that you're not supposed to say in the American media. And boy, did he piss off Anderson Cooper on CNN
That's not
yesterday.
hard to do.
Well, he pissed off Anderson Cooper by telling the truth. And that's what I like about this Cornel West guy. You're going to agree with him sometimes. You're going to be disgusted by what he says sometimes. But you're going to be like, you know what? What he's saying is supported by evidence. Like, you can find things that you can go, oh, I see how he got to this. It's not just propaganda. He came by it honestly. I love Cornel West. He's an adorable elderly gentleman. He is a professor, I believe. He's got a doctorate because I believe he's Dr. Cornel West. And he's running for president on the Green Party ticket.
And he's cute.
He's an adorable man. He should be. There should be a plush figure.
There's a beard. We could have a president with a beard.
There you go. Cornel West. Make him the president. Our first actual black president.
He actually
Cornel West.
his VP with him that he's running, his running mate, Kanye West. It's the West.
I like this.
It's
West
the
West
Western
ticket.
Front. Yes.
The West squared ticket, and their thing is W and then a 2 to the second power. W squared.
How the West was won.
How the West won. Here's Cornel West. I went 5 minutes in because this is a long 13-minute interview, so I found a good rant that he got on.
Okay.
And then Anderson Cooper asks him about Ukraine. And holy shit, Cornel West just got to say on CNN what we've all been screaming at the television for over a year now. I love this guy. I hope you love him too if you've never seen him before.
Against humanity. How many precious hundreds of thousands of Iraqis were killed based on a lie? Well, Biden was running interference in that regard. I think mass incarceration in the United States in the last 40 years is a crime against humanity. I've taught in prisons for 41 years. I've stayed in contact with the rich humanity of my brothers and sisters who have been incarcerated. And many have done things they shouldn't have done. And many are there because they're innocent. But the important thing is, they are sites of barbarity. We ought to be ashamed to live in a country when you look at the conditions of our brothers and sisters who are incarcerated. And it's not just the 1994 crime bill. You can go back to the Biden Thernstrom. He was a strong Thernstrom bills of 84 and 86 and 91 and then 94. You see what I mean? So it's just a matter of trying to be truthful.
He went on CNN and he's shitting on Biden. For full context here, he's like, you guys like to yell about how Trump is this bad guy. And he's like, I mean, the guy's got his shortcomings, but Biden voted for the Iraq war. Hundreds of thousands of people died there. Biden voted for mass incarceration and created crime bills that locked up more people. Biden is for the war in Ukraine. Biden has been, he goes, is there a war that Biden hasn't supported?
Right, hasn't co-signed, hasn't gone along with.
I'm trying to trash Brother Biden. I really not. I'm trying to make him accountable for his actions in light of how the wretched of the earth are treated in this nation and around the world. And that's true for any politician, be it Obama, Biden, Clinton, Bush, Trump. All of them have to be measured by the same standard of truth and justice.
Would you not listen to a Cornel West speech if he became president? I love this guy.
I so would. How old is he?
Into his 70s, for sure.
God damn it.
Ask you about the war in Ukraine, because I saw you tweeted out, you said NATO is an expanding instrument of U.S. global power that provoked Russia into a criminal invasion and occupation of Ukraine. You said this proxy war between the American empire and the Russian Federation could lead to World War III. We must stop the war and war crimes, including cluster bombs used by all parties, and embark on diplomatic talks that should lead to a just peace.
So how could that upset anyone? Cornel West literally tweeted exactly what's been happening in Ukraine.
Yeah.
NATO kept expanding. It provoked Russia to act. Russia engaged in an invasion that is not just, it's not okay, but we provoked them into it, and now we're having a proxy war that could lead to World War III. Somebody please, I mean, I know Anderson Cooper is upset and offended by this, but please dismantle his argument. Take it apart. That's the thing about honest people like Cornel West who don't play the left-right game. You can yell at them all day long. You can shame them all day long, but at the end of the day, they're going to look at you and go, okay, cool. You're upset. You're outraged. You're yelling at me. You feel full of righteous indignation. Now do me a favor. Prove what I said wrong.
Well, and people like Anderson are going to get upset about what Cornell said because they never want to admit when we've done something wrong.
When it's their guy.
Started something.
When it's their guy, right.
Right.
Well, and CNN's in the pocket of all the weapons manufacturers and shit like that.
You believe, I mean, how are you going to bring all sides to the table on Ukraine? And do you really believe that NATO provoked Russia into invading Ukraine?
How is that even a question? We told Russia like 4 times over the last 30 years when they were on their knees and the Soviet Union collapsed.
Yeah.
We looked them in the eye and said, we're not going to expand NATO. Cold War's over. Bygones are bygones. We're just going to leave it. And we've been doing nothing but adding NATO countries ever since. And ironically, those NATO countries just seem to be getting closer and closer to Russia's border. So, I mean, how are you going to say? I hate that righteous indignation. How are you going to say that NATO provoked this? Dude, because I've got eyeballs? And that's exactly what they did.
That's what happened.
Yeah. We didn't think Russia would actually invade another country. And then they did, and we went, fuck. Well, I guess Biden can pay back the debt he owes Zelensky now with our money.
Well, when Russia was promised that NATO would not move 1 inch, and then a few years later, you got 13 former Soviet related countries.
But wait a minute.
So he interrupts right away. He's like, how can you say that? And Cornel West's like, well, I mean, when we told them we wouldn't expand, and then we added 13 fucking countries in 4 years. And Anderson's like, well, that's not the point.
They turned down his mic, too.
Yeah.
You got 13 former Soviet related countries.
But wait a minute. But you're talking about in 1990, there was an agreement signed that NATO would not move into East Germany. But actually nothing was said about further east. And it was, at the very least.
Yes, we did. Oh, you lie. You know, this is why, you can say that these news guys are dumb. I don't think they're dumb. They are actual New World Order marching soldiers.
I think so.
Anderson Cooper is an absolute mouthpiece for the whole globalist order that's doing what they're doing in Ukraine right now. He is trying to be the gatekeeper of information because what Cornel West is saying is not inaccurate in the least. It's documented, it's proven. And Anderson Cooper is trying to look into a camera at hundreds of thousands of people and go, guys, no, it's not true. It's not what happened. Who are you going to believe? The crazy guy with the salt and pepper hair or the straight-laced, gay, multi-millionaire trust fund baby of one of the world's largest companies?
He looks like he should be in Harry Potter.
Who says?
Actually,
both of them do. Yeah.
Ambiguous. You can. There's an argument to be made.
It was formal and informal talks, but I mean, the great George Kennan, who's probably had the finest minds of the establishment when it comes to foreign affairs. He said he doesn't understand why NATO needs to exist any longer because it's defensive. Well, the collapse of the Soviet Empire meant, in fact, you no longer even needed NATO. Europe could come up with its own security, but
it doesn't seem like.
Yeah, isn't that wonderful? People forget about this too. So NATO existed to fight back against Soviet aggression. It was a defensive pact. Mm-hmm. Soviet Union's gone. NATO should have been gone too. That day, NATO should have been gone. And all NATO does is allow the United States to basically pay for the defense of all these European countries. And if we pulled the plug on NATO tomorrow, America would be better off. But all of Europe would not be because they're sucking on the welfare teat of the United States. So we won't end NATO because we're at the behest of a bunch of foreign countries.
Right.
The American people are getting sold down the river so that a bunch of foreign countries that aren't America can do better. We harm our citizens so that another country can do better. And to me, that's just wrong.
Like that because
as
the people
an arm of the American empire. That's
believe,
the challenge.
You don't believe, though, that the people of Ukraine right now need NATO to defend against Russian aggression?
No, NATO caused the whole fucking thing.
It's their fault.
If there was no NATO, there would have never been a Russian invasion of Ukraine, you fucking mouthpiece. You stooge.
Yeah, you can't be that stupid. Like, that was the whole instigator.
Right. That's
of
why
the
I'm saying
entire thing.
I'm going to give Anderson Cooper a lot of respect here. He's not a dumb guy. He knows what he's doing, and he's being a mouthpiece for an agenda. Oh, you can't say, don't you think Ukraine's happy to have NATO now? They shouldn't be. If you're Zelensky, yes, you've become a very wealthy man because of it. But if you're the average Ukrainian, you should be very upset.
I agree.
NATO is the reason that this whole thing is happening. Two things can be true at the same time. Russia is evil. They're bad guys that you shouldn't invade a sovereign country. And NATO pushed them into doing it. Mm-hmm. Both of those things can be true.
Well, the people of Ukraine right now who are suffering, and I'm in deep solidarity with their suffering, they are being caught between this proxy war between the American Empire and the Russian Federation. Federation. Now,
but that's not really true.
It's 1,000%. It can't be anything else.
Why don't you smile harder when you try to lie, though?
Yeah, it can't be anything else but the Ukrainian people caught between the conflict of the American Empire and the Russian Federation. That's 1,000% what it is.
Hey, Aaron, you're wrong.
No other rationale makes any sense.
Federation. Now,
but that's not really true. But Dr. West, I mean, it wasn't early on. I mean, you're far more educated than I am, but early on, it was
that condescending fucking bullshit.
God, Anderson Cooper is the worst.
A bitchy dude.
Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, who wanted to join NATO. Warsaw Pact countries, suddenly free, did not want to be under the yoke of the former Soviet Union any longer, and they are the ones who applied to join NATO. It was
weird. You mean countries where we helped foster revolutions with people friendly to our cause?
American influence.
Broke away from the Soviet Union and then just magically wanted to join NATO? Oh, man, isn't that just a lovely flowers blooming on the hill story? It couldn't be that our CIA was actively fucking around in those countries, fomenting rebellions with people that we thought would be friendly to the United States. And then after they left the Soviet Union, surprise, surprise, they just wanted to join NATO. It's also innocent. They wanted to join a defensive organization whose whole goal was to stop Soviet aggression after the Soviet Union stopped existing. That's really an interesting spin to me.
Isn't the U.S. pushing these countries in an expansion play? It was these countries suddenly free, the people in those countries saying, we want to be in the EU. NATO is the fastest way. It's a kind of a stepping stone in the EU. We want that. We want to turn to the West. No, would you have denied?
We made it one of the stepping stones to joining the EU was joining NATO. They wanted to join NATO. Oh, they wanted to join NATO because they wanted to be in the EU. Well, who do you think made that the stepping stone? NATO did. We did.
It has to be so frustrating to be somebody like a Cornel West that understands all this shit just for what it is.
Well, here's what here's what an Anderson Cooper does. He gets you frustrated, so you yell and scream at him, and then you look like the crazy guy who's yelling and screaming.
With the crazy hair, of course. So you extra look crazy.
Right.
Hungary, Czechoslovakia, the choice?
Well, I mean, one, I would have followed George Kennan. I would have abolished NATO
got rid
right
of it.
after the collapse of the Soviet Empire, and I would have tried to welcome Russia into the nation, the community of nations, rather than trying to push them against the wall. We know that their system of repression and domination is one in which they're going to feel as if their backs are against the wall. And I think you would probably agree that if Russia or China had missiles in Canada or Mexico targeting Washington, D.C., U.S. government would blow them to smithereens. That's how empires behave. You've read the history. I know the history. We're critical of imperial activity, no matter who it is, American.
We were ready to tempt World War III because Russia was putting nukes in Cuba. We were ready to fight Russia over that until we negotiated a deal. We take missiles out of Turkey. They take missiles out of Cuba. All right, deal. Yeah, we would not be okay with someone putting missiles on our border.
And what have you, but America's the most powerful empire in the world, in the history of the world, my brother. And it seems to me if we can't dismantle that empire in order to empower poor and working people here and abroad, we're going to lose our democracy. It's almost like Rome, you know, it's Cato the Younger and Cicero against Julius Caesar.
Right, but
what happens when your empire begins to take over your democratic possibilities.
I just spoke to the foreign minister of Ukraine. We're going to have that.
And I'm sure he told you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and was nothing but factual to you.
Later on. I think if you said to him, you're standing with the people of Ukraine in solidarity, and you're saying that they are just victims in this proxy war, he would say, you're out of your mind.
That's because he's on the take. He's one of the guys. Yes, all the government people who are on the take and fattening their pockets over these things always tell you you're out of your mind when you say, hey, the fucking poor and working class people in your country aren't benefiting from this. They don't give a shit. We got to find a way to end this because they're just caught between a proxy war. And amazingly, one of the government officials who's getting a piece of that money goes, oh, no, that's not the case.
Yeah, always go talk to the people in charge.
Yes.
I'm sure they're always going to be honest with you.
Anderson Cooper, what a journalist. He goes, I talked to one of the guys who's in charge and probably on the take, and he told me everything's fine.
I'm sure if you asked Biden, too, he's on the up and up.
Yeah.
I mean, they are thankful. They are thankful for NATO. They are thankful for the U.S. You can call it the American empire.
I bet they are.
But
yeah, I bet.
I mean, they are thankful for all these.
Dude, if somebody's giving me $200 billion, you know how thankful I am for them?
Extra. You name your kids after them, right?
Yeah.
Countries rallying to their side. I mean, I've been there. You've probably been there as well. I mean, it is a horrible. It's an invasion. I mean, of killing civilians in cities.
Oh, no, it is a criminal invasion.
Said that's
I'm
bad.
not denying it's a criminal invasion, but what I'm saying is you go back to the men's talks, you go back to March, 1 month after the war began, my brother. I'm calling for ceasefire. I don't want to see the suffering of precious
ceasefire. Vladimir Putin isn't really listening to what you say or I say or anybody says. I mean, he's doing what he wants to do, just like he slaughtered. I mean, you saw what he did to Grozny. You saw what he did to Grozny in the 90s. I mean, he flattened that city. Civilians were trapped in that city. No, the world didn't come to the rescue of Grozny. He did exactly what he wanted to do. I mean, unchecked, he will slaughter people.
Oh my God, and I bet if you asked him why he's doing this, he would bring up NATO.
I bet you if you said, we'll pull NATO out of Ukraine, we'll pull NATO out of these countries, if you leave Ukraine, he would say, all right, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, the people on the left, though, are really good at milking the sob stories, though.
Well, the right, this is where the right and left come together, is on war and the military-industrial complex, because they did that with Saddam Hussein, too. When the weapons of mass destruction thing, people are like, I don't know, you haven't found any yet. And they go, and he killed his own people, and he gassed them, and he was, oh, God, just a bad guy. And people would go, yeah, but there's like 900 of those guys around the world. You're not bombing all of them. What makes this guy so special? It's like that Chappelle sketch, Black Bush, where he's like, got to get that.
What was that?
Well, I mean, unchecked, he will slaughter folk. Unchecked, what we did in Iraq was slaughtering people. Unchecked, what we've done in other places. Unchecked.
But sir,
what we're doing in Yemen right now is slaughtering people. Backing the Saudi government is slaughtering people. What's Israeli doing in the Palestinian territories? Kind of slaughtering people. I mean, let's not play this game where we're the good guy and they're the bad guy. This is shades of gray.
Variety of other empires do that. Nation states do that, though.
No,
brother,
I understand.
And they're wrong. And when they're wrong, you have to pull up. You have to point it out.
I respect you. You know, I love you. But I do think it's inappropriate to compare the Russian bombing of Grozny and what we witnessed there with
Iraq,
the war in Iraq. I mean,
why is it? Yeah, you know what? You're right. It is inappropriate. We probably killed a fuckload of more civilians in Iraq than they did in Grozny. In fact, I guarantee you we did. So you're right on that level. It is a little weird to make that comparison, but not the way you're saying it.
To say that innocents are killed. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the horrible things happen.
Half a million Iraqis killed, my brother.
Oof.
Well,
500,000.
It's a lot.
Yeah, listen, I was there. I mean, I was there. I was there with troops. I certainly understand. I also saw a lot of Americans getting killed, and I saw, the horrors of Saddam Hussein. I'm just saying, I don't think it's accurate to compare the pummeling of a city by Russian artillery with civilians inside, pummeling every single day with the intention of...
We did that every day for 15 years in Iraq. Every day. Oh, man, this guy is... I'll tell you this. When Anderson Cooper opens that trilateral commission check this month, he'll have earned it. He'll have definitely earned the he'll definitely have earned the check this time around, because boy was he a good boy.
He's the goodest boy.
Oh, such a good boy, Anderson. Such a good boy. Thank you. How heavy and sore were that man's arms from carrying all that water for 15 minutes?
Pretty sore.
It had to be
He'll
sore.
hurt for the next day or two.
He'll hurt for a while. Thank you, Hobo Chili, for the $10. Our chat is, we're trying to catch up with our chat right now. It's moving at a nice little clip here. A lot of people commenting on this audio that we just were checking in on.
I know one thing's for certain. I'm going to be looking more into this Cornel West. And
I love Cornel.
I don't know anything about the Green Party, really. I don't know what that's all about, but
I don't know anybody else in the chat that ever served as a peacekeeper. Do you remember the NATO training where you had to swear allegiance to the UN, even though as an American soldier? F you. Yeah, I've heard of that for sure. Big Ulf, last name Agate, says Chechnya was part of Russia and infested with Saudi-funded terrorists. Iraq was a country 15,000 miles away from U.S. borders. Spare me the moralism, and then calls him a last name that I can't repeat on YouTube. I've never seen Anderson Cooper so wrong. It was remarkable. I mean, when you're carrying water for someone else and you know they're wrong, it's got to be so uncomfortable to say the shit you're saying, because you have to make yourself look like the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived just to protect your masters.
I always think that. I think I've said that too. Like, how do you sleep at night? That must be so uncomfortable lying that much. But you always say that the money quells it all.
The money's good, yeah.
So I'm guessing he's not uncomfortable, and that's just that's his normal.
He comes from Vanderbilt Steel. Like, he comes from one of those robber baron families that have been in the United States for over a century.
He looks the part.
Yeah, I mean, he's as the conspiracy theorists would say, he's New World Order to the core.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. Anderson Cooper. I mean, you think he's, do people think he's there for his skills? Is Anderson Cooper there because he's so fucking scary,
Maybe
talented?
for his mouthpiece skills.
Oh, now why? Why? See, now I didn't make it a gay. Let the record show.
Oh, is that a gay thing? I just meant talking.
Let the record show. April is suggesting that perhaps because of what Anderson Cooper can do with his mouth, that's why he's where he is.
Talking
at CNN.
all that cash money shit.
Oh. I didn't
you made it gay.
Understand. Well, see, now Enoch Valdorian theorizing he swallows mad cock. See, that's what I kind of thought you were getting at.
I've always been too afraid of mad cock disease.
You don't want, you really don't want mad cock
that
disease.
shit lays dormant for a while.
That sits there, and then one day you're just, Golden Loaf Peggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says Anderson Cooper is a Vanderbilt, and his mom is a high-ranking blood witch. Fact. Oh, man, I'm hungry. I could use a blood witch right about now.
I'm hungry, too.
Real Dan Ninen says Anderson Cooper was a CIA intern when he was young. He was an everything intern when he was young. Griddle Gorilla says PM Modi came to the U.S. recently to talk about a new world order. Yeah, they use that term new world order a little too much.
Just slinging it around.
Yeah, just kind of like looking at us and going, yeah, fuck you. I just say new world order. Cooper is the proud owner of Biltmore Estates.
Great.
Hobo Chili says, really, I'm sorry. I'm just really mad right now. No, that pisses me off to no end. First of all, the way I like Cornel West and the way he was treated. Everything Cornel West was saying was 1,000% accurate.
Right. It wasn't opinion based.
Right. Those are all back-upable facts.
Mm-hmm.
Zen Rhino letting Big Ulf know that Iraq is only 6,915 miles from the United States. I think he was being he was exaggerating for effect when he said 15,000.
That's like 16 trips to Las Vegas. Las Vegas is like 1,200 miles from
here.
here.
A lot of trips. All right, boys and girls, if you want to contribute, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Streamlabs, YouTube, we are $300 away, meaning we're $30 into today's goal. We're more than halfway through the show. Let's see if we can get some damage done here. Let's see if we can go on a little rally. It's been a big audience today. You're looking at about almost 900 people watching Steel Toe at the moment. If you feel like throwing in $5, you feel like becoming a member, you feel like becoming a subscriber over is what they call it on Rumble. You want to throw in your $5 a month, or you want to throw in $10, $20 to Streamlabs, PayPal. Works for us. We are an e-beggar, listener-supported program. And that goal every day represents, the general operating price of keeping Steel Toe going. So we
We
do
live.
appreciate your guys' support. But let's knock that thing down a little bit. We're going to rattle the cans in about an hour and 40 minutes and see if we can knock out that entire goal today. So let's get that down to manageable before we continue. Could you do me a favor while I do this next thing and grab me a small Coca-Cola, perhaps a 12-ounce bottle of Dr. Pepper?
Do you want any pudding?
I do not want pudding.
I
I'm
have
not hungry.
2 fruit bowls.
A little caffeine. I'm a little wiped this morning. You can't tell. I'm a soldier. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care will come pick you up whenever you need them. Accident, stalled vehicle, you went in the ditch, whatever the case was. If you lock your keys in your car, All Care Towing can come out and get your car door open for you. And they won't even tell your friends. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. They have trucks and wreckers for heavy equipment. They can haul it all. Heavy, big, nasty, giant fucking equipment, all the way down to little motorcycles and shit. All Care Towing has got you taken care of. 320-253-5203 for All Care's Towing of St. Cloud. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Our pals at Stoney's have our anniversary show coming up Saturday, August 12th. It's the 9th anniversary party. Gino Bisconti, Keanu C. Thompson will be here. Johnny, April, Oz, myself, Tom Chilstrom, and many more coming out to the Steel Toe anniversary show Saturday, August 12th. The ticket link is right there in the chat. Zen's got it up there. There are only 20 tickets left to this show, to the comedy show at night, that is. Pick up your tickets. Cornhole tournament going on. The cornhole tournament, there's 10 spots left in that one, so get those tickets online at eventbrite.com. Also, guys, and thank you, Sandy, for asking the question, go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com and get April's Magic Bean Coffee. You can also get your Steel Toe coffee, both whole bean and ground coffee, in 12-ounce and 1-pound bags. All of those prices on the website include shipping, so there's no added fees. You've got your April's Magic Bean Coffee, a smooth blend of coffee from South America. Check it out. That's at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. I'm going to put that link in the chat for you, both on Rumble and YouTube. Click it and get your bag of Steel Toe coffee or April's Magic Bean. Thanks again. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. All right. We have to continue on. We've got one more Ukraine story. You know how we're funding this whole deal in Ukraine because, God damn it, it's just the right thing to do. And those Russians are evil and they're just terrible. And in no way did we, motivate them or taunt them basically into doing this.
Right.
We're just the good guys fighting the bad guys.
We're helping.
Always
We're
the good
helping
guys.
the poor suffering civilians of Ukraine.
Yes, the poor suffering Ukrainians their government is getting hundreds of billions of dollars for us just because their oligarchs over there gave our current president tens of millions of dollars in personal funds. That's wonderful. So
we should return billions.
Ukraine finally admitted that it's not going well.
Okay.
That Russia is fucking them in the ass.
Well, then we can send more.
Right. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to be like, oh, well, now you need to send us F-16s and you need to train our pilots to fly the F-16s. Then you need to send us stealth bombers and you got to send the whole might. Look, man, at some point, if we start making the Ukrainian Air Force the little mini U.S. Air Force, Russia is going to start seeing that as, hey, this is the United States directly being involved.
Yep, this looks like war to me.
Yeah, this is war with the United States of America. No Americans sitting, in their house today or sitting at work today benefits from the United States going to war with Russia. It's bad, 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 bad. $6 a gallon gas. Terrible economy. It would be a nightmare. It would make now look like the Trump years. It would be so good. But Ukraine admitted that the fighting situation in the East was complicated Tuesday. Now, if you're talking about your own side and how you're doing in a war, saying something's complicated in truth means we're getting fucking destroyed.
Yeah, it's bad.
Russia claimed its forces had advanced more than a mile into the Kupiansk area, where the enemy had amassed a force of 100,000 troops. Comments from both sides have suggested that the fighting on the front lines was ferocious. Well, all those American weapons and whatnot. The commander of Ukrainian ground forces said in an update that Moscow had concentrated forces in the direction of Kupiansk, a strategically important railway junction in the Kharkiv region, but that Ukrainian troops were holding them back. The situation is complicated but under control in the east. I keep hearing that from Ukraine every time Russia advances.
Right.
They were going into the Donbass, and Ukraine's like, well, we've stopped them cold in the Donbass region. Well, Russia now controls the Donbass region.
Well, you can't tell your people that you're losing.
Yeah. Guys, look.
It's bad for morale.
We're getting the living dog fuck kicked out of us at the moment, and it's really seems like we stepped in shit on this one.
Tiny bit. Sorry, there was no more Dr. Pepper.
We should have never given the Biden family that much money, because now it seems like we've really dog-walked ourselves into some heavy shit here. The general staff of Ukraine's military reported heavy battles and about 18 combat clashes between the warring sides throughout the day Tuesday. Yeah, and like you said, this really just fucks us either way, because if Ukraine ever says, hey, we're not doing well, like we said, that's, hey, we got to send them more money and more weapons because
people and troops.
Yeah, because they need the help, boy. I mean, they are just really going through it at the moment. But then if Ukraine starts doing well, we'd be like, guys, we got to get them more weapons and supplies. They're doing it. They're crushing over there in Ukraine. They can really finish off the Russians if only they have a little bit more American weaponry.
Think about it. Like, why isn't any other country trying to help Ukraine?
It's just the NATO countries. Yeah. All the NATO countries are sending tanks.
Remember, they are sending them. Okay.
Remember, they bitched at the French because the Ukrainians bitched at the French because their French tanks weren't good enough.
I retract my statement then.
No, it's all NATO. 100%. Dub with $5 over on Rumble. Thank you, buddy. $2.95 away from today's goal. Let's make that baby sing.
Thank you.
And see if we can't get that under 200 here in a little bit and go on a little rally of our own. I have not looked into this that much, but I was fascinated by what I read yesterday about this Carlee Russell thing. Have you followed any of this?
I haven't. No.
Carlee Russell is a lady.
Okay.
She's just, I don't know.
Are we questioning the ladiness?
No, she's a lady.
Okay.
And apparently her boyfriend said that Carlee was abducted. Carlee was kidnapped. And people are starting to have their doubts whether or not this Carlee Russell was actually kidnapped. He said she fought for her life. She fought off her captors and she was able to escape her captivity. And this was a terrible thing. Well, now there's this odd thing happening where her parents have joined in now and said, yep, totally true. But every time they ask them for details, we don't really get much. Carlee's not saying much. The boyfriend isn't saying much. The parents aren't saying much.
So she's safe now. She's
well. The scuttlebutt going on now is that she was never abducted in the first place.
And we're just doing this for attention. Who is this Carlee Russell?
They made this whole thing up. I thought she was maybe like a reality show person, but I think it's just one of those stories that's kind of captivated people's interest.
Right.
And they like covering it.
I was just kind of trying to find out like who she is as to like why she would come up with such a story.
For attention. I mean, it's kind of an odd, like uncomfortable situation they put the public in because they've made this story very public and they've talked about how brave she is and what a fighter she is and all of that stuff. But the lack of details and the way they're behaving, it's kind of like the beginning of that Jussie Smollett thing. Remember when we said, like, this is starting to look a little, maybe this didn't happen.
Why were you still wearing the noose?
Yeah, why would these white MAGA guys be out in the heart of Chicago at 2 a.m?
They wouldn't.
While you're getting a Subway sandwich. So, but you always feel uncomfortable because it's like calling out the person for faking a charity cancer. It's like, okay, now I have to be the person who says that the cancer person's faking it. That's kind of a...
It is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
This almost seems like a weird movie plot.
So this Carlee Russell, we're now getting into the stages where everyone's looking at each other and going, are you going to say it first? Or do I have to say it first? Or are you thinking what I'm thinking? Like, nobody quite wants to say it yet.
Okay.
Because they're still a little nervous that they might get called names and, how dare you question? And also, what if this does turn out to be true? Then I look like a dick. So everybody's waiting for a little more evidence before they can go, I think these people are fucking full of shit.
Well, it's just like, I always do preface this with I'm projecting here, but like if I were kidnapped and I had to fight for my life and all that stuff and I made it back, I would have zero qualms about like telling them who the guy looked like, what I went through, what happened, all of it.
Yeah.
I think you just say that.
You'd be
shit
saying
willingly.
it to the police. You'd be saying it to
the
everybody.
world. If they want to do a news story, I'm telling the news.
Yeah. I'm really glad I'm bringing this up because I just started kind of reading into this story yesterday in getting the show ready, but it's been around for a while. Our audience members are interested in it and they can kind of fill in the blank spots for me. NF Cap says it was for money. Attention was a bonus. Her GoFundMe is over $70,000 right now.
And what's the GoFundMe for?
Right. You got stolen. That's terrible. And psychologically, that's very damaging. But you don't need $70,000 for getting abducted.
Did they steal all of your parents' assets too, like their home and their cars? How are you getting this,
Right. Guy Sartell says you would get more views if April was abducted. Hint, hint. Oh, shit.
Well, he can fire me all he wants.
He is correct. I mean, what's 450 and 450? We hit 900 today. We would probably be like over 2,000.
I agree. You should fire me.
Yeah, Rumble and YouTube, we'd probably be over a couple grand if we could get April kidnapped, right? Oh,
Has
boy.
Guy flipped on me now? Does Guy not like me?
He loves you. He's just trying to do what's best for the show. That's how much he likes us.
I've always been of that mode. I've always told Aaron if I'm not good for the show, I should leave.
Guy's just trying to do what's best for the show, and you getting kidnapped would help us a lot. It would garner a lot of attention for the program.
Yeah, but now that whole idea is out there, so now if I do get kidnapped, everyone's not going to believe it.
Way to go, Guy, you fucking dick.
Screwed that one up.
Carlee Russell's parents are backing her boyfriend's claim that she fought for her life. By the way, every time I hear fought for her life, I think of the Alex Jones Gay Frog song.
You too.
Won't you fight for your life? We'll play Alex Jones songs for overtime today. We'll do some Alex Jones stuff.
Always down for that.
Carlee Russell's parents are backing her boyfriend's claim that she fought for her life to escape an alleged kidnapper. But they're very tight-lipped over just about everything else. Talitha Robinson Russell and Carlos Russell sat with the Today Show to talk about the case, which has been shrouded in mystery and has come under public scrutiny due to the scant and inconsistent details following Carlee's 48-hour disappearance. Now, the problem with all of these is, and the trouble all these people run into, is that someday you're going to have to sit down and talk to the police about this.
Yes.
And you know what the police are really good at?
Sniffing out a lie?
Sniffing out bullshit. Yes, exactly. They ask you the same question multiple times to see if they're getting a different answer.
They'll go to each person involved individually and see what they say.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes.
Uh-oh.
Exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, this Carlee Russell is, I feel comfortable on Wednesday now saying it. She's full of shit and her whole family's in on it. And they're a bunch of goddamn liars who are doing this for attention and money.
Yeah, I will say that if you've got that massive of a GoFundMe and you don't want to talk, probably lying.
Yeah. Despite the growing skepticism, Carlee's family is standing firm that she was abducted, echoing her story that she escaped her abductor. Her parents say she was in a bad state when she arrived at their house Saturday night, and she's disturbed by people questioning her honesty. Well, let's listen to the dispatch audio.
Okay.
And we'll see if we hear a liar.
754, unclassified complaint, 1466 Montgomery Highway at the Red Roof Inn.
Not the
front
Red Roof
office.
Inn.
Per caller, family members at this location saying they received a call from the female that's missing, Carlee Russell. 754, family members are saying they received a call from the female saying she was at this location.
754 en route.
760, 1851.
32, be advised, the child's now in the area of 3582 currently. The Red Roof.
52, 1852.
Yeah, so is this not her? Oh, this is the dispatch.
Somebody check in under that name?
Negative, and 6 carloads of people that that have just shown up over there.
5-4 copy. Did the front desk have anybody checked in under that name?
Negative, and according to the front desk, the message that the family got did not state which Red Roof Inn. They don't know if it's going to be Vestavia or another location.
Thank you. 5-2 and 5-844 on scene at Red Roof.
752, 754, 1853, 44 on the Red Roof.
So already they're finding problems like the day of, because they're like, yeah, we went to the place where they said they were and where she was kidnapped, and they're saying that no, it never, nothing
Doesn't check
here.
out.
Yeah.
There's holes in the story.
Video shows missing Alabama woman Carlee Russell pull over before vanishing. All right, let's check this out. We'll get caught up on this Carlee Russell story. So there she is. She's pulling over. She's got her hazards on.
We're not stopping, though.
Yeah, she's just kind of slowly motoring through. So nobody's following her. And if people were abducting you, they certainly wouldn't make you do shit like this.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Because that just draws attention to you.
Yep. A lot of attention.
So they would just tell you to drive. So she's pulled over on the side of the road.
She's not even pulled over.
Now
there
she
she
is.
stopped.
And this is just...
It looks like somebody's on that side of the car.
Well, that's a mile marker.
No, I'm not that. I'm not an idiot. God.
I don't see what you're seeing. Oh,
Yes,
okay,
there
I
is.
see.
There's
In
a
between the
person.
blinking light. Okay, there's a person there. Yeah, this...
Not making any sense, though, why she, had her flashers on already and drove up that far.
Yeah, and if anybody's
Unless she was planning on getting somebody in her car right there.
If she's being abducted right now, there's a whole shitload of cars that can see this happening on the highway. Nobody reported anything.
No, my opinion, somebody was waiting for her right there. She made it look like she was she had car trouble or something, but she was planning on picking somebody up right there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Because
what do you think? You think they're all in on it? It's a
Yes, I
scam?
do.
Or
Yeah,
you
I
think
do.
she was fucking around and she needed to make something up?
what do
to,
you?
like,
I don't understand that.
so
one.
that the boyfriend wouldn't. Did she make up the kidnapping because she was maybe taking some dick?
Oh no, I don't think anyone's that elaborate for dick on the side.
Some feel like the facts of the case aren't lining up, not to mention the police apparently having left out some pertinent information in terms of what they knew about her recovery and when. As first reported, first responders were discussing Carlee possibly having been located at a local motel in town, but in their statement, they totally omitted that. There are also questions about this alleged child Carlee claimed to have seen on the side of a highway the night she vanished. Police said they received no reports besides the 911 call from Carlee of a missing child. So if there is in fact an abductor and a possible kid at risk, why haven't the police issued any kind of alert to that effect?
Right.
That's what many people... Yeah, I mean, the parents would be asking all of these questions.
The parents would be distraught. People are very quick to put out an Amber Alert, if there's indeed a kid missing.
Yeah.
So
This is... I'm going to go with this is total bullshit.
it's hard to follow almost.
This
how
is the
screwed up
first
it
deep
is.
dive I've really done into this. She's 1,000% lying.
My first exposure to it, and it seems fishy.
And now... The fact that the audience is telling me now that they have a $70,000 GoFundMe. It is
700,000.
No, I thought he said 70.
Oh, you read it as 700.
70K. I'm sorry.
Oh.
If I said 700, no, it was 70K.
$700,000.
I mean, look. I mean, who gets recovered from a kidnapping and then immediately you put a GoFundMe up?
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, because you didn't lose anything except maybe some dignity and,
Yeah.
you're a little distraught.
Griddle Gorilla says you can do the kidnapping scheme, basic instinct defense. We talked about it on the show. There's no way we would be crazy enough to do it after that. Oh, see, so it's still available.
Did you
Okay.
see? I audibly laughed at Fauci's pangolin. He says she fought for 48 hours. Heck, Aaron can't fight for 52 seconds.
Why does everyone talk about the first fight when we've all seen the second fight where I kicked ass and took names?
It's just a very funny line.
Why do we only talk about the one where I got my nose busted?
Well,
and the fight had to be stopped because I was bleeding so badly and getting my face punched in. Why don't we ever talk about the one where I Joe Frazier a guy's ass, bobbed and weaved, hooked and straighted him to death, and put him on his ass? We never talk about that one.
It's because the first one was so dramatic, and it was bloody. That's the one people are going to talk about.
I'll tell you why they talk about the first one, because they don't want to see me doing well. That's why.
That's not untrue. It was drama.
Mr. Me becoming a steel toe bro. Thank you. New members knock our goal down by $5. So thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. 290 away from killing this goal. Thank you very much. Links to PayPal and Streamlabs in both chats, YouTube and Rumble, where you both got 400 some odd people in there. Holy shit. Thank you, guys.
So did we ever find out what this Carlee Russell does or who she is?
Just a lady who fakes abductions, apparently.
So she's
That's
just
all
a
I know
nobody.
about her.
Okay.
Red Roof Inns have the most aggressive bed bug, says Nebo as he renews his 4-month membership. Thank
Nasty.
you.
Thank you.
Pool Scam Sam says Carlee Russell was devastated after the Grimace Shake promotion ended. So it hits different people.
My interest in the Grimace Shake completely went away once somebody that works at McDonald's says they don't know what flavor it is.
01 says, I've stayed at some nice Red Roof Inns. It's hit or miss on the quality.
I've heard that about Coratel Inns too.
Yes,
Aaron?
there's some nice ones, and there's the ones we stayed at for my buddy's wedding.
Oh my God, where there's blood
Didn't
in
my buddy and his wife have to stay in that hotel too?
Only the first night.
The first night.
So we all got there the night before the wedding, to do pre-wedding shenanigans, if you will, and they're nice. They were gonna stay at the venue. They had a nice honeymoon suite at the venue to stay at the night of their wedding, so they had to slum it with us the night before.
Yeah.
We had one of our friends had to move rooms because they were there with their baby and there was blood on the sheets.
Yeah, that's you can't have your baby in that situation.
No.
For sure. Potato Head says that must be a fast toddler. Yeah, I'm thinking this lady might be full of turkey, if I may. Grinch Girl says supposedly she saw a kid on the side of the road. Also, supposedly former friends of hers were saying she's mentally ill and it's likely a mental break. See, now that I definitely can see.
Maybe.
Guy Sartell says, I'm willing to abduct April if you need me to. I would make it look more real than this. Do it for the show.
I don't know if I want to see Guy in person.
Yeah, she runs too fast. You probably can't catch her.
I don't know if I'd be ready for all that is Guy.
All of Guy.
Yes, all of Guy.
Guy says, I never heard about a second fight. I'll fucking overtime tonight. I'll play the second fight for you.
That's bullshit.
Were you fighting a child in the second fight? No, he was 6'7",
yes,
240.
He was a child. He was 18.
19, and he was 6'7", 242. Thank you very much. How fucking dare you? Stevie J says maybe she was having delusions and now she's stuck in an unintentional lie. I'm not going to make excuses for someone who makes a fucking GoFundMe for their fake abduction and rakes in $70K.
She's living a Cypress Hill song.
Yeah, I'm not getting this girl's back. So let's watch Mom and Dad on the Today Show.
I love a good mom and dad interview.
Let's watch Mom and Dad on the Today Show and see if they can convince us that maybe this might have been real.
What did you do when you saw her?
We tried to hug her as best we could, but I had to stand back because she was not in a good state. So we had to stand back and let medical professionals work with her. But it's okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. So she just shows up at home and the medical staff happen to be there immediately when you're trying to hug her?
Well, I think they might have. I think she went to the boyfriend's place and they called the police and
You can understand how it's getting confusing.
No, they had to rescue her and rescue her. They had to find her, bring her back, and yeah.
I was under the impression that she just showed up back at home. She escaped. No, somebody said that she escaped.
She fought and she escaped, yeah. But I think she probably called police and all that stuff while she was escaping. Yeah, I don't think medical staff just happened to be there.
Okay.
She's having to deal with the trauma of people just making completely false allegations about her. Carlee has...
Okay, but wait a minute. Nobody wants to make up allegations that somebody faked a kidnapping. Like I said, it's like accusing the cancer person of faking cancer. Nobody wants to take that step. They have to be staring at your story over and over and going, look, I want to believe you, but you seem totally full of shit. To the point that if you're saying you were abducted, people are willing to give you every single benefit of the doubt that
Absolutely.
there is.
That's a scary event.
So if you have people making up these terrible stories about her, that's probably because they've exercised every piece of patience and empathy they have for this woman, and they're going, okay, if I continue to go along with this story, I have to make myself retarded. And I don't want to make myself retarded. That would hurt my pride and hurt my dignity. This woman has to be full of shit.
We do it every day for our government, though.
We do.
So we should be used to it.
God bless them.
Giving detectives her statement so that they can continue to pursue her abductor.
Do you believe that there's an abductor still out there?
Absolutely.
If you didn't
Absolutely.
And when I talked to you all on Saturday, you also said...
Okay, that's a bad question, too, because, like, if someone even has to ask you that question, that means your story's fucked up enough for people to be like, hey, between you and me, Mom and Dad, you think these people even fucking exist? Like, she's asking them that on national television. That means there's enough evidence there for people to think that.
Yes, because guess what? If you didn't catch the abductor when you were rescuing Carlee, yeah, the abductor's still out there. It's either that or he didn't exist. And I like how she worded it. Do you think there's an abductor out there? Yeah, there's many. It's just not hers.
It's just not hers. Yeah, there's lots of abductors. In fact, we should be fucking looking for those people and not her imaginary one.
And when I talked to you all on Saturday, you also said your daughter is a fighter and she would find a way back to you.
You could fight her.
I felt that in my heart.
Fight Carlee
Is
Russell.
that what happened?
She did. She found her way back to us. However, we can't.
Yeah, she just used the GPS in her car.
They didn't rescue her. She got away and found her way back.
However, we can't discuss the details of that.
Do you believe she was fighting for her life?
Oh, she definitely fought for her life. There were moments when she physically had to fight for her life, and there were moments when she had to mentally fight for her life.
But she made it back to you.
She made it back.
You seem too calm about this. Like, if my child was abducted and I heard that they had to like fight for their life and stuff, I'd probably have details. I'd probably be crying. It'd be a mess. It's all bad. And did you hear that? Upward inflection. Oh, she definitely had to fight for her life. It sounds too cool about it.
Guy Sartell says, I was expecting white. Well, there's a mom and a dad. Does that help? I mean, I'm just trying to help Guy.
Are you saying they're black in name only?
No, I never
Because there's
said
a
that.
dad there.
That's not something I said. Coltrane, becoming a member for 14 months, says, are we still getting compound exclusive verification later this week? I'm excited for little to no goals. I would say worst case scenario, small goals. Best case scenario, no goal in the morning.
Did you tell that person that was fine or good?
No, I'm going to after the program's over today. It's unprofessional to be sending texts.
As he's looking through his phone.
Well, I got an important text about our little development, and I just had to show April so that she knew. So yes, knock out our goals for a little while longer, tolerate our horse shit a little while longer, and then we'll have some big news for you in the coming weeks here. Excuse me.
Are you going to make it?
Got all this carbonation and this sugar is making me it's making me belch a little.
Ew. Oh.
It's disgusting.
You know, some people don't like words.
You don't like the word belch?
I hate that word.
See, I think burp is just as gross.
I will say moist until the cows come home. I think moist is a wonderful, sexy word.
Yes.
I won't say the one you just said.
You won't say belch?
Ugh.
Burp?
Ooh.
Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says new goal will be 325, y'all. I'll tell you this. The new goal at worst case scenario, the thing we're working on does not go nearly as well as we're led to believe it will. The highest goal we're going to have for the mornings would be 125. If everything goes exactly like we think it's going to go, $0 in the morning. Symbolic Mind says, nice moist belch. There you go. There you go.
That's fucked
How's
up.
that one?
These are good.
Zen Rhino says, Aaron is going to be selling us Amway. I'm calling it now.
Oh my God. Have you ever been to an Amway meeting? I told everyone once I had to go along to like one of my friends was getting suckered into an Amway meeting, and I had to go along for moral support. And it was so scammy sounding. Like
it's just pretty bad.
Doesn't somebody in your family do that? Or did they just buy from it?
I don't know.
Remember?
I don't know.
The
I
cow
can't
butchering
remember.
place?
Cow butchering
Remember
place.
your uncle's place?
Oh, they did. Yeah. They did that. Yeah, they did that.
Right.
Oh, shit. I forgot about that. That was so uncomfortable when they told me.
Right. Those are some good energy drinks, though. Those excess energy drinks, I like those.
They did energy drink peddling, and I'm like, because it's one of those things where like, oh yeah, I have a team, and then they have a team. It's a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme.
And that's not the first time I've had like friends or something give me those energy drinks before. They're like, hey, just try a 6-pack and see how you like it. And I remember I was butchering a cow with you and your family, and your aunt is just trying to like, pass along these energy drinks to me like, oh, you don't understand how like good they are for you.
Yeah.
So I've had them.
St. G says, April, the Grimace Shake tastes like Fruit Loops. You aren't missing out on anything. One thing you might want to check out is the memes surrounding the Grimace Shake. Well, they've been everywhere. That's what the kids were telling me about. Like, the Grimace Shake. Everyone's talking about the Grimace Shake.
I didn't know there was memes, but I know that there was some kind of like stupid TikTok video going around that like YouTubers started doing where they would like get a Grimace Shake and then they'd pretend it was like foaming out of their mouth or something. It was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Bird Collector, yes, I got fucking robbed. It's a robbery. Riz Digga says, they getting paid for this interview. Unreal. Oh, yeah, for sure. That family got paid for that interview.
Your second fight results were home cooked.
They was home cooked. Yeah, I fought a fucking Detroit Lakes fighter in Detroit Lakes, floored him in the third, and
Spun him around.
You could tell two of the judges had to cook their numbers to give him the fight. And so they gave him the third round. It was shameful. That third round scoring that gave him the fight was fucking shameful.
Well, it was shameful too when like after the fight we have all the other gyms, like people coming up to us like, dude, that was...
Yeah, they're like, that was bullshit.
That was your fight.
Like the other rival St. Cloud gym came over to me and they're like, dude, you got fucking scammed. I was like, well, because remember when it happened, everyone else was telling me that and I didn't believe it. And then we went to have pizza after the fight.
Yeah.
They had me watch the fight back and I'm just getting mad. I'm like, I fucked that guy up. Like, because when you get hit with a punch, you get so annoyed that you got hit that you think about that. Right. You're not thinking about all the shots you landed.
No, I mean...
And I'm watching and I'm like, I fucked him up.
I was sitting back with Clint, obviously, watching the whole fight. And it was a clear win for you in our eyes. So, and it seemed like everybody had that opinion.
We called that guy's gym and we asked for a rematch. We said, hey, let's do it again. And the Chris, the guy who runs that gym, said, since that fight, he hasn't been back at the gym. He was
working. A swimmer. I think he probably went to college for swimming.
I think I beat it out of him. I took his heart.
He was a big guy, and I would bet money he's a collegiate swimmer now.
Zen Rhino says St. Cloud is too small to have two boxing gyms. I said, 75,000 people.
It's not, though.
There's lots of people at both gyms doing boxing.
Our gym is so overwhelmingly packed during boxing nights with the classes and stuff.
And the sparring nights, yeah. How's it smell in there on sparring night?
Yeah, because I'm weightlifting upstairs. It does smell remarkably bad. Like if I ever have to run back downstairs to fill up my water, it's like, okay, hold your breath halfway down the stairs. Don't breathe again until you go up.
Sean says, was it recorded? Yeah, we have the video. You guys want to watch the fight again for overtime today?
I would never miss recording his fights. I got the first one too if you want to see it.
If you guys want to watch the second fight.
Do you want to see the first one?
Not near as good as I am now, but definitely did a good job of adjusting to a 6'7" fighter, which was a little difficult at first. 6'7's a big fucker to have to try and get inside on, but we figured it out. Yeah. I would stop that guy in a couple of rounds now, but I didn't know as much then. So, if we knock out today's goal, there you go. We'll watch the second fight, you guys. 290 away from knocking it out. Let's go on a rally then. Everybody put your money where your mouth is. Let's knock out that goal. We got about an hour before we rattle the cans and try to not rattle the cans, rattle the offering plate and see if we can knock that thing out.
Somebody in the Rumble chat said, so she had a 48-hour sex marathon and decided to go home.
See, that's what I'm thinking about this Carlee Russell. I think she was getting dicked by some dude, and she came home and said she was kidnapped.
But that doesn't even make sense. Like, you don't have to be that elaborate to lie about where you're at.
Yeah, but sociopaths don't usually have to be that elaborate. They just lie for the fun of it.
I just feel like if you were that desperate for side dick or something, you could just say, hey, I'm going out of town for the weekend. I want to take a trip. I mean,
yeah, but she's crazy.
Isn't that pretty basic?
She's crazy. Kmart Ready says, I want to see it. I want to be proven wrong that you won the fight. All right, let's hit the goal. Let's knock it out. And I am really excited to prove to a skeptic like Kmart Ready that I won that fight. Lost round 1. Clearly, although some people the last time we played it for the audience, like, oh, no, I still think you took that round. I remember getting my head bounced around the ring in the first round.
I think you were taking the first round to adjust to the behemoth in front of you.
My style, even in sparring, the first round, I'm downloading, I'm taking in information. I'm a counterpuncher. So in the first round, I'm kind of hanging back. I'm not throwing too many punches. First and second.
I hate watching you do that. I do.
Well, do you want me to use the cross guard?
No, just why do you have to do it?
Do you want me to use the mummy
You're
guard?
Not there.
Do you want me to use the shell? Or do you want me to use the kind of the
I
parry
think you're
defense?
stroking yourself when you do that.
Of course I am. Of course I am. How tall are you, Aaron? Closer to 6'4" than 6'3". That's how I'll say what my height is. Because it's like, otherwise you got to say, 6'3 3/4". It's weird and gay to talk like that. All right, guys, we're going to do that if we hit overtime today. And I'm excited because I like that Kmart Ready is being open to being proven wrong. I'm excited to show them.
I'm excited kind of to see the Stein fight this weekend, too. When is that?
I am, too, but I'm worried about Alex for that fight because he doesn't seem to be taking it seriously.
When is it?
Saturday.
Okay.
And that Modine guy, like, you can say whatever you want about Modine. He's a buffoon. But he does like boxing, and he does like street fighting, and he does like that kind of stuff. So I do believe he's training.
Yeah, but ask what our gym owner thinks about street fighters and their mentality. That's not going to last.
He also gets kind of racist when he talks about them.
It's part of the fun.
Not going to lie. Yeah, I don't know if I can't find much Modine stuff on YouTube. And I don't know if I can find, I can't find like Modine. It's gone dead now. You've got guys like Modine fighting on Misfits. I can't find like much video of this. He's supposedly like a guy on Twitter.
See, but I feel like if he
I can't find any of his stuff on, or a big guy on, not Twitter.
YouTube?
TikTok.
Oh,
and I can't find any
that
of his
again discredits you in my opinion.
Is this the Alex video we've already seen? Oh, this is him working with Masvidal. Okay. Let's see. Okay. JVT tag along. Jorge Masvidal, trainer and UFC fighter.
This is a drill that when you go home, you can practice it all the time. Every day you should do this. The more you're boxing, you get something like this and you put it under your chin. Jab, halfway back, jab back.
Yep, there you go. Double jab, right hand. Okay, good.
Remember when you told me he wasn't working with Masvidal?
No, I said he was. I said I don't think he's you can't. He went there for a weekend. You need more than that.
Like I don't think there was much time.
And you need to be sparring.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't think he gave himself much time before calling for the fight and then having the fight.
He gave himself 6 weeks. He's got to be in the gym 4 days a week for all those 6 weeks. This is day one shit. Like, this is stuff you learn.
This is shit I would learn on my first day.
This is shit you learn your first day in a boxing class. And you know what the time, mine was only like 3-4 months. That was a mistake. You know what the time should be between your first, where you're holding shit under your chin and taking your first fight? It should be 8 months to a year.
I would have said a year.
Yeah, 8 months to a year.
See my shoulder. See my shoulder? Yeah. Can you lift it like that? There you go.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's how you do it like that.
Now, as soon as I start to get close, you're going to use your footwork. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Boom. And if you step too much, bang, right there. What I always want to do is I want to see, like, what's his thoughts in his head? You know, and in MMA, he has a lot of...
I want to see Modine, though. Like, I've seen Alex. Okay, so Alex and his buddy now are going to or the tag along are going to spar with each other. This right here, that's left hook city. Like, look at, you can't have your hands like this. No, it's not.
It's very open.
Get some headgear on and get these guys in the ring. Like, you've got to have.
Don't rush at him because now I'm giving him a chance to take me out. I walk at him and I'm giving him things to think about because when someone's hurt, it's like they're way more dangerous, and also I only have one bullet in the chamber now. So it's like they have a revolver and they're just gonna shoot at any time. So what you want to do when somebody's hurt, right, is you come up, I'll take that.
Yeah, this is a beginner boxing class right here.
His
He's too tight.
Shoulders always look so tight.
He's too tight. He's gonna get exhausted.
I hate this music.
Yeah, this isn't. Stop throwing hooks at the bag. Throw straights. Get your feet set. Get your feet set. Okay.
I'm really rooting for him.
I am too. I'm really, but boxing is it's rough business, and like I said, I don't want to see anyone get hurt.
There's a reason I don't get any deeper into just whatever you'll teach me. Like I don't care to do that shit because I wouldn't be good at it, and I don't want to get hit. But like I do think that if I were to take a fight, I'd be in that gym constant.
You have to.
Training with like some gym owners and all that shit because I'd be too scared to do anything less.
Look, I can tell you from the failure of my first fight, like, don't go in there too soon thinking you can just mimic what you've seen on TV and that, I'm really killing the heavy bag. And, I haven't been sparring that much, but I'll be able to, I'll take care of it in there. No, you're not going to. I don't like the shoulder tightness. He's going to get exhausted. He's going to gas out with that shoulder tightness. Mm-hmm. I don't like the hand placement for defense, but that's not necessarily his fault. He has to spar. You have to get headgear on, and you have to get in the ring, and you have to get hit so you can learn how to defend. You can have someone tell you where to put your hands to defend certain punches, but until you throw those punches at them full speed and make them defend them, you're not going to get good at it. It's like anything else. You need to practice it.
Saturday is going to be an experience for him. That's for sure. I really hope he pulls it off because I don't have any faith in that Modine guy either.
Kenneth Pogue says, I hate to say it, Alex going to have a problem. I hope he wins. I'm pulling for him. It's just, I don't know how seriously it's being taken. I don't know how much time has been committed. And this Modine guy may be a silly goose. He may be an idiot. But he looks like a guy who likes to fight and has fought.
Well, he's just a scrappy dude. He doesn't look like he's serious about it.
Let's see. Joe the Toe says, keep Mersh banned in here. Tell him Toey said if he wants beef. Mersh isn't banned here.
We would never ban
Not
Mersh.
at all. Aaron's hair is reminiscent of a Cabbage Patch doll, says Hobo Chili. Now they're arguing over how I'm built. Aaron's built like a 4x4 post wrapped in cum-soaked My Pillows. That's very elaborate.
That's mean.
Oh, Aaron spars with Brittany Griner. Like Boogie versus Wings. It'll be better than Boogie versus Wings. Cancel Stevie Lou says, I have a feeling Alex won't be as quick-witted after this weekend. I hope he wins. Like I said, I'm pulling for him. I guess it depends on how much experience that Modine guy has, because 6 weeks to take a fight when you've never stepped in a boxing ring before, that's going to be really hard. Really hard. Kenneth says, much like inline skating, the best skaters are short. The tall ones, like me, have a harder time skating. Bishop says, I tried boxing but couldn't stop laughing. Some LAPD Athletic League gym in Sylmar had judo and professional wrestling. Who knew the gymnastics was really a brutal fighting style? No kayfabe. I will say this about wrestling. It is great if you want to have gay sex. That is what it's very, very good for. All right. We have to get into some other stuff. We kind of took a detour there. I said, I wanted to find some Modine stuff, but I can't find any video on like Modine training.
That's because he doesn't train, Aaron. He's a street fighter. Street fighters don't train. And the one video we did watch of him, he was fighting in this parking lot in the dark at night where they were just sitting there bitching about who hit who in the face.
You can't hit us in the face.
Ugh.
No face hitting. That's how you know that you've got a solid fighter in front of you.
That's one of the main reasons where I'm like, Alex will probably be fine because that guy's a buffoon.
Hopefully. The Secret Service has reportedly destroyed the mystery cocaine baggie found in the White House, ending any chance of figuring out who put it there.
I bet they did that day one.
Yeah, I bet you that cocaine was destroyed the second they found it. I'll tell you for two reasons. One, they didn't want to tell us who it was. And two, they immediately knew whose it was. I mean, the cocaine thing was so easy. Like, the Secret Service found it and they went, fucking Hunter.
Okay,
God damn it.
Then I have a follow-up question to that statement. Why even say that it was found?
That is odd, isn't it?
Why not just find it? Because I'm sure it's not the first time. Why not find the baggie and be like, oh, here we go again. Just toss it somewhere, you know?
Well, they tried to lie at first.
But what I'm saying is you don't even have to.
Could you do me a favor? Could you take this? You have to take this. They want to do lawn treatment. Could you take this and tell them to come on out and then put the last treatment thing on the doorknob handle for them with the thing? Sorry, our lawn service is calling us and we can't miss that. And I always leave the payment for the last treatment on the door handle when they come by. So I just wanted to handle that. Friendo said Aaron has become comfortably numb. All right. By the way, $290 away from today's goal, guy. We got less than an hour to knock that out, and we're only $40 into today. $290 away from knocking it out. If you feel like contributing, Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble, the whole thing. Jump in, throw in a few bucks. Let's knock that number down because it is a big one, just like yesterday. So they've destroyed the cocaine baggie without figuring out who put it there. Doesn't seem to be a priority, figuring out who brought the coke into the White House. And I agree with April. Like, why even tell us about it in the first place if you were just going to destroy it and not figure out whose it was anyway? It just seems really unnecessary. It's strange that they're getting so bad at cover-ups now that you've even got the people who want to know the truth looking at them and going, then why even fucking tell us? Like, we're trying to help them cover it up better because we're like, if you're going to come out and tell us it existed, but you're not going to tell us whose it was and you're going to destroy it anyway, then shut the fuck up. I think it also shows you that if any of us were in power, we too would probably become lying, like little sociopathic, power-hungry monsters because we always have what we would do in those situations. Like, we're like, oh, man, it's terrible what the government does. These people are such sociopaths, and they lie, and they cover shit up. And then when we discover a cover-up, we go, hey, man, if that was me, I would have covered it up this way. They fucked this up big time. You're stupid. What you got to do is this. We always think we'd always be better than the powerful people until we start catching ourselves talking like the powerful people sometimes, where we're like, hey, next time, just cover the whole fucking thing up and don't even talk about it. Mad Joe says, I just feel like going to the gym but not mowing your lawn is counterproductive. It's not a lawn mowing service. It's a lawn treat, like the weeds and shit. They do weed management and mosquito spraying and all that stupid shit. It's a totally different concept. Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee told Newsmax on Monday that the Secret Service destroyed the bag containing cocaine at the White House and does not have enough DNA evidence to identify who may have left it there. So they basically set it on fire, got rid of it, and then went, fuck it, we'll never find out. Well, how'd that go?
There was no person on the line. It was a very, very long automated message, actually.
That they're coming out?
No, didn't even make sense for us. It was like, oh, we do all these services. We offer all these services. Give us a call sometime at your earliest convenience and let us know if you need any of these.
Oh.
I don't know. There was no person.
Well, fuck.
I don't know if you clicked like a wrong button when you answered or something and it went to a service.
I don't know. So the Secret Service doesn't have the key from the locker where the cocaine was found. And they said originally we didn't find enough DNA. Now they went back and said we didn't find any DNA. Burchett said apparently they destroyed the bag and any chance of getting any DNA off of it. So they just closed the case. We don't know whose Coke it was. We set it on fire. We got rid of it. Boom, done.
But you understand that they probably did that day one, though. Because I've asked it on the show many times. I'm like, why didn't they? I understand fingerprints don't always turn up on a bag or something, but like, why didn't they fingerprint it? Why didn't they check for DNA right away?
But that's what I was saying while you were upstairs. I'm like, we all think we'd be so much better people than these people. But then when it comes to them covering shit up, we go, no, that's not how you cover it up. You cover it up this way. And it's like, you understand that if we had what they had on the line, we might end up behaving the same way.
Okay, but then don't announce that the bag was found.
That's what I'm screaming.
They're not making dollars or cents here.
Kotad says, it's not that we would cover it up this way. It's that it's insulting to see them bungle it when there's obviously a better way to do it. Well, I mean, potato, I mean, in a way.
Riz, did you see that? So April doesn't really mow the lawn? Yes, I do.
Nope. April doesn't mow the lawn. Confirmed. You've got a big scandal on your hands.
We have Valley Green come by and do weed control. Yeah. I mean, pretty standard.
He's got you there, April.
Yeah, so I don't have thistles growing in my entire yard.
April doesn't mow the lawn. Confirmed.
I just mowed it.
Do you think that that they destroyed the cocaine, or that Hunter Biden just was able to get it back and, hoover it up? And
I don't think they destroyed it. I think they probably all gave a nice,
just a baggie. I don't know how much, they maybe get a little tootski in each one of them to give them a little,
that's what I'm talking about.
Little refresher in the morning, I suppose. Roots Calhoun says, I'm still laughing at Zen Shapiro. Wait a minute, what?
Uh-oh.
Zen Shapiro, you must be stupid or don't know Toei. Oh, they're fighting over each other's names and shit. Oh, boys. Oh, boys, stop fighting with each other in the chat. There's plenty of room for dipshit behavior for all of us, myself included. Kmart ready. The cocaine is gone existed.
Right.
Gone existed like all of little Chadley's tough talk about coming up here for the anniversary show, and he's going to get in our faces, and he's going to create a viral moment. I told you that poor motherfucker couldn't afford to come up here, that he was never going to, that he would run scared. He also heard that it sold out once and it's going to sell out again after we added seats, and he would look like a buffoon, so he went ahead and backed down. And he's going to back down from the other thing he said he was going to, whatever the fuck that was.
Oh, that he was going to have sex with me this year.
Well, he's going to miss that one, too. He's going to destroy our show and our marriage. It's going to be over. He's going to miss that one, too.
We can end that ourselves.
Yeah. We're about to do something that's going to make our show bigger than ever. So, yes, I would definitely say that Chad has taken a serious L on his whole revenge tour, or whatever the fuck he was calling it. And the thing he tried to put out there to try and rescue him from looking like a complete asshole, he's like, well, it's because Aaron and Gino are so irrelevant. Aaron and Gino both have bigger audiences than you do.
I'm glad he left me out of that.
Yeah, like Aaron and Gino are a far bigger deal. And by the way, we're nobodies. We're nothing. We're dog shit.
If you're a nobody, I'm an extra nobody.
Right.
So I like it like that.
Gino and I are absolute nobodies, and you're below us. So yeah, no cocking off for you there, big shoots. All that big talk, all that I'm gonna do this. Total bullshit like the rest of everything you do. God, that felt nice yesterday.
I was a little confused why he felt like tagging Delta in that tweet. Well, let me use my @Delta Miles as if they're going to be excited that Chad mentioned them.
Delta's
and he's
like,
going to
hey,
hand them out some extra miles.
That's the way Chad thinks. He's not going to get the Delta bump. Delta's going to get the Chad Zumach bump.
By the way, I bet he flies Delta. Good one.
Kmart Ready says, you maybe not Gino. No, nobody, and I mean nobody watches Gino. I watch Gino.
Oh.
I like Gino. So there's one
that's
guy.
all that counts.
There, you got one guy. How's that? All right, guys, still 290 away. We got to nail that. We got about 40. We got literally 45 minutes to knock out that 290. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble, all of it. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's knock out that 290. We've got a lot planned for you for overtime today. We've had a nice number on both platforms today.
Yeah.
Everybody chip in a little bit. Don't be shy. Be the first one to start the rally. Let's get this thing going so we don't have to knock out 290 for the offering plate segment. I will say this. If we do knock out 290 for the offering plate segment, I'm never mentioning the goal during the show again and I'm just doing the offering plate.
Okay.
Because what's the point if I sit here and go, come on, guys, we're a long ways away, and nothing happens, but then when we get to the offering plate, it all just comes flooding in no matter what. Just fucking do that and do the rest of the show.
They're making you wait now.
Yeah, you know what I say, guys? You knock this thing out today. I stop even mentioning the goal during the show and just do the offering plate segment. And we're going to show that second fight for overtime today, plus a bunch of other stories, because it won't take that long to get through the fight thing. Mindy Kaling. I love this story so much. I don't give a shit about Mindy Kaling. I don't care about her career. I'm using her as a pawn, as like a funnel to get to another topic.
A vehicle?
I'm using her as a vehicle. Mindy Kaling told the media recently she is done talking about her weight loss. I'm done. I lost 40 pounds.
Okay.
She said people take it so personally. Now,
what?
When she says that, when she says, I'm done talking about my 40-pound weight loss, which good for her.
Great.
That's awesome that you lost 40 pounds.
I think
it's great. Why would she not talk about it, April? Why is it so tiresome?
Oh.
And which people take her weight loss so personally?
People who aren't losing weight. It's the people that aren't losing the weight that she's losing always love to, weight loss shame somebody else for trying to be healthier.
Dude, it's fucking, and you're absolutely right. It is ridiculous.
It's insanity to me.
How angry fat people get when a fellow fat person becomes a skinny person. They did it to Adele. They've done it to Mindy Kaling. They did it to Lizzo and it worked. She got shamed out of losing weight. She's like, y'all, I'm going to go to the gym and I'm going to get in better shape and I'm going to lose weight. I've lost like 12 pounds or something, she said, which you're like, great, that's awesome, good for
That's
Lizzo.
progress.
And people went, you're not a fat ally anymore, and we put our faith in you, and you were to represent us. And she got shamed out of it, and she started posting fucking disgusting twerking videos again with her giant dimpled moon crater ass and her fat gut, and she just went right back to the old unhealthy, probably won't see 50 her.
Yeah, I don't know why we can't just see like these people that are losing the weight as like, oh, wow, that's an inspiration. I'm glad to see that somebody who looks like me can do that.
Right. They don't do that. They go, no, I don't have the work ethic it takes to lose any weight. I don't want to lose any weight. So therefore, any other fat person who loses weight exposes what a lazy piece of shit I am. So instead of maybe taking some stock in that myself and thinking about what I'm doing wrong, I'll just attack and hate that person as though they're doing something to me personally.
Right.
And literally all Mindy Kaling wanted to do was live past 50 years old.
It's a good goal, right?
Pretty good. During an interview with Allure published on Tuesday, the Office alum was asked if she had anything to say to people who felt that they've lost an ally.
Ew, she's not your ally.
In the body inclusivity movement after she shed more than 40 pounds. First of all, there should be no body inclusivity movement. There's healthy and there's a range. And there's unhealthy, and there's a range, and there's morbidly obese. The word morbidly means you're going to die.
Yep. And
morbidly obese.
So you've got a great point. My point also, stop pretending that celebrities are your allies. They don't care about you. They care that you go watch their things or buy their products.
Yeah. I mean, but the fact that somebody else loses 40 pounds and somehow they're doing something to you
personally,
that is about the biggest projection I've ever seen that is so see-through.
God, if Margot Robbie goes and gains 40 pounds, I'm going to feel like I lost an ally in Skinny Pretty Girls.
Are you really?
No. I don't care.
Kaling immediately shut it down, saying, it's not super exciting for me to talk about my body and how it's analyzed. So you see what these fat pigs have done. They've taken something she could be doing a public victory lap on, being remarkably proud of losing 40 pounds, telling other people how she did it and saying, hey, it's this easy and you just have to do this, that, and the other thing. But instead, fat people have gotten so cunty and bitchy at her that now she doesn't even feel like she can talk about her weight loss because it's actually now obnoxious to her.
Right. Look at, there was like a side box on that story of like multiple other Mindy Kaling stories talking about her progress in her weight loss and all that and feeling healthier, the healthiest I've been and all that. And that's got to go away for her now because you feel like you've been personally offended.
Right. So I think I'm just going to get into it. I'm not going to get into it because it takes over the conversation, unfortunately, and people take it so personally, she added before the interviewer moved on to ask her about her children. Kaling recently noted she was the healthiest she's been in years after losing weight. Isn't it amazing that all of these new age feminist celebrities in their 20s who are like sexy at any weight and you don't need a man and blah, blah, blah. Isn't it amazing that all these women get remarkably happier once they have children and lose weight?
Yes.
I mean, Adele's a happier person in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Mindy Kaling is, I'm the healthiest and happiest I've ever been. What happened? Well, I settled down. I got married. I stopped being basically a dick plug. And I had a kid and I lost weight and I got myself in shape and I got more motivated. I'm the happiest I've ever been. Weird. It's almost like dropping all that fat, angry, feminist whore baggage makes you a lot happier.
Yeah, you carried on, so I lost my thought. I had something, though.
I mean, she
looks phenomenal.
I'm not a Mindy Kaling fan. I think she's kind of a Hollywood diversity hire.
She's pretty hot.
But she looks great.
I think so.
I mean, it's not her fault. That's the thing about Mindy Kaling. People are like, she's Hollywood's diversity hire. Yeah, but that's not her fault. She just gets offered the jobs. She gets offered the jobs and she takes the jobs.
I mean, if you're in somebody's shoes that gets a lot of diversity hires, I guess you're going to... eat that shit up.
Dare I say, Mindy Kaling, fuckable.
That's not a dare I say moment. She is obviously very hot.
But she wasn't that way in her acting prime, shall I say. And she's 44. She looks great.
She does.
She's got my sized hands, but I guess you just kind of zoom up.
No, she doesn't. She's very proportional.
Really? Those look like big ass hands, bro.
I don't think so. I mean, I've got long fingers too, but I've never heard you say that about me. My fingers are actually barely shorter than yours.
Her hands are bigger than yours.
How do you tell that from a picture?
That bitch be palming basketballs and shit. Friendo says, I lost 7 pounds this morning. Attaboy, that's how you do it. And that ain't water weight. That's solids.
That's the point I was going to say. Even like somebody who's overweight, you've heard this comment made many times. Even when you start to lose like a 10 pounds at first, they'll immediately say how much their joints like feel relieved.
Yes.
Just that little bit.
I mean, at my peak, I hit 240. And now I'm at my high end for how comfortable I am, which is 225. I can't believe I was ever in the 230s, let alone hit 240.
Aren't you only...
I feel remarkably uncomfortable now, and I'm 225 this morning.
Didn't you give me a pass to leave at 240?
240, yeah.
Better stay away.
I'm never going to see 230 again. No. 225 is not great for me. My 220 is good. 215 is perfect. But that's, I need to eat a lot better, and I need to get back to 4 days in the gym if I'm going to do that.
And I hate when you say that too, because like I do make good meals here. I think you do a remarkable amount of snacking. I find evidence of it all over the house.
Yesterday when I woke up from my nap, I made myself 2 little Hawaiian roll turkey sandwiches.
I noticed all the buns were gone. I wanted one last night.
I had 2 turkey sandwiches. And then, what else? I did the meat and cheese trail mix from Von Hansen's. And then I ate those potato bacon things, the Italian popper things, and then I had 2 pieces of my bacon wrapped chicken thing. Yes. Yeah, I ate like a fucking pig. And I had a glass of chalky milk before bed.
I think I had like about half of a small pork chop and 2 of those potato things for supper. And then I had some baked beans as a snack later.
Big Olf says she made the Velma cartoon. She'll always be a 2. Well, there's that. At least he's a personality guy, right? Hobo Chili Recipe says 25 is just in the midsection. I wish I could yell at that man and tell him he's wrong. But I think I could get to 200 from just this.
I agree.
Yeah, I could probably. I mean, it would be a very slender 200.
That's definitely where you carry your bulk. Yeah.
I carry my bulk in my tummy. That's for sure. It's not in my legs.
No. If we could actually transfer some of your midsection to your legs, I think that would be beneficial.
Dude, every time I do any kind of legs at the gym, I can tell how bad my legs are because they're just like today they're on fire.
I think you can see it too.
I did legs and ab stuff, and I'm just like it's on fire today.
See, and I don't really like the last time my legs truly hurt from a workout was standing on an uneven, like an angled roof for a while. My shoulders hurt, though.
Mr. St. Caesar says, Jesus Christ, Aaron bread thief again. Yep, the loaf piggy struck again. Kyler says, Jesus, Aaron, damn. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I did forget to say something to you last night. I really wanted, was it for supper or something? I was going to make like my slim little pork chops. I was going to make a sandwich or something, slice it.
Yeah.
There was one bun left. I'm like, this thing was full.
There were 3 buns left.
Okay, I thought there was more than that.
I ate them.
You're big on popcorn lately, too.
Yeah, I got it. Somebody just said, cut the sugar in bread, you'll lose weight easily. That's 1,000% true. I got to get off that
You
goddamn
do drink too
bread.
much soda.
Too much soda, too much bread. Sugar, though?
Candy? You love kids' candy.
I take that 2 or 3 times a week. I take a little bit of the kids' Tootsie Rolls. I have their Tootsie Rolls.
Then how about when you go to gas stations, what do you get for
Terrible.
snacks?
That is the worst, is going to that gas station getting a thing of cookies.
I'm not really a gas station guy. You notice I got that cup of cookies the other day, and I decided I didn't like it, and I let you and the kids have it, and I found it back up in our bedroom.
Because I ate it.
Did you let the kids have any?
Mm-mm. I ate all the cookies.
I'm not even trying to shame you. I'm just asking.
Who stole the cookie from the cookie jar? I did. I stole the cookies from the cookie jar.
Now, those Snickers squares that you introduced me to.
I only had 2 of those.
Calm down.
Where'd the other 2 go?
I ate them.
Okay, good. We split that down the middle. That's a win for me.
I was going to say, like, those are like a little, like, I'll have those once a month now.
Guys, we are $290 away from today's goal. We're only $40 into it. And we have 30 minutes before we rattle this here offering plate and try to knock this thing out. You're making me nervous. I feel like you've got a plan here, but you're making me really nervous. 30 minutes to go, $290 away. That's a long ways. We've hit all the goals this week. Let's do it again today. What do you say? I also may, because you said our VIP order is small.
It's very stingy.
We may do a VIP giveaway tonight instead of a goal.
That could be good.
Yeah, I think tonight, here's what we're going to do. There's only 3 goals left. Wednesday morning, Thursday morning, Rumble Friday. Tonight, we'll do a VIP giveaway, and that will supplant the goal. And once we get over like 30 participants for the VIP giveaway, then we'll start hacking into tomorrow's goal with that. So no goal tonight. We'll give you guys a break. Let's just knock out today. Apparently, there's going to be a fist fight between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert.
Oh, on the card this weekend.
I am really angling for Misfits Boxing to get the first congressional boxing match ever.
I would love that.
I love what Keemstar's doing with Happy Punch and Misfits because he's making it basically a sideshow thing, which is what it is. It's a sideshow act. I hate that iDubbbz tries to go like, oh, me and my dorky friends are going to show you all our boxing stuff we've learned. It's like, none of you are very good, and you're taking it way too seriously for not being very good. And it, like, I mean, when we go to amateur cards and we watch those, there's better boxing on those amateur cards than you see on this influencer boxing. One of my, I'll say, star pupils right now that I spar with now would beat Modine, Alex Stein, and most of these guys on influencer boxing cards.
The A name guy?
Andre,
yeah.
Andre would beat them all. And, most amateur boxers would beat all of these guys. So I like that what Keemstar does is he goes, hey, guys, this is a sideshow. Like, this is the circus. We're gonna match up wacky influencers with each other, and we're not doing this for the art of the game or the love of the game or the passion of the game. We're just throwing guys in there. This is basically, we're doing a freak show. You guys get to watch a freak show. These people are going to perform for your entertainment.
I'm in.
Whereas iDubbbz goes, oh, no, we're better than them because we're doing it for charity and the love of the game. And then he ends up losing $200. He lets his stupid fucking wife run it.
You found out that he's not donating anything to charity?
Oh, he's just a stupid asshole.
Chad is mean. Don't look.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's really mean.
Oh, they're saying I eat too much. Sugar kills erectile function.
Yeah,
well, I'm fine
true.
there. I get raging mega hard boners, which is nice. Magnum boners.
I was mostly looking at Pool Scam Sam. He's very
what did Pool Scam Sam say? Aaron Augustus Gloop Imholt. That just, I don't even know what that means. It just sounds hurtful.
You don't know who Augustus Gloop is?
Who's Augustus? Should I look it up?
You're going to feel stupid.
Augustus Gloop images.
Yeah, he's from.
Oh, Willy Wonka and the chocolate. Oh, the fat kid. I just know him as the fat kid from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
That's Augustus Gloop.
So I'm Augustus Gloop. Is that the kid who turned into a blueberry?
A girl turned into a blueberry.
Oh, see, I don't remember that movie. I just remember Gene Wilder was good. Motherfucker, I'm Augustus Gloop now. It's gone too far.
Yep.
So one GOP lawmaker is predicting that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert are going to have a fist fight on the floor of the House. I'm totally fine with that.
I would have a raging boner over that.
I mean, this country is already like totally shit on decorum and decency and everything else. Let's go full idiocracy and let's just have these bitches pulling hair and throwing punches.
We find out they both have like very long extensions in. They're just on the floor now.
Well, and proving once again that women hate each other. Remember, these two are on each other's sides. They're both Republicans, but they're being so cunty that, oh no, I proposed this first. Why are you voting for this one and not for mine? Like, these two are the definition of those two girls who never left high school.
Yep.
Because every fight Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene has had, it's never been over what they think of taxes. It's never been what they think of the environment. It's never been what they think of war or anything else. They're literally just fighting over it. No, I said it first. No, me. No, you're wearing my dress. No, I'm wearing my dress. No, you're a bitch. No, you stole my boyfriend. Fuck you, whore.
Well, blondes have more fun. It's going to be a blonde versus brunette thing.
I mean, yeah. I've got Marjorie Taylor Greene in the fight, by the way. She's bigger.
I do too.
And she seems crazy.
The other one's too mousy.
She doesn't have the size for it.
I think we should just keep giving other countries' leaders reasons to laugh at us.
Why not? After an ongoing feud between Republican Representatives Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, a Republican lawmaker said the standoff between the two Congress members could result in a fistfight. A fistfight could break out at any moment, said Republican Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee. It's the second time we've heard from him today.
But this is just hearsay. This is opinion-based.
I'm hoping he's correct in his prediction. Mr. Burchett told the publication that he was serious and added he was enjoying the Republicans' rivalry as a professional wrestling fan. He told the outlet, I am friends with both of them. It's entertaining to think that a fistfight could break out at any moment. I kind of dig that. Okay, he's officially my favorite congressman because he's embracing our descent into madness just like I am.
There is no hope for us, right?
No, I like the black-pilled and clown-pilled people who just go, yeah, fuck it. I'm here to see like how bad this disaster gets. Like, I'm just here to see if these two bitches will like rip each other's tops off and start, grabbing each other's tits.
Boebert's glasses will go flying.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's gonna let those big titties out.
The titties are gonna come out. I kind of like, in a weird way, when I picture her fighting, I picture her as that big blonde chick from The Cell that like throws her over her shoulder and like brings him to the bad guy.
She's Nicole Bass from the Howard Stern Show.
Yeah, that one.
The Tennessee Republican isn't alone in his stance. Another GOP lawmaker close to both Representatives Greene and Boebert, who spoke anonymously, said, you can't have too many of these rifts for too long. Arizona Republican Congressman Paul Gozer called the battle a two-way sword. It's called a double-edged sword, you stupid fuck. It's either a two-way street or a double-edged. Oh, it's a double-edged street.
I wish you would have said it was double-ended.
I hate, like the dildo they're going to use on each other.
That's actually what it turns into, just a porno.
All those they start fighting each other and all those representatives just start jacking off.
It's an orgy.
Right
and now
there
all
in the
the
house.
all the congressmen and women that have always wanted to have sex just start.
They just
It's their
start
excuse.
fucking.
Nobody's looking.
The Democrats all get confused and cut off their genitals. He said, adding that people make decisions that they have to work and live by, and you kind of hate being in their shoes. The conflict between the congresswomen came to a head recently when Miss Greene was kicked out of the Freedom Caucus after she called Miss Boebert a little bitch. Can you believe that these two women have been divorced recently?
Oh, have they?
I know Boebert's going through it. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene, too.
I didn't know.
I think both of them.
I feel like that's not stuff we're supposed to hear about.
MTG divorce. Officially divorced after cheating. Yeah, cheated on her husband of 27 years. December of last year, they got divorced.
She cheated on him or he cheated on her?
She cheated on him.
Damn.
Lauren Boebert just got separated like a couple months ago. Yeah, she filed for divorce 2 months ago. Almost to the day.
So they're both very...
recently divorced. They're horny as fuck.
Right, they're very horny.
Yeah.
They're looking for a cat fight.
And they're just going
Meow.
to, who knows? Maybe they just start lesing out.
I'm kind of all for it.
Could be getting a lot of lesbian sexual tension between these two.
You're right though. Like Marjorie would definitely be the dude in that relationship if those two like got together.
The Georgia Republican claimed last week that she didn't know why she was booted from the Freedom Caucus. She dismissed the move, saying that she didn't have time for the drama club. Well, you kind of are the drama in the drama club, though. I mean,
what does she have to say in that video? What is that?
Oh, this is just, this doesn't have anything to do.
Oh.
This is her just bitching that people found out about their fight is basically it. We can skip the ad here in a second, and then we can watch it. But yeah, she wasn't mad that her and Lauren Boebert called each other little bitches on the House floor. She was mad that somebody leaked the video of it.
Well, it's looking remarkably unprofessional.
Well, bitch, you know there's cameras in that place all the time. Like C-SPAN runs.
Can't we watch it?
Yeah, C-SPAN runs 24 hours a day, and all they do is show you guys arguing about stupid shit.
That's what I thought. I thought we were able to see it.
Yeah, C-SPAN is like nerdy reality TV for political people. That's all it is. All right, let's watch her. This is, I don't want to go to the Space Cast.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
That Lauren Boebert leaked that conversation that we had to the press. But once she leaked it out, I had to confirm that that's in fact what I said. I had asked her to co-sponsor my articles of impeachment against Joe Biden on the border, and she never responded and apparently refused to do so.
It just sounds like high school. I asked her to support my articles of impeachment, and you know what that fucking bitch did? She didn't support my articles of impeachment. And then that little whore, she ran off and made her own articles of impeachment. I fucking hate her.
That it kind of is annoying though. Like, I have to imagine if you're Republicans right now, trying to get anything done is hard enough without the support of your fellow Republicans. So, I mean, she did make it remarkably hard to get anything done.
I'm just saying they're doing wonders for women's rights.
Then when she introduced her own and forced them to the floor with a privilege resolution without even having the courage to talk to any other Republican in our conference before doing so, except Speaker McCarthy and apparently a few others.
Without speaking to anybody except the main Republican guy and then a bunch of other really important Republican guys. You know what this bitch did? She went straight to the top of the food chain and talked to the guys who can get shit done, and then she got shit done. That fucking bitch. You know Lauren Boebert.
I had the idea first.
Yeah, you know Lauren Boebert went to McCarthy and went, Speaker McCarthy, do you think that maybe my articles of impeachment could get voted on? Oh, Lauren, absolutely. Don't cry. It's okay, Lauren. And then, don't touch me, please, because that's sexual harassment.
I'm being touched at work. I'm not here to be touched, Aaron.
Well, fuck you then.
I'm not here for your viewing pleasures.
You're fired. Now I can finger you on screen. It's great.
Yeah, we had a tense.
Well, because then it's not workplace sexual harassment. It's just a good old-fashioned finger.
It's not.
It's just a good old-fashioned finger popping between man and wife.
Now I'm not, now I'm not an employee that you're touching. It's you.
Spouse.
You've restrained a spouse and you're touching.
I'm just finger popping a spouse on a camera. What's the deal? I'm not like Adam 22. At least I do it to my spouse.
This conversation when she confronted me about things I had said about it.
Yeah, you were talking a bunch of shit about her, you know.
The best of both worlds.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Yeah, you were talking shit about her impeachment stuff, and then so she called you out on it, and then you called her a little bitch. It's just really seems like you guys are, I'm just saying, you really seem to be advancing the cause.
You think so?
Women's, progress.
Makes me proud to be a woman and a blonde.
Good. $290 away from today's goal and 20 minutes away from rattling this here offering plate. Knocking out our goal today and during 30 minutes of overtime. 290 is definitely the longest we've ever had to go to knock out our goal. That's a lot. And I hope you guys know what you're doing, and I hope you feel like throwing in a couple of bucks when we rattle the offering plate, because I am nervous. And I'm not nervous anymore. I'm kind of like last night or yesterday morning where I'm kind of resigned to my fate.
I just was thinking that too.
But then I was resigned to my fate yesterday morning and last night, and then it ended up getting knocked out. So I don't know. I think you guys are working is what you're doing.
Yeah, but how can so many of them be working together?
That's what I'm worried about, too.
That's not making sense.
We're 290 away. We're a long fucking ways away. There's the links in the chat. Click one of them, Streamlabs or PayPal, Super Chats or memberships, and let's knock this thing out, boys and girls. You're making me nervous. 20 minutes to go. Did you hear about this lawsuit that a black guy filed about a teaching test in New York?
No.
So apparently this guy took the teaching test in New York and he failed. Didn't get to be a licensed teacher.
Okay.
And he hired a lawyer and they did some research and found that black people, I almost said blacks, that would have sounded weird. Black people are failing these teachers' exams at a higher rate than any other race.
Okay.
So the conclusion that was come to is that they have to sue because these tests are clearly racist.
Oh, so like it's not really their actual like answers or anything. It's more that the testing people are
The
like
test
no,
itself
no.
is against black people. It asks them things they wouldn't know, like name the cast of Seinfeld. That's not something that a black guy would know. But if you said Empire, then I would file a lawsuit.
Or Blackish.
Or Blackish, of course. Or, a Dolomite movie. Things like that. Rudy Ray Moore, by the way. So let's watch Herman Grimm. I said that they filed a lawsuit.
I would love a Mr. Grimm as my teacher.
What I didn't tell you about their lawsuit is that this guy won and he just got $2 million for the racist school teacher test.
No, he did not.
Hold on a minute. Let me see. Let's say a New York school teacher makes $60K a year. 10 years would be $600,000. 20 years would be, Jesus Christ, $1.2 million. He would need to work 30 years as a teacher in order to make that $2 million.
Well, now he doesn't have to work.
Now he doesn't have to work.
If he's smart.
Not only does he not have to work, he can bang on his drum all day.
And maybe get more money.
Perhaps.
Probably a GoFundMe.
So let's watch this guy give an interview. This is the man who failed the teacher's exam because it's racist and got $2 million.
And they knew I wasn't taking them serious because.
By the way, his voice didn't squeak. His smoke detector keeps beeping throughout this interview.
Look at that. Look at that narrow ass stairway.
Yeah. Smoke detector going beep chirping like that means one of two or three things. One, it's too old and it needs to be replaced. Two, the battery is dying. Or three, you've got some kind of weird oscillating smoke phenomenon in your house that just sets it off a chirp at a time.
Oh, I wonder what that could be.
Hey, fucking talk.
It's that stairway. It's throwing everything off.
Talk, goddamn you. I hit play.
The thing's like a foot wide.
You speak right now.
That is not up to code.
All right, hold on. I'll get our guy back here. Here we go.
And they knew I wasn't taking them serious because I just wasn't taking them serious. You know why? Would you send me letters and tell me about lawsuit? Because I know lawsuit either they go through or they won't go through. From
is this Joe Biden?
Hearing news and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me that the reason this man was not smart enough to pass the teacher's exam, or I'm sorry, it wasn't because he wasn't smart enough to pass the teacher's exam. You mean that a judge and a jury looked at this guy, listened to him, and decided that the most reasonable explanation has to be not that this guy's too dumb to pass the test, but that the test itself is racist.
That to me scares the shit out of me.
Right. That's almost more racist than actual racism, where you're going, oh man, I looked at this guy, I talked to him, he seems really fucking stupid.
I almost wish I didn't know about this.
Right. And they're like, oh, well, clearly the test is racist. It's like, no, just dumb guy. Like, not all black people act this way and talk this way and suck at tests this way. A lot of black people pass the test and they become teachers.
Dude, he didn't even care to clean up his space or like sit in a nice corner of his house for this interview.
Yeah. Well, I mean, try to find a
Look
nice
at how
corner.
dirty that chair is. The shit's all
tray.
scratched to piss. You got a weird ass kid's toy on the stairs that's a foot wide.
And I know a couple of people that had well, not in education, but they went through lawsuits and they didn't win or anything like that. So to me, it's like fabric. But it's when
somebody shut that smoke detector up.
Help me with this whole thing.
He's a fucking doofus, but he won. He won.
The woman in his home right now trying to interview him doesn't even know what to say. She's just,
right. He's like, other people tried to sue and they got turned down. Apparently, they weren't dumb enough to convince the jury.
He's talking so poorly, though, that he does sound like Joe Biden almost.
Yeah. I finally got it in my head. They kept pushing and kept explaining things piece by piece until I sort of got it in my head and just listened to them, and it went from there.
Okay.
But still today, I don't really believe it. But, yesterday we stayed on the phone for a long time trying to convince me that it's real, it's no game, it's no, falsehood and all that stuff. But it's
what is that?
I'm a normal person. I had to struggle for money.
And then one more smoke detector chirp for good luck. Guys, boys and girls, I just want to point out real quick, that man is now a multi-millionaire.
Yep. More money than we'll see in a long time. I'm sure of it.
Friendo says, why does Aaron only search BBC porn? To find my equals, sir. To find my equals.
It is hard to find a dick that big.
It's really difficult. And so I look at BBC porn, I go, oh, good, I'm not weird. I'm normal, too.
He also needs to learn what to do with that big thing.
Right, because I see this big dick between my legs, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can barely get enough blood to this fucking thing. It's so big. I get a boner, I pass out.
I'm going to hurt her with it.
Yeah.
How do they do it?
I've sent April to the hospital 4 times.
That's true. It's actually why our goals are so high. I have so many medical bills. It's all that vaginal tearing.
Big Golf calling this guy Adam IQ 22. Oh, that I don't think that's his nickname. Why would you say something like that?
It's mean.
Yeah, see, clearly, so a guy like that fails a teacher's licensing test. It's clearly because it's racist.
Oh, and then I really dug the fact that he said, I've had friends that have tried to sue for that kind of thing and never won before, so I'm going to see if I can do it.
Yeah. Nobody thought that they were fucking dumb enough.
Got to be a first for everything, right?
Yeah. Well, you certainly were the first, you shameless son of a bitch.
Not the last, too, with that decision.
$2 million. He's like, oh shit, what other test can I fuck up miserably?
That is what you do for life now,
yeah, that's
right?
what he does for a living now, is he takes that $2 million, he uses it to fund his other lawsuits.
You're a professional, I don't know if grifter is the right word, but scammer?
Irish Diesel, yeah, good point from Irish Diesel. He said if he won $2 million, he's not a multimillionaire. Law firm gets 30%. Government takes a chunk. He's lucky if he is. Yeah, you kind of got to go like the lottery, and you got to go half and half. So he maybe got $500K after taxes.
So he has to scam some more and cry racism.
You can't retire on that.
Yeah.
He's too
Certainly
dumb.
Can't get a better apartment, apparently.
Yeah, he's too dumb to become a teacher. I mean, the test is too racist for him to become a teacher.
How sad is your neighborhood of apartments if you can't even get a full-sized stairwell to go to the second floor? It's bothering me. It was this wide.
If he
you can't fit up that.
If he lives in New York, it's probably an expensive house, unfortunately.
I've never seen something that way.
Roughly 5,200 Black and Hispanic ex-Big Apple teachers and once aspiring educators are expected to collect more than $1.8 billion in judgments after the city stopped fighting a nearly 3-decade federal discrimination lawsuit that found a certification exam was biased. It's the largest legal payout in city history.
Why is it biased now, but it wasn't before?
Well, no, 30 years ago they said it was biased, and they've been fighting it ever since.
You'd think they'd be posting some questions from it now just to prove how
I'm sure they have. I'm
biased
sure you
it
could go
is.
find them if you wanted to. As of Friday, 225 people who failed the liberal arts and sciences test used for teaching licensing from 1994 to 2014 had already been notified that they're getting settlements of at least $1 million. Court rulings found the exam violated civil rights laws, allowing far more white candidates to pass. I mean, did it allow far more white people to pass, or did more white people just pass? Like, that happens too. People forget that. It's like no thing is passed along racially perfect lines.
No, it makes about as much sense as saying like, oh, there's a very, very small fraction of like black people in this sport versus white people. That must be a racist sport. We need to like put more black people in it. No, maybe they just don't want to play that sport.
They don't want to play it. We're talking about hockey, of course. If more white people pass, that means more white people are qualified for the job. It doesn't mean the test is racist, but in woke logic, if 13% of the population is black, This means 13% of the people who pass the test must be black. That's true. That is how they think. Everything has to be a perfect representation of the population.
Right. Nothing can ever waver.
Yeah. Another word for this is Marxism. And everywhere equality of outcome has been tried, it fails and produces rot that kills people and nations with mass suffering. Well, hey, the good news is I think we've already gone so far down that road that, hey, why turn back now?
Yeah, what's one more thing?
Yeah, what's one more? Come on. All right, guys, at 290 away from today's goal, we've got 9 minutes before we try to play the gospel music and knock it out today. I'm going 7 minutes long for the offering plate segment today. We're going to need a longer time period.
I don't think they're going to get it today. I don't know what the deal is.
Fire Ginger with $5 says black people can't afford hockey. Let's be honest. I didn't say that.
There are plenty.
Fire Ginger said that.
There are plenty of black families in this city we're in here, more wealthy than we are.
How dare you, sir?
Wow.
285 away from knocking it out today. We'll see if we can. I'm going to run a 7-minute offering plate segment to see if we can get that 285 taken care of today, boys and girls. Thank you very much for joining us. Hit like, hit subscribe, support the show any way you can. A couple of bucks certainly helps us a ton. All right, let's go to Johnny quickly. Johnny's calling in. Hello, sir. Oh,
did you hang up?
He hung up. I got hung up on.
Oh.
Believe that.
by your other employee.
I want to touch on this real quick. We got about 5 minutes. The local news in Indiana was lamenting the fact that so many babies are being left behind in the fire department baby box. You know, where you can abandon your children, no questions asked, and they'll find it a home.
Yeah.
A baby was surrendered in a safe haven box at a Kokomo fire station on Monday. Actually, they did find the name of the child.
Oh, yeah.
Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama.
They had a pretty mama.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't remember the rest. How do you get to Jamaica?
Bermuda.
No, how do you get to Jamaica? It's something. Oh, fucking A. How do I not remember that? It's not Montego, Jamaica. It's Montego, Key Largo. Motherfucker. I can't remember how you get to Jamaica. I want to take you down to Kokomo. I'll get to the box and then I'll drop you slow. That's where we want to go. Way down to Kokomo. So you can drop the baby in the box. Oh, what's in the box? Gwyneth Paltrow's head. And you can drop the baby there, absolutely no questions asked. The baby, a girl, was surrendered by her mother and is the 5th baby this year to be surrendered in Indiana. Overall, there have been 12 babies in the nation surrendered at a baby box this year.
That sounds remarkably low.
That does sound really low.
And you know what? Yeah, having seen what I've seen in life, that's probably a better thing for those children than if that parent had raised them.
Yeah, I would be for more single moms dropping their kids.
I think so too. Let a family take them in. Because there's plenty of families out there that would like to take them in.
All right. Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you down to Kokomo. We'll get there. Thank you very much, Carlos Cameo. I appreciate that. Okay. The lesson I've learned today, don't start quoting Beach Boys shit unless you're about that life.
Or if you're gay.
And yes, and I'm clearly not about that life or gay enough either. So they have all these baby boxes and people start, in Indiana, they're like, can you believe that 5 babies have been left behind? And they try to make it a Roe v. Wade thing. And I'm like, I'm sure those babies are a hell of a lot happier to be left in a box for a little while than be snuffed out at their root.
Left in a vacuum. What is it called?
Yeah, or not even a vacuum. A pill comes by, scrambles you up, wraps you up, dumps you in the toilet. I mean, you're sitting there going, oh, you see, when Roe v. Wade happens, now we just have all these unwanted babies, who I'm sure are far more happy to at least have a fighting chance than they are to be, scrambled eggs somewhere.
If you're to the point where you clearly don't want said child, how about after you have unprotected sex, you just get a Plan B pill? I never understood that. You don't have to get to a point of giving up a child or an abortion.
Well, yeah,
you don't have to get there.
And let me be very clear about this. I don't give a fuck about abortion. I don't care either way.
I don't care either.
I understand that. I'm just saying it's kind of a dishonest argument to go like, oh, yeah, see, you don't let babies get abortions. Or you don't let babies. You don't get women. You don't let women get abortions, and now all of a sudden they're having babies that they have to put in the fire department box. I'm like, Well, I may not be a big one side or the other abortion guy, but if you're telling me the choice is this woman would have snuffed out her child in the womb or this child would have left it in a fire department box, I'd be like, well, I'm sure the baby would be much happier with the fire department box option.
Somebody somewhere will be very thankful for that baby. They always are. I mean, there's people that adopt children because they can't have their own, and they're very thankful.
Jason Bateman and Jennifer Garner and Juno would love to have that baby.
Yes.
100%. All right, guys, I got to fire up the music a little early today because we are $285 away from our goal. That is rough.
I know.
That is fucking brutal.
It's daunting.
We are $50 into our goal today. We've had our biggest audience of the week so far, and I'm hoping that you guys are all just saving it for the offering plate. We're going to watch the fight during overtime today, and we're going to do some more stories in overtime today. But we've got to knock out overtime, so here we go. I'm going to have hope, and you guys are going to throw in a couple bucks a piece, and we're going to knock this thing out. Play that irreverent gospel music. Get that offering plate out there because we are a broke-ass show today, and we got nothing. Let's see if we can get there. Praise the Lord. Holy hands to heaven.
Hallelujah.
We got 8 minutes to do this today instead of 7.
We could use you.
Because we're going to need
you. And you.
We need you, brother and sister. You, brother and sister. You, brother and sister. We need all of y'all to go ahead and knock out that 285. Save the toe, children. Streamlabs and PayPal, the best way to do it.
The only salvation.
So, yeah, some people said stop being a thought. That's how you can avoid the firebox. That's true, too.
No, that's very true.
285, the largest amount ever.
I'm scared.
In e-begging, steel toe, can rattling, offering plate history. This is the biggest one ever. Let's see if we can do it. Shut the F up, Karen says, come on, Pores. Now, while I don't endorse calling people Pores, I agree with Karen's sentiment of everyone chip in and get this going.
Skip the McDonald's one time for the coffee one time.
$2 from Johnny Chopsticks. And plus, we may only have a couple weeks of goals left.
I know.
Fired Ginger with $5 says, I like the way you beg, boy.
You do beg well.
I do beg well. I begged very well. 280 away from today's goal. Chipping away at it slowly but surely. Let that light the fuse. That leads to an explosion. 6.5 minutes left in our e-begging phenomenon here.
If you like to watch Aaron get hit by anything, you'd like to overtime today.
Yes, if you'd like to watch me get punched in the face, you will love overtime. About 6 minutes left to fill up this offering plate with cold, hard cash.
Yes.
285 away from today's goal and absolutely dog shit coming in at the moment.
Aw, little itty
Nothing. Guys, 280, I will say this, 280 is not fucking funny. That is a disaster.
I know, that's really
for this
scary.
program. 280 at the profit margins we run at is, that's a big chunk if we miss by 280 today. Great show. Moved
Very
really
great.
fast. I'm shucking. I'm jiving. I've got the offering plate going.
I'm trying to look cute.
Bubba Gump with $5. Johnny 1.0 with 2 says, Pastor Aaron, save me from my gay thoughts. I can't afford to save you from your gay thoughts, sir. I can't afford it. I'm 275 away from our goal today. This is a brutal one.
Great day to become a VIP.
I even extended the e-begging longer because I know I need it. Oh, 5 minutes left. Camo Girl with $5.
Oh, Chase and Beer says need more Johnny. Maybe you should have him one.
Yeah, maybe need more Johnny. Yes,
Yeah.
270 away from today's goal. Everybody $5. Scarface with 5. Black Malice with 5 over on Rumble. Thank you. Fill up this offering plate.
Thank you.
We're at 260. You guys can do it. Scarface says, I feel the Spirit of the Lord move me, Preacher Aaron. Black Malice says, take my money. I will take your money. Happily and desperately.
Forever and ever, amen.
270.
Or more like a couple weeks, you guys.
Oh, we got 10 coming in from Tin the Toolman Taylor says, praise the good Lord for large breastises and wet coochies. Amen, my brother.
Thank you.
250 away from today's goal. $250 away.
That's a VIP right there.
Can it be done? Oh, Irish Diesel says, where's David Chandler when you need him? Well, that can't be the be-all, end-all. I think we made it all of Monday and Tuesday evening without David.
Yeah, we did.
But $250 still to go and 4 minutes left in this offering plate segment. Oh, can I beg and shake hard enough
I don't know.
in order to knock this thing out? Sid Seraph with $19.99 says, go, go.
Thank you,
Freaky
Sid.
Deaky with $19.99 says, okay, seriously, can I get my kids back? And Kotod with $5 says, sorry, fam, it's rough out here. I hear you, buddy. I understand.
Thank you, friend.
$35 knocked off. That's going to be $215. All right, we're at $215. We can do this. The Lord is alive. 3.5 minutes left to go, and only $215 away from knocking out this goal today. We've got ourselves a rally going. Always Red E.
Little lady
becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It goes down in waves. 3 minutes to go in this offering plate. Sean Raz with $10 over on PayPal. Michael Willeen with $9.99 says, let's fucking go.
Yes.
$200. You got, amen, brother. $200 away from knocking it out this morning, and only $200 away with 2.5 minutes left to go.
This is a big one.
We can do this thing. That offering plate is starting to fill up slowly but surely, brothers and sisters.
It's coming along.
Keep that shit going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Rumble rants, subscriptions.
Oh, this is almost over, you guys.
$200 away. MSO says, I smell a win.
Yeah, I know.
We got a little over 2 minutes to prove him wrong. $200 away. Can we do it?
Not much longer of this,
Fights
guys.
in overtime. Stories in overtime. A lot more steel toe left to go with 2 minutes left in the E-Beggar literal
marathon.
Offering plate shaking marathon here.
It's a shakedown.
It's a shakedown here.
Yeah.
Shut the F up. Karen says, if you get to 100, I'll do another 50. There we go. If we get to 100, Karen will get us to overtime. Can we do this? 1.5 minutes left.
I don't know.
$200 away from today's goal. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Come on now. April,
short.
hold the offering plate. Maybe Sister April holding the offering plate. We'll be able to get it done. 200. There is a path to 50.
Please, sirs.
And to get to overtime, there is a path if we can get it down to 100. 1 minute left. Let's do it. I'm giving you everything I got. $200 away from knocking it out today. Rumble, YouTube, Streamlabs, PayPal. Ben Wynn says, here's my last 5 to support this wonderful show.
Aww.
$195 away.
You.
Can it be done?
I think so.
$195. This is like a bad day for the Dow,
Maybe.
you know?
We all have those, right?
Shut the F up. Karen says, come on, we got this.
I swear.
40 seconds to knock this out. How much dick do I have to suck to keep my show on the air?
You know it's all coming to a close. You know, this part of it.
$195 is a deep dick butt fucking for this fine program. Oh, $195 away, 10 seconds left.
The toe needs your help.
Oh, thank you, fuck you, dude, for $20. That's going to put us at $175 for today. If we can get 75 more in, shut the F up, Karen is going to get us down to overtime. But we are $175 away, and the time is up. That's it. That's like that scene in Wolf of Wall Street where the bell rings and the Dow stops and they look up and go, holy fuck, this is our worst loss ever.
Is it our fault?
Oh boy, I probably. Hold on, they're still coming in. Camo Girl with $4.99 says, here's a little more. Matthew Jenkins with 10. So that's 5, 10, 20 coming off. $155 away. And I think we're going to miss the rest of the way. I'm going to keep hitting refresh here. I'm going to keep looking around, keep digging through the couch cushions.
Thank you, everybody.
Alcata with $50.
Oh.
That's 40 off the goal over on Rumble.
You.
That puts us at 115. Let everybody get their numbers in. 115 away from today's goal. You guys have got it in. You guys have given us a fighting chance here, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh, but thank you guys.
Thank you, Alcata. That was incredibly generous. We appreciate it, buddy.
The only thing I can say is this shit's coming to an end very soon, and it's hard waiting till that point. But wow, is it coming to an end?
The goals are going away very soon. 115 is a manageable hit. 285 was not.
No.
115 is a manageable kick right in the dick. Hold on a minute. Timothy K says, take my money, you poors, and throws $25 at the old steel toe. Wait a minute. That means that we've done it. Because Shut the F Up Karen said if we got to 100, she does 50.
I know. I just feel like shit, though, because her and Need Trump were both given last night. And
now, wait a minute. That puts us at 90. We'll see if Shut the F Up Karen does not have to keep her promise.
No.
But if she does, that means we owe you guys overtime. So I just have to wait to see what the final verdict is here. Silverwolf with $5 says, ain't your fault. Economy is absolute garbage. And people can't give like we used to. Thanks, but I understand that completely. That's why we're moving to get rid of goals here.
Yep, we are doing everything we can to keep the show going for you people and make it easier on you.
Absolutely. We are making plans and making moves.
In that meantime,
to keep it all going.
It means a whole lot because everyone is struggling. You guys still help us out.
Guys, if we were that panicked and in that disaster mode, we wouldn't be able to have enough fun.
No.
Much fun doing this offering thing. We know you guys will always get us close.
Yes.
Mr. Approachable says, who is winning the donation wars now?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
I love all donators the same.
I don't know. Oh boy, holy shit. Guys, hold on a second. 50 coming in from Shut the F Up Karen. That's 35 off. She says, this is it for the month. Love you guys. That's fine.
Wow.
Richard Kristofsky with 50 says, keep rolling. That's going to put us 15 away. So MSO gets the victory. MSO wins today, but you guys are getting overtime. That's the way I'm going to play it because we went 2 minutes over because money kept coming in. As LM12 says, it keeps going further. Yeah, love how the 10 a.m. cutoff keeps going. Well, they kept chipping in, so I want to thank everybody. And if they do knock it out, I do want to give them what we promised. Well, there we go.
Oh,
so we get 35 out of each of those 50s, and that knocks us down to 15.
So
there you go. And MSO gets his W today because that took more time to get to. Yes, April?
So before the show started, I didn't have time to respond to this guy, so I was looking for Get Some. He was a winner of the VIP drawing from the last one. He just said that we should keep the winnings.
No.
I think that's kind of bad because you guys need it too.
You get your winnings, sir. We are not going to allow you to keep your winnings. You take your. We are doing just fine over here.
No, we are going to allow him to keep his winnings. We're not going to keep his winnings.
What do you mean?
You just said we're not going to allow you to keep your winnings.
Oh, no, we're not going to allow you to let us keep the winnings, is what I meant to say.
What you do with your winnings is up to you.
Yes. It's getting sent to you. You need to send us your info so we can get it to you. Diane Pooh with $5 says, let's go. Now we're $10 away. Thanks for the 5. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Just 10 away. You guys wanted to, I'm going to put the poll up there. Rumble doesn't have polls yet. But, people were saying, are you sure you really did that well in your second fight? Should we play the fight? Yes or no? I'm going to let you guys decide if we play that today because it does seem a little self-indulgent. So I get a little,
unless people are into it.
If people want to watch it, then we'll do it. But it does, like I said, it does to me seem a little self-indulgent on my part. MSO says we are all winners today. Yeah, you guys completely crushed it today. Thank you very much. What we're going to do is we're not doing a goal tonight. We're going to do a VIP giveaway tonight. So we'll raise it that way, and one person will walk away, or two people, depending on how many qualify.
It's heartwarming.
We're going to give people some people a VIP tonight because you can kind of feel the energy sometimes that like the audience is like, look, man, we've dragged you guys' ass across the finish line a lot lately. So let's give them a break.
I get it.
Is what I say.
Shit is hard.
Yeah.
It really is. So anything that you do give, I know it means a lot.
So
that money meant a lot to you, and it does to us, too.
Yes. So thank you guys very much for keeping our little pirate ship afloat here. We do appreciate
For
it.
a little bit longer.
All right. It's 57-43 in terms of yet the yeses have it currently to watch the second fight.
Well, how long would it take to play the whole thing?
It would take, let's see, 1.5 rounds. We wanted 2-minute rounds. They begged for 1.5. It'll take about 4.5 minutes to play.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and check it out. Where are we at polling number wise? 54%. Okay. There we go. That guy's a piece of shit. Rumble, thank you very much as well. Chevrolet says, I would do the same thing if I won. No. We send it right to you, buddy. Atomic Ray says, I got 10 if you give me the banned words list in here. I don't.
Atomic Ray does get upset that he can't get his chats through.
I don't have a banned words list on Rumble. I don't have a banned words list on YouTube.
Right. Not one that we created anyways. I don't know what those platforms don't allow. I guess.
You're going to have to ask Rumble for that one. All right. It looks like it's 50-50.
Okay.
We'll play it at the end of overtime then.
Sure.
How's that? I wanted to talk about this today. Apparently, Ron Pearlman he's always been, the guy who played Hellboy in Sons of Anarchy. He's always been kind of mental in his real life. Like he's always rhetorically been a little off the reservation. He's kind of when he talks about Trump, he goes completely bananas. And I guess now he threatened a Hollywood executive over the strike.
Oh, well, that's good. It's always going to get you far.
Yeah. Ron Perlman's one of those guys who's played enough tough guys where now he thinks he is a tough guy.
Sure.
And Ron Pearlman, I guess, was talking about the strike and just started talking like real cash money shit at one of these executives. Ron Pearlman shared and then deleted a video in which he appeared to threaten the home of an unnamed Hollywood executive due to anonymous comments from the individual about the writer and actor strikes in the entertainment industry. Now, I'll tell you what's really shocking to me is how little people seem to be giving a shit about this strike.
Yep. People don't talk about it really, don't care.
I feel like if this would have happened 10, 15 years ago even,
it's a big deal.
It would have been a really big deal.
Well, it's kind of like that movie Trumbo. Like that made kind of a big deal out of a strike, right?
That wasn't a strike. That was a blacklist.
Oh.
By the way,
50-50.
So the audience maybe doesn't really want to watch that today. That's totally fine. So this is the first strike since 1960 that has involved both the writers and the actors. And I mean, it really does. It paralyzes. It shuts down Hollywood. And so there's a lot of animosity, and this is kind of going old school union now where, the executives say, well, these greedy actors and these greedy writers, and then the people striking are like, fuck you, I'll take a tire with or a bat with nails in it and I'll fucking pop your tires. Like it's kind of, they're going old school. And like I said, Ron Perlman has played so many tough guys that he's kind of started to live the gimmick.
Yep.
Well, as reported by Timcast, of course, Timcast, Perlman's comments stem from a report in the outlet Deadline that stated the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers is going to wait until around the 6-month mark before even beginning to entertain more talks with the Writers Guild. So they're going to try and bleed them out.
Wow.
Basically. Not Halloween precisely, but late October for sure is the intention, said an unnamed producer. The end game is to allow things to drag on until union members start losing their apartments and losing their houses. A different studio executive told Deadline. So I think it's fair to say we're getting cunty.
We're getting a little petty.
We're getting a little cunty, it looks like. Perlman, perhaps channeling his role as the president of a biker gang, appeared to make threats to the unnamed executive in a later deleted Instagram video. Oh, okay, but somebody was able to save the video. You want to watch Ron Perlman?
Yeah, I do.
Threaten a TV executive?
One thing before I get off this. The motherfucker who said we're going to keep this thing going until people start losing their houses and their apartments. Listen to me, motherfucker. There's a lot of ways to lose your house. Some of it is financial, some of it is karma, and some of it is just figuring out who the fuck said that.
Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? I'm paying more attention to the strike now.
Oh.
This is interesting.
He's pulling a Jason Aldean. Try that shit around here.
Yeah, try that shit in my backyard, motherfucker. Can't get into your backyard. It's locked by security fence.
Oh, white picket fence.
Yeah. I understand. Like, the guy is literally... I mean, the executive is doing a smart thing negotiation-wise. He's like, I'll bleed these motherfuckers dry, and when they start losing their houses, they'll come crawling back to me. And Ron Pearlman is sitting here going, I can't believe that a Hollywood executive would be so callous and treat writers and actors like they're cattle. It's like, well, Ron, I can't explain to you why they would take such an evil tact unless I could explain to you how Hollywood works and is operated, and I can't do that and keep my channels. So, Ron, you're going to have to figure this one out for yourself. Maybe go listen to some music and think about it. I'll request, I suggest maybe listen to some Kanye. I could give you a hint.
What's he been doing, Ron Pearlman?
Sitting on money?
That's it?
No, I'm sure he's... Like, when you get really rich and you've had a lot of successful roles like Ron Pearlman has, you kind of get to pick and choose your projects and do what you like to do. You'll see a lot of these guys who are like big stars start to take on smaller roles. Or not smaller roles, but roles in smaller movies because they just like the project. It sounds like fun, and they've got, you know... I bet you Ron Pearlman's got $60 million in the bank.
It's finally like you can enjoy what you're doing instead of I need to do this.
Yes.
And we know who said that. And where he fucking lives. There's a lot of ways to lose your house. You wish that on people. You wish that families starve while you're making $27 fucking million a year for creating nothing. Be careful, motherfucker. Be really careful.
Holy shit.
Because that's the kind of shit that stirs shit up. Peace out.
I don't buy the peace part.
I don't really think he means it when he says peace out.
I don't think so.
Unless he's spelling it like pieces.
Boy, he is terrifying.
Woof. You know how I said he played a really tough guy? I think Ron Pearlman might be a crazy motherfucker for a shoot.
He's just a tough guy.
Yeah. Woo. Irish Diesel says everybody knows he's talking about Disney CEO Bob Iger. I don't know if Iger said that. It was an anonymous source to outlet. That's not Iger's style to go to a tiny...
How do you know?
A tiny publication like Outlet. Because Bob Iger has like, what do they own? ABC? He go on ABC any night of the week and just talk to them about the strike. Bob Iger doesn't have to go to outlet.com or whatever. Like
but you don't know.
Pick the biggest interviewer in the country, and he could go on the Today Show, and he just has to call him up and go, hey, it's Bob Iger, put me on your TV. And good.
Which one's making $27 million a year? It's that one.
Okay, let's check that out. How much does Bob Iger make? $1 million base salary, and Iger will also get a long-term incentive reward with a target value of $25 million each year.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Boy. You don't know these people as well as you think you do.
You know what, guys? You might be right. I believe that Ron Pearlman may have indeed been speaking about Bob Iger. You want to try and get close to Bob Iger's house? Because I don't. No, thank you. Not with that look in your eye.
Oh, wow. Pool Scam Sam says he just divorced his wife of 30 years for a new wife that's 25 years younger than him. So
Iger or Hellboy?
Hellboy.
Hellboy did?
I think so. That's what he means.
Shit. That sounds like an Iger move. Ron Pearlman, wife. Married. Oh, wow. He really did. Holy shit. He was married to her for 38 years.
Wow. Did he upgrade? Oh, my God. That's insane.
Who's not a fan of Ron? I'm on Ron Pearlman's side in the strike.
Wowee.
Left his wife of 38 years.
Wow. Wouldn't you? I don't blame him for a hot second.
I'm a fucking huge Ron Pearlman fan.
Wow. She is a smoke show.
Allison Dunbar. She's an actress.
Yep.
Well. Her career just improved.
And because I think the first wife was pretty non-attractive.
I mean, other than having a weirdly, like, gargoyle-y face. Ron Perlman's not in terrible shape for a guy his age. He's 72 years old.
That's a pretty good 72-year-old.
Yeah, he looks good at 72.
That definitely looks like his daughter and or granddaughter.
Yeah, I was going to say daughter is generous.
Ugh.
Fucking good for Ron Perlman.
Good for Ron.
Fucking terrible for his ex-wife, but...
Right? How bad do you feel about yourself? I was with him for 30 years.
You got abandoned at 38 years. You ain't getting, there's no rebound for you. This is it. Buy some cats. It's over, sweetheart.
And the worst part is like the most you're going to be known for is for being the ex-wife of Ron Perlman.
Being the chick that Ron Perlman dumped. All right, well, Allison Dunbar is 14 years older than me, so she's 50. That's a fucking great-looking 50-year-old.
That is phenomenal. I strive to look that way when I'm 50.
Holy shit. She played Nicole Lupertazzi in The Sopranos.
Oh, cool.
Season 5, yeah.
Are we there? Yeah, we're there yet.
Yeah, we've seen her already. We're on season 6.
Oops.
We got to fire it back up again.
Yeah, we forgot.
Holy shit. Yeah,
That's
all right.
wild.
I mean, Ron Perlman is, I'm of two minds of it. I mean, he's a bag of shit, but...
Why is he a bag of shit?
At least lean in and do it right, and he did it right.
How do you know he's a bag of shit? What if his ex-wife was a really bad person?
I mean, maybe she was. I'm just saying he probably would have figured that out by year 38.
I think so too. But maybe, to me, in my opinion, I see it the opposite of you. Like for me, boy, if I've put up with shit for 30 years and I'm Ron Perlman, I finally decided, no, I don't have to put up with this shit. I'm done with you now. I've got a few years left and I'm going to have a good few years.
Perlman needs to go out the way he did in Enemy at the Gates. Holy shit, I forgot that Ron Perlman was in Enemy at the Gates. I love that movie. Ron Perlman, Enemy at the Gates. Yeah, he was a Russian, wasn't he? He was a Ruski.
I've never seen that.
That got popped in the head.
Jude Law. I love a Jude Law.
Ed Harris is a monster in that movie. Rachel Weisz gets dicked down by Jude Law in that movie.
Oh, God, I have to watch it.
If you're interested in it.
I just got horny.
Oh, Bob Hoskins played Khrushchev? That's fucking awesome. That movie was... I really do like that movie. That's one of those movies...
What is it about?
It's a World War II drama.
Okay.
Russia's getting their shit pushed in by Germany. And Jude Law plays a sniper who they create this... the media creates this legend around him for war propaganda. And then there's a romance involved, a love triangle that makes one of the Russians hate him, and they kind of sell him out. And,
who's the love triangle?
Joseph Fiennes, who's like a writer. He's like one of the writers who's following Jude Law around and writing about his exploits.
Yeah.
Rachel Weisz, and then Jude Law.
Oh, so she's just
she chose Jude Law. She didn't.
I would too between those two. Yuck.
She wasn't into Joseph Fiennes.
I'm not either.
You'd fuck Ed Harris. You like older guys.
No.
Yeah,
Jude Law
you're
all
an Ed
day
Harris
though. I
guy.
would.
But it is one of those movies where you look 20. It was made 22 years ago. And you look, it's fun to look at the cast 22 years later to see if there's any people who weren't names then, but are names now. And yeah, Ron Perlman was not huge in 2001.
Really? When did Hellboy come out?
I think Hellboy was like 04, 05.
That was pretty big.
When did Hellboy come out? Yeah, 2004. So.
And you said this was 2001?
Yeah, so
okay.
This is before Hellboy.
Okay.
Yeah, there aren't really any big like undercard names in this movie that became something later. They're all Russian and German. That's why we wouldn't know any of these fucking weirdos playing a bunch of Nazis.
They've all got that look.
A pox on both their houses. Yeah, they all just look like downtrodden Germans and Russians. I mean, but then again, I repeat myself. But yes, I will also say I've never seen Hellboy.
See, I don't like that about you. I actually really think those are some fun movies.
You know what I always thought? His shaved down horns seemed weird to me.
He has to do that
because it makes him evil if he grows them out, right? He's like a good demon,
yeah,
but only when his
keeps it in
horns are
check.
shaved. Yeah.
But also I'm trying to think of his name. The guy who plays Niles in Frasier plays the blue guy.
Oh, David Hyde Pierce.
David Hyde Pierce, and
Allen Pierce.
I feel so sick to admit this, but I used to have such a crush on him, and I don't know why.
Yeah, you're a weird guy.
Weird guy, Ace.
You're a weird guy, Ace. That's for sure. All right, I got two stories. You guys get to pick. The serial killer on Long Island that they caught.
Yes, that one.
Or Florida family accused of selling bleach as a COVID cure goes on trial.
Oh, damn.
You guys want bleach COVID or you want serial killer in Long Island? You know what?
Maybe.
We got 10 minutes. We can do both.
Oh.
A jury trial began on Monday in Miami for a Florida family accused of running a church and selling a bleaching agent as a cure for COVID-19. Mark Grennan and his sons Jonathan, Jordan, and Joseph were arrested in 2021. They're all Christian and shit. They do that.
I hate that.
Arrested in 2021 by federal officers. Prosecutors say the Grennans sold a product called Miracle Mineral Solution nationwide through Genesis 2 Church of Health and Healing in Bradenton as a cure-all for several diseases, including cancer, AIDS, autism, and COVID-19. Just happens to be the 4 biggest things on the market at the time. And guess what? Our bleach shit wipes it all out.
Wow, we're curing cancer over here?
Well, I mean, you drink enough bleach, it cures you of everything, right?
That's true.
You just die.
Cures you of debt.
Yeah.
Cures you of a life of drug addiction.
Hey, guys, I got a cure for debt, addiction, and disease. What's that?
Heartbreak.
It's called a 45. The family had been ordered to stop selling the substance by a federal judge, but prosecutors say the family ignored that order, leading to their arrests. And I just want to say right now on this program, so nobody's confused, I am for this. I am glad that the government is cracking down on people who made false claims about the way they're treating COVID-19. I am glad that the government has decided to crack down on people who promised a certain medicine for COVID-19 and it didn't do what they said it did, and it caused serious problems for people, and they lied about how efficient it would be, and they lied about what that medicine would do for COVID-19 and the people who took the medicine. I am glad that the government is standing up to that nonsense, because the United States of America would never allow a medicine to go out there that would promise to treat COVID-19 a certain way, only to find out later that it was a giant fucking lie that made somebody line their pockets and make a shitload of money while other people were harmed by their lies. The United States government would never allow that around COVID.
So, anything I have to add to that would get us bumped onto Rumble again.
What do you mean? I'm showing my faith.
I'm glad that you're glad and that you're faithful.
I'm showing my faith in the United States government. Because again, never would the United States government okay a drug where it was lied about, or a treatment that they said would do X, Y, and Z, and it didn't do any of those things. And they wouldn't release a drug or a treatment or a drug that people would take and swear that it would prevent them from getting that disease, but then they end up getting that disease, or people would drop dead from it without anybody telling them. The government would never do that, which is nice.
No, because the government trusts the science, and so should we.
Absolutely. So that family...
And science is whatever they say it is.
That family needs to be punished for selling that medicine that they lied about and exaggerated about in terms of, what it does for COVID-19 treatment. Because there's no room for those kind of lies.
So you're saying you're not pro that family selling that miracle solution.
No,
you're pro-government.
I am against it because I'm glad our United States government is going after these people, because it just shows you that the United States government would never allow people to lie about their treatment of COVID-19 and what it may do to people and hide that from people. It's just good to see they're going after it.
I think I'm with you.
Yes. Dr. Climate Abortion says, my heart swells with pride. Yes, with pride. That's why the heart is swelling. Long Island cops ignored a vital lead that could have led to Rex Heuermann 13 years ago. Now, if you don't know about this guy, this week, the authorities searched this guy's house and found out that this guy had just been straight up murdering motherfuckers for almost 2 decades.
Yep, 2 decades.
Just killing people. Suffolk County cops ignored a key tip in the grisly Gilgo Beach murders case for over a decade and had a general description of the suspect and a make and model of car he drove, which they failed to act upon for 13 years. It was only when a new task force went back over evidence in the case and re-interviewed a pimp that the...
It just kind of says that.
It just says that. that the clues pointed to Rex Heuermann, a 59-year-old architect who is now charged with 3 counts of murder. I assume that being an architect is a really difficult and time-consuming job. And then you find time to just start murdering motherfuckers.
It's called a double life.
That's remarkable. The crucial tip came from the pimp for Amber Lynn Costello.
Remember her name? I remember that name.
Somebody wanted immunity for their pimp game, like Upgrade. One of 3 women allegedly killed by Heuermann in 2010. He was interviewed by cops soon after the murders and identified the killer as a bulky ogre who drove a distinctive Chevrolet Avalanche. It's time to wrap up the show. When last seen with the victim. It was only when ex-NYPD Chief Rodney Harrison took over as Suffolk County Police Commissioner last year and reopened the case that the dots started to get connected. Just 1 month later, in March 2022, a newly formed task force to investigate the murders had Pearlman in its sights. Oh, he really is a big ogre.
That is a big, bulky dude.
He looks like obese Tucker Carlson.
Don't get in an Avalanche, number one, because that's not something people really drive.
Guys.
But two,
he doesn't even fit in the picture.
Don't get in a car with that guy.
Yeah, he's a fat Tucker.
Oh my God. It's Tucker's long lost brother.
He's fat Tucker Carlson. This was the first time Rex Heuermann's name had come up and the first time he had been identified as a potential suspect. So the police ignored this serial killer for 13 years and could have caught him, but they just blew the pimp off, which is usually how you have to start working for him. But they just said, this pimp doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And wouldn't you know, the pimp had the guy nailed.
Don't they always look the part when you find out who it is?
What, like Tucker Carlson?
No.
You're saying that all serial killers look like Tucker?
This is like if somebody pumped some weird elixir into Tucker and he turned into like a werewolf guy.
That
like
is
a big,
creepy
bulging, evil person.
I mean, that guy's so much easier to spot, though, than like a good-looking serial killer, because women are dumb, and they would give a good-looking guy the benefit of the doubt.
Hell yeah, we would.
Yeah, but like a guy like this.
Now look at you all dead and shit.
Yeah, you went for looks. Now look at you, all dead and shit.
That's why, never mind.
His arrest is tied to the Gilgo Four. 4 women, Melissa Barthelemy, 24, Megan Waterman, 22, Amberlynn Costello, 27, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes, 25, found wrapped in burlap within days of each other in 2010. The body of Barthelemy was first found along Ocean Parkway on December 11th, 2010, sparking fears of a serial killer in the area. He was a married father of 2.
He had a complete double life, yeah.
Also fits the pimp's ogre description. He's 6'6" and 270. Fuck, that's a big boy.
Why wouldn't you have looked into that?
Right.
Why would you just toss away who cares if he's a pimp? He had a tip for you, and you just ignored it.
I don't care if there are serial killers or not out there. I think if I'm a cop, if you're 6'7", 270, just on principle, I'm shaking you down a little bit.
Right.
I gotta make sure this ogre-looking motherfucker ain't killing bitches.
If you have a pimp telling you there's a big ogre-looking dude with an avalanche, I'm sorry, that narrows it down big time.
Motherfucker could cause an avalanche.
No offense, there's not much for avalanche drivers out there anymore. Big boomy dudes like that?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
They took his trash for DNA, says Loaded Wrench. Oh, God, if you're fucking killing people, don't throw your trash out like that. That's open. People can go through your trash legally and get your DNA from it.
I'm sure he was a little more careful than that.
Not if they got the DNA from the garbage. Shaft 23 says Suffolk County police are useless and corrupt. He was upset that pimps kept moving into his swamp. So he started killing the hookers. Why do these serial killers always go after the hookers?
They're easy targets? What do you mean? They're extremely easy targets.
Yeah, unless you got a pimp looking for you. Fucking pimp wrecked this whole thing for this guy.
The pimp didn't wreck it for you until years later.
Well, if the cops would have done their job, then the pimp would have wrecked it for him.
I'll tell you why they go for, what do you say? What did we say? Hookers? Was that it?
Yeah.
They're an easy target. If you have enough money, they'll get in your car with you. They're usually not able to defend themselves. And nobody's going to trust a pimp.
Unfortunately, yeah. Pimps don't show themselves to be very trustworthy.
No offense. If somebody like me just goes missing one day, that's going to be kind of a problem.
Carlos Cameo says 6'6" and 270. He could have helped the Knicks lead the Eastern Conference Finals instead of killing people. 6'6" isn't very big for the NBA, though.
Tell that to Steph Curry.
That's a shooting guard or a small forward, though. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. I guess we'll do the fight another time. We asked people if they wanted to watch it. They gave us the no.
The mood wasn't right
in the poll. So if you guys want to watch it tonight, let us know. We'll show it. Otherwise, we can save it for some other time. We've shown it before on the channel. Maybe I'll upload it as its own video.
It's
Who
eternal.
The fuck knows? It's an eternal video. Guys, thank you very much for coming up big and knocking out today's goal.
Thank you.
All in the offering plate segment. We appreciate that. And we will talk to you again tonight where there will be no goal. We will do a VIP giveaway because we need to pad that order number.
Yeah, it needs a little help.
Yeah, we need a little help. And then you guys can get a break for donating to this show unless you want a shot at getting a VIP spot. That's all.
We do know times are tough, so
Yes.
we are eternally appreciative of
Thank you guys very, very much for your time. We will talk to you again. Chase and Beer says, I thought overtime was 30 minutes. It's been 30 minutes, my man.
Literally was just 30 minutes.
April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hit like, hit subscribe, no matter what platform you're on, and we will talk to you very, very soon.